What's up, Extremesis?
Mellow.
Extremesis? Is it extremesis or extremesis?
Extremesis.
That's a cool word. Did you come up with that, or where'd you come up with that word?
I made it up.
Isn't it?
It's extremesis. I made it up.
I don't know, but say, I hate this guy.
Very good time.
Not my friend. I'll have to do.
It's my video game name. I play with that. And I've registered it with like 10 different email addresses. Extremesis at Gmail and Yahoo and whatever.
Nice, you got them all.
I got all of them, at least that I could think of.
That's cool. Yeah, because it's kind of like extremesis. Yeah, I like it. But it's more like, yeah, extremesis. Yeah, instead of extremesis.
When I've used this name for probably, 20 years online. And when I first made it up, I sort of associated it with kind of like a disease, because a lot of your isses are diseases.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, whatever that suffix.
I associate it with vomiting, by the way.
Well, that's not good. Maybe I should change it.
Emesis. Emesis is throwing up.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, if you take an anti-emetic, it stops you from throwing up.
Was it you, Ruhif, that was saying you have a fear of throwing up?
Yeah, big time. And then I got cancer. I do chemo, so fuck yeah.
Yeah, I thought I remember you saying that. Some people have that. I think there's a name for it.
Yeah, emetophobia.
Yep, emetophobia. I saw some TikTok video where there's, I don't know, it's on one of those YouTube short thing I saw, but it was like, I don't know, this guy's wife or girlfriend, every time he makes that noise, like the puke noise, she starts like dry heaving. So he's always trolling her and just making that. And then she's always like,
Yeah, having kids also helps as well, because kids fucking throw up all the time. And I've got to clean up. I've got to get down and literally clean up vomit from the carpet. That's desensitizes you after a while. I still hate throwing up, but it's not terrible now.
well, I've become at times a bit of a connoisseur of it in terms of the type of purging that happens on like ayahuasca and some of these very powerful medicines. It's a different type of purging though. With those, it's not like an alcohol toxic purge, or it's not like being sick in that way. But yeah, it I don't know if a connoisseur is the right word, but I've definitely you have to practice.
Are you bulimic?
Well, no, it's just that you have to practice a certain form of acceptance of that process. There
was a video, Aussie Man. He's got like 5 million subs or something on YouTube, and he just commentates on funny videos. He did a video this morning where this dude in Sri Lanka or India, something like that, drinks like probably a liter of water, and then in like a really controlled sort of way, vomits it up as if he's like just spitting it out. It's impressive, but disgusting at the same time.
Yeah, what is his purpose in doing it? To cleanse, or is it just for?
Just to see the crowd fucking give him a clap, pretty much.
Right. Yeah, I can imagine.
It's pretty bad. It's like a street performer.
Right.
o'clock, and then I'm all good for sleepy times.
Oh, okay. Is that the time? Is that your bed nighttime when they're waking up?
Yeah, I usually do 10:30, something like that. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Well, you see your notifications and there's like unread in every fucking channel, and it's just crit with his shit, right? Crit was in there, and I'm just talking to him saying, like, what you do over there is pretty annoying. Please stop. And he goes, "Oh, you triggered? Are you triggered?" And I was like, "No, just you're annoying." And some dude just came in and goes, "Yep, you're gone, banned." I was like, "Holy shit, people!" It was the softest modding I've ever seen.
Wait, you're talking about that happened when you went to 24/7? You're saying?
Yeah, like a week ago.
Yeah.
If I get too much background noise, let me know.
Yeah. No, that's all right at the moment. But
All right, I'm actually rowing on a rowing machine.
oh, that's cool.
So, yeah, the what's it called? The noise cancellation is pretty good on Discord.
Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah, it's pretty good. You're literally working out right now. What, with your earpods in?
Yeah. I didn't know till last week when Jeremy said they've actually got microphones in the AirPods.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that tech works, but yeah, apparently it picks up the vibration.
All right.
So, what keeps you coming back to the shape of the Earth discussion, Ruhif? If you feel like you've got it nailed down, is it? I know we probably have talked about this a million times, but I don't know. I'm curious as to because it's like when it's daily, it's like there must be a drive there somewhere in there.
Yeah. Good fun talking to people. As to whether anyone here is going to change their mind, very unlikely. Like I said with Ranty, he changed his mind because he got out of the debate. And I do love maths and physics, always. And computing science. Like I'm writing some code. Hang on, I've got to breathe.
Do you have a thing where some of these folks have where do you feel like you have to stand up for the truth against, this quote unquote invasion of people that don't think the earth is a globe kind of thing? Like, do you feel like you're kind of on a mission from God to stop the planar stationary earth information in that way?
It's a very, very small part. Like it's nice to come in and explain stuff to people that are genuinely interested. But that's getting pretty rare, I think.
Mic check, mic check. What's going on, everyone? Is this like an
Yo,
interview,
Matrix.
Gio, that you have?
Yo, no, we're just chilling. What's up, Matrix?
I just chilling too much. Just got up from a little nap. Just decided to see what was going on the server.
Cool.
So, Ruhif.
Yeah.
You have this thing that you say with science and math. You think that's the only way there is to acquire knowledge with science and math?
Well, knowledge about the world, yes, about how things work.
So how is it that you think that
Certainly.
these tribes have been alive for years without having anything to do with no science or no math?
As in tribes that get chased by lions and tigers and survive.
But okay, maybe a few tribes people get eaten by animals once in a while, but
Yeah.
for the most part, these people tend to survive. And there are
Oh, yeah.
thousands of tribes out there, even tribes that we have no idea who they are, and they're just surviving just as well without any numbers and science. So how can you explain that?
Well, they don't have a great scientific understanding of how the world works, right?
See, that's the crux of what I'm trying to ask. How is it that you're able to determine that they don't know anything about the world, right? How are you so bold to say those things?
Well, do they have good understanding of physics and light and fucking mass and gravity? No,
But
they have a day-to-day understanding.
But okay, but let's talk about physics, right? Let's really talk about physics. What is physics exactly if it isn't just like physical things? Like a baby when he's learning how to walk, right? When he's learning how to get up and deal with balance, isn't he learning physics in that moment right there?
Oh, very basic.
Okay, but that's what it is though. In its nature, is that not what physics is? Like
Yeah, but it's very, very basic.
again, but you have to start from the basics. And
Yeah.
if somebody's able to understand the basics of something, how is it that you, a person like you, says, they don't understand physics? I mean, that it seems a little disingenuous. I mean, how about skateboarders? You think skateboarders have a good understanding of physics?
Oh, something that have a better understanding than hidden away tribes.
Okay. How about people that do parkour? Do you think they have a good understanding of physics?
Yeah, as it suits their purposes, yes.
Well, again, exactly. How about people that play basketball or baseball? You think they have a good understanding of physics?
Again, as much as it suits their purposes, yeah.
Again, that's what I'm trying to tell you. These are very simple things that everybody can do, and it still gives you a discernment and understanding of physics. But you're saying because I'm assuming because of some numbers and calculations and funny triangles and shapes, because we're not able to decipher these large mathematical complicated problems. For you, it seems that we are unable to learn or understand physics. Is that what you believe?
Yeah, because we explain it to you on a daily basis and you still don't get it. So yes.
Again, adults. We are all adults. We all know how to add. We all know how to subtract. Now, the physics and the math that you talk about is a little more complicated. Adding and subtracting is all it is, because there is nothing else other than adding and subtracting. You're saying that adults are unable to add and subtract?
There's a shitload more to physics than adding and subtracting.
No, I'm talking about math at this point.
Yeah, there's a shitload to maths as well, more than just adding and subtracting.
Again, when you break it down, all that you're doing in math ultimately is adding or subtracting.
No. How would you go at integrating 2x?
I have no idea.
X equals 2x? What's y equals function x?
What would be the point? What would be the point of
the point would be demonstrating that it's not just adding and subtracting.
Again, then what would be the problem? What would be there to resolve if not adding or subtracting something?
Again, like, it's not all just adding and subtracting. If I asked you to find the slope of y equals x squared at x equals 4, what would you do?
I have no clue what to do in that situation.
Exactly.
Again, but resolve the problem, and if there isn't an adding and subtracting there, then what is it exactly that you're doing then?
We're finding the slope of a tangent at a particular point on a curve, which, by the way, a few people over at Bev's don't think is even possible mathematically.
So you're stern on this idea that if one doesn't understand these calculations, or in your mind doesn't understand it or is able to repeat them, then they cannot comprehend the nature of reality, is what you're saying.
Yeah, if you guys can't comprehend the stuff we're telling you on a daily basis, then yeah, we're going to say to you, you don't understand physics and don't understand maths. Yes.
And what makes you think that the nature of our reality, or this world we live in, whatever it is that we live in, right? Whatever it actually is, and whatever it's really called, what makes you think that because people don't understand these man-made concepts, because math, physics, all these things are man-made things in nature, that man-made things of things in nature, that man has developed a system to make it into like a language, so other people can understand it. What makes you think that because people don't understand these man-made concepts, they're able to understand the greater nature of this reality?
Well, for example, I'm staring at the horizon right now. Okay, I can derive geometrically and mathematically what the angle should be down to the horizon. You guys can't. I guarantee you can't do that on a piece of paper.
How would you able to do that without having all the everything covered, about knowing everything that you're doing? See, you would have to be doing some assumptions in that formula, correct?
No, my assumption, right? My model says that the Earth has a radius of X. All right, with that model, I can make a prediction for what the angle should be. All right, I go out and then measure it in reality, and if it matches, I go, oh, I've got a bit more confidence that my model actually reflects reality. You guys can't even make predictions for a flat Earth.
But
You
okay,
can't
so
say what would it look like if it was flat.
let's say we don't have a model, right? But let's say people hypothetically have been gathering data from whatever this place is for years, down to every rotation, down to every so-called orbit. And let's say they start to write down these rotation and orbits, and after a while they start noticing a pattern. So would you say are they able to predict something because of these patterns?
No, I wouldn't call
No.
that a prediction. No, I would not call that a prediction. A model is an explanation, not just a correlation of your observations. An explanation is why. Why do you see that pattern?
But the why is a little more difficult to actually know the actual why of anything, right? Because it will all just be a presupposition, right? And an assumption on why it's doing it. We can only explain, hey man, this star is doing this, but we can't explain the why.
No, but you can propose an explanation and test it. Flat earthers don't do that.
There you go. See, you can propose, which is an assumption, right? But how would you actually test it? Because if hypothetically something in the sky, the only thing you could really do is observe it. So from observation, right, from pattern recognition, how is it that you're able to say what this thing is?
Yeah,
and
again,
not just what it does.
Yeah, you have a model, and the model needs no justification a priori, right? You can make up whatever model you like, but you have to use that model to make a prediction. If your prediction is borne out in reality, then you have a higher confidence that your model reflects reality. You can never prove it, because once you go, if the Earth is a sphere, then I expect to see X. I see X in reality, therefore the Earth is a sphere. You're committing a fallacy. That's why science doesn't prove things, because you can't do that logically. You can only ever disprove a theory. You can't actually prove it.
Well, we question the model itself. You say, well, we have a model, right? So, and this is the thing that so-called flat earthers question, right? We're questioning the actual model. Where did it come from? How is it that we got to the point that we have this model? So your whole entire thing on how to prove or affirm or how you say or more confidently determine where we're at, right? We're questioning that entire premise that you just seem to glide over.
Hang on one sec. Oh, cool. Sorry, we got a false horizon here, looking at the horizon. Say again. What was it?
That when you say, oh, well, we have a model and we could cross-reference it and verify with reality, right? But the model that you say that you have is the thing that's in question. Where did the model come from? How did we get to the point that we have this model, right?
So it doesn't matter.
I mean, that's the crux of this whole argument. Because if that model isn't correct, right, then everything that you have to say, include that regards that model, is fallacious, don't you think?
No, you're coming at it the wrong way. Models a priori need no justification, right? The justification of a model comes after you test it and try and disprove it.
All right.
This is where fucking QE cracks me up. QE is a big fan of Richard Feynman, right? There's a really short clip of Richard Feynman just explaining the scientific method, or explaining how we find a new law in science. And he goes, you do some observations and then you make a guess, right? You make a guess at the law or the explanation behind it, and the audience laughs. And he goes, oh, no, that's actually true. This is what you do. You make a guess, and then you use that guess to make a prediction for what you should see in the world. And if you don't see that, then your guess is wrong.
That's what a hypothesis is. That's what a lot of people don't understand. A hypothesis is it's a fancy word for somebody's best guess.
Yes, I agree.
Or an assumption, right? Somebody's best guess or whatever they assume is going on.
Yep.
Okay, and most people, well, not most people, but at least the way I think it works is when somebody has a hypothesis is because they have been looking into the subject for a very long time and investigated to the point that they're able to come up with an assumption in the first place, right?
Yep.
So where was the assumption or the observation or whatever led them to develop this model that you're claiming?
I don't know. It would have been thousands of years ago. Like, my guess would have been fucking sunsets. That would have been a clue.
See, that's the interesting thing. That's the interesting thing, right? To the regular person, thousands of years sounds, oh, you know what? Thousands of years, but how they sell in us history, right? People couldn't even properly draw, right? People used to draw stick figures, and civilization wasn't as advanced. Communications was definitely not as advanced as us. So how is it that let's just say that there's a group of elites somewhere in 2,000 or 3,000 years ago that they figure out everything, right? How would they communicate that message to every other savage tribe out there, right? How you telling me that Tonto over here is gonna change his tradition because this white guy, this European, discovered something, and now he has to put all his traditions and beliefs that he's acquired over the years and throw it away because this white guy over here is gonna tell him something about the nature of reality? How would you think that would turn out for the white guy that's gonna go to that tribe to tell him how supposedly the world works? Exactly. So how is it that you're saying that everybody knew when that's not the way? That's not the way people. That's not really the way information is spread, right? For everybody to know, everybody will have to accept it.
Yeah, but I don't care about the history of this debate. I really don't care. It doesn't matter how someone came up with a hypothesis because it doesn't need justification. Coming up with some idea out of the blue is fine. Go and test the idea. Try and prove it wrong.
I disagree with what you said.
No.
I think understanding what led the person to come up with the hypothesis in the first place is very important. Not necessarily that it disregards the hypothesis, but at least for an individual to be able to understand where the scientists came up with this hypothesis, for him to be able to verify or whatever he's assuming or whatever. I think that's very important, and you're just flying by that, saying that it isn't important.
Yeah.
It's not important.
You're correct. Yeah.
The journey to the correct answer doesn't make the correct answer less or more valid. If it's correct, it's correct, regardless of the journey.
A genetic
but the
fallacy.
assumption that it's correct is what we're questioning, which is what you guys don't seem to understand. Right? You guys just want to take it as a given, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with taking it as a given, but we're questioning where is that information coming from and how did it come to be?
Yeah,
right, and
that doesn't matter. Take it as
the correct answer.
Yeah, take it as a given for the sake of the argument. Accept that it's true, and then find an observation that disproves it. Then you're on your way.
Right. It works for the flat Earth claim as well. For the sake of argument and for the sake of experimentation, I'll assume that the flat Earth is true. Now, what can we develop from a flat Earth that must be true in reality? In that case, let's go test it. Let's see if it's validated. Let's see if we don't validate it. That's how we would do it.
That sounds very scientific, right? But when you look
Yes.
deep into that when you look deep into that, right? Let's say we do live on something that's stationary and infinite or flat, whatever, right? How would we actually test anything when we don't? Again, follow me. In this reality, we've been lied to. We don't really know what the sun is, where it goes, how the sky works, right? What's going on in the sky? How with all these things that we don't know, how is it that we're able to come up with any determination on how things actually work and what they really are?
You tell us, because you do have a conviction of what the Earth is, what the sun is doing. You have a model. You have a claim. How have you arrived to that point?
To be honest, Baldo, most so-called flat earthers, after the first 2 months, they begin to understand that we don't really know the nature of our reality. We don't really know what this place is, what it's doing. So the flat Earth was just another model was thrown at us, and since the original model, which is a globe Earth, did not fit, we adapted the flat Earth model. But most of us would tell you that we don't really know what this place is.
Yeah.
So I
Do you know
can't
why
even
you don't
begin
know,
to
mate?
come up with answers for you.
Yeah, but do you know why you don't know? It's because we give you explanations that fit a globe and they don't fit the flat Earth, and then you start making up shit like, oh, we don't know what the sun is. It could be a fucking projection or a mirror or whatever, right? That's what you
I
guys
don't
do.
think that people are making up that they don't know what the sun is. They're just being honest.
No, they're doing it because they can't explain the world. The
Well, yeah, but
explanations that we
you're
give
claiming
explain
to
it.
explain the world.
Yeah,
You're
and they
claiming
match.
to
I
explain the
agree.
world. And if
Our
your
predictions
claims don't
match.
work out, saying that your claims don't work out isn't making something up. It's just saying that your claims are totally false.
Well,
And,
no.
and
I'm going to
it's
go in a second.
provably
Hang on,
false.
Bio.
Provably false. But
If you
wait,
listen
before you
well,
go,
his entire
before you
premise,
go,
his
Well,
entire
for one
premise
sec,
from the
gotta go.
beginning is faulty, and he doesn't
we don't
understand.
have a model because we're being honest. It's not a flat Earth model. Flat
Okay,
Earth
I've
is
got to go.
just accepting your reality as
Hang on.
it seems. You're running
No,
away?
Yeah,
I've got to. I've got to go. It's almost 2 o'clock. I got to pick up my kid. If you have something that you believe disproves the globe, please DM it to me. I'm desperate for content on my channel.
Yeah, wait, let me ask you
Anyway,
one
I gotta
question before you go. Is your model
wait.
falsifiable? Is your model
Yes.
falsifiable? It is?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, how? How so?
Well, if I make a prediction that doesn't come true in reality, of course, like every other model.
I'm saying, is there a
All
way to show that your model doesn't work?
Yes. Anyway, DM me. I gotta go. See you.
Yes, there is. Yeah, that's the whole problem. Trying to define the whole is the premise that they put the whole argument on you. You define the whole, or I'll define the whole. And if you can't define it, I'll define it for you. And if you don't accept my definition, then you're wrong. Because you don't have a better definition. Flat Earth isn't a new model.
It's a weird argument. What's your
I'm saying Flat Earth is
what's
not
your-
a
what's
new
your-
model replacing an old model. Flat Earth is just accepting your reality as it seems, as a
No, I
base
know. I'm about
reality.
to ask you about that. And what way is, what evidence or what claim do you have that both invalidates a globe and validates only a flat Earth? What would be your go-to?
Oh, that's the thing. Defining the whole as the flat Earth is the problem. My
I'm
reality, as it
asking-
seems, is a stationary plane. Everything about my experience tells me it's a stationary plane. Now
That's great.
that's
I'm
pretty
asking you a
strong
very
evidence that it's
specific-
a stationary plane.
to
It doesn't
you.
prove it a stationary plane, but that's
To you.
really strong evidence, right?
I know, but
Would
I
you
asked
say
a
that that's
specific
strong
question.
evidence?
No, I'm trying not to overtalk you as you overtalk me. I'm asking a very specific question. And what evidence or what claim do you have that both invalidates a globe model and validates your flat Earth model?
That's what I'm saying. You're trying to compare the two models, which is what I started with. I'm saying that we don't have a model to compare with your explanation for everything. Your
But you
explanation
know
for
that it's a flat
everything
Earth.
is impossible to do. You're assuming that you could explain everything, and that's what a flat earther doesn't want to do. He doesn't want to be dishonest. He wants
So
to
you
he wants to
don't.
know what he's talking about and
Okay.
say, this is my experience. Now, if you have something that contradicts that experience, is it strong enough evidence for me to forego everything I experience? I don't think so.
No, if you want to hold on to personal experience to dictate what reality is objectively, then that's going to be your fault, and I have no interest in doing that. All I can provide you is
Holding
scientific
on to.
evidence, and if you don't accept scientific evidence, there's no scientific evidence that I can provide to convince you otherwise.
I'm not. No, it's not about being convinced. Is the problem? You're just convinced that it's a globe, right? That you're on a spinning ball. You're convinced
I'm
of that.
convinced that it's a globe based on the evidence provided. Yes.
Right, but none of that evidence includes anything about your personal experience.
Some of it does. Some of it
Like
does
what?
include personal experience.
Your observations of the sky. That's your personal experience.
That'll be one of many, sure. But yes, personal experience will be included, but I also include scientific evidence that
Okay.
in general you can reproduce yourself.
Well, what about your personal experience besides your observations tells you you're on a spinning globe?
Besides personal observation, the
Yeah.
stacks of scientific evidence as far as measurements go, as far as pictures go, as
Those
far
aren't
as
experiences.
measurements go. You
Those
said
aren't
other than
experiences.
personal experiences.
No, I said, what about your personal experience besides your
Oh,
observations of the sky
speaking to
or
personal. Okay.
sunset?
Well,
Yeah. So what else besides that about your personal experience tells you you're on a globe?
get to limit. You don't get to limit what my personal experiences are.
I'm
That'll
not
be
trying to
one
limit.
in
I'm just
which
asking you a
no,
question.
you are. You just limited it to away from aerial observations, sky observations.
No, I just asked if there was
That'll be
anything else. I
many.
wondered if there was anything
Another one
else.
will be another one. Another one would be performing torsion balance within a vacuum, as well as just today performing it with organic material rather than metal material. Just validating mass attracting mass and understanding what implications there are for this force.
I'm not talking
Those
about
are
experience. I'm
personal
not talking
experience.
about tests or anything. I'm talking about your personal experience.
That's a personal experience. I
I'm
ran
talking
2
about your
experiments.
sensory experience.
Oh, but I understand that my senses aren't sensitive enough to expect to feel anything, so I wouldn't rely on those for this topic.
Let's say your senses were sensitive enough, right? Like say they were, and you knew
Oh,
that they
sure.
were, right? Then would you believe you're on a spinning ball any longer?
Right.
If you knew you would sense it?
Experience, right. If my experience didn't change and I knew that my senses were sensitive enough to pick it up, and my experience that I've had doesn't change, then yes, I would assume that we're on a stationary Earth. Yes.
Okay, and then if you got to that point, then you'd have to say, well, how is all this other evidence supporting the idea that all my sensory experience denies, right? So then we have to figure out another way of how this could come to be. And I would say that if someone's in that position where they're convinced, whether it's true or not, like flat earthers are convinced that they would sense this spinning ball, right? And that's what really gets people to that point where they're like, okay, then that's kind of like outweighs all these other evidences. But then to explain all these other evidences, the only conclusion we can come to is, well, it must have been reverse engineered. Is there any other way it could have come about?
Hold on. I want to address a couple things. On the assumption that we are sensitive enough to these things, on that assumption, yes, thinking that it's stationary would be correct. But we know that our senses are not sensitive enough. So if your personal experience is that you don't feel rotation, therefore you think it's flat Earth, you've started off incorrect already, because you won't experience that force. You won't be able to detect it with your senses. So right off the bat,
Well, that's debatable.
no, it's not debatable.
Yes, it is.
I've posted 3 experiments in the past. I'm sure someone can back me up on that. I've posted 3 experiments in which it shows the amount of force that it takes for someone to sense a force, and the magnitude of the rotational Earth is magnitude lower the amount of force.
Okay, well, I'm not going to try to get into debating what your evidence was proving or not proving, but I think it's philosophically interesting to take a step back and just look at this whole situation. Like say you're not a globe earther and I'm not a flat earther, and we're just looking at the situation here. We're trying to figure out, like, objectively what happened here. Like, all these people, are saying that they're convinced that this is the truth, and it denies all their sensory experience. And then these people over here saying their sensory experience outweighs all these other evidences. What could be the possible reason that this happened? Like, so let's just take it from both sides. Like, on one side, maybe you can't sense things, and the people that are saying they should be able to sense things are wrong. And on the other side, the people that are sensing things and think that that outweighs it are trying to figure out how these experiments and theories and stuff got built. Can you think of any other way besides reverse engineering that might have happened?
It's not reverse engineering. You said it yourself. People are trying to figure out.
I'm not claiming it is. I'm not claiming it is. I'm just saying.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let Bio respond though.
Take a breath.
You said it. You said it yourself when you spoke to objective, perhaps evidence or objective reality. But you can't confuse personal experience with objective reality or objective truths. You have to use scientific evidence. You have to use repeatable experiments. You have to use these things because we all have different personal experiences when it comes to the same thing. We go to a baseball game. I'm very happy this team won. In that same game, you're very sad that your team lost. It's the same experience, but we have different emotions, personal experience. That's not objective at all. So we have to get away from personal experience, personal incredulity.
I think that may be a little bit of a straw man because it's not about opinion. We're talking about, do you sense this being hot? Well, I sense it being hot as well. We both touched the burner on the stove. Are we going to have a different feeling about it? No, we both know that that's hot, right?
No, that's a great example, actually. If you take someone from Wisconsin and someone from Texas and put them in the same weather, one will describe the weather as cold, one will describe it as hot. So that's a great example that you gave in which that's not objective to say something is hot or cold.
But both of those people from different states that put their finger on the stove, they're both going to feel hot, right?
Right. If something's 500
point,
degrees,
right?
if something is 500 degrees and any person on Earth in any environment touches it, of course we would all describe it as hot. But that's a very hyper specific exaggeration. If we're in 70-degree weather, someone in Wisconsin may say it's warm. Someone in Texas may be like, "Oh fuck, it's cold." If you're talking about temperature, it's almost never objective unless you get to the extremes, and even then, we'll have to be hyper specific about our terms.
Yeah, but the reason I point out that extreme is that the reason I point that extreme out is that we all would be on a spinning globe with an extreme claim that we're going in 4 different vectors and that, it's millions of miles per hour in several different directions.
Well, with the acceleration change.
Even if vector math, acceleration does change, in fact, yeah.
I said with the acceleration change, that it would be likening to being able to tell the difference between 1/100th of a degree of different temperature with your hand. It would be the same, like trying to just use your senses in that aspect wouldn't be sufficient to detect that type of minute effect as in the temperature change of a
same as measuring the centrifugal force of our rotation. People can't feel it, but it can be detected.
Right.
Well,
or like seeing more than 7 microns or some shit.
Yeah, it's super, super small. I know it was Jedi and Stacy who brought this up, and it was a larger point. But I found three scientific articles studying the parameters of our senses, the low and the high that we can experience. And then I also did the math behind, the globe model values of particular things, found the force and said, these are the numbers. Our low limit is X. And then the forces involved with the rotating Earth is this three orders
lower
of
than that.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's one of those like you have no basis on that you should expect to feel it. I have all of the evidence that shows we shouldn't experience it. It's a weak argument.
Yeah, and we can measure it.
Well, yeah, the thing is that, we are talking about an extreme that mathematically may be able to be shown as very little. But when we're talking about the reality of millions of miles per hour and 67,000 miles per hour with even just a slight elliptical orbit, even with a slight elliptical orbit, those small little changes in acceleration are also exaggerated because of the
you're not going to feel an orbit.
I don't want to get into debating. I'll accept that theoretically it makes sense that you might not be able to feel those motions.
No.
Just say that this for a fact is quite a claim. That's all I'm saying.
An orbit is free fall.
Right.
An orbit is in free fall. You're not going to detect it.
Well, there's a lot of debatable points here that you're claiming are, definitely a fact, and that's the reason that I think flat earthers have a problem with what some of these claims that seem extreme, even though mathematically they could be shown to not be. So I'm just trying to take a step back and look at this.
I'd like to kind of address and corner you on what you said. the elliptical path of these millions of miles per hour and all these values that you gave, yeah, those are large numbers. Do you know what the force, how much force is involved with this, or is it just your argument that these are big numbers, so I suspect the force is a big number as well?
No, I've
That's
gone through this.
the
I've gone
latter,
through
yes.
this.
Bio. See,
I
this is
understand
why I
how
love
vector
bio.
math works. I understand the vector math and how you can put them all together and then divide them by the force of gravity, and then you can get this small number, right? I understand that.
No, that has
That's
nothing
not
to do
what
with
we're doing.
Or whatever it is you do with vector math to make it seem like it wouldn't be enough to say, right? I understand that.
No.
It's actually applying the centripetal forces of the orbits themselves to the actual sensory limits of the human equilibrium, and not, it's not coming up to a measurable amount on our human equilibrium because we aren't sensitive enough. That's what's happening.
I think that part of the problem is that when this argument gets brought up, the go-to for the globe earthers is that one linear plane direction. You don't necessarily feel that movement in a plane when you're moving one direction at a really fast speed. And that's the only thing that the globers really have to compare to all these different with elliptical orbits and stuff. And so it gets hard. It's hard for people to accept that as like the test that proves that we wouldn't necessarily feel it, because it's not really comparable in an extreme way. So it'd be interesting if we could get something like with multiple directions where someone couldn't sense it. You know what I'm saying? Something that's a little more comparable.
Do you think you feel speed as opposed to feeling acceleration?
I understand acceleration.
No, but the question is, do you think you feel speed rather than acceleration?
I understand that we only would feel acceleration, right?
Is there an oval high-speed train we can use as reference? An oval tracked high-speed train we can use as a reference.
In one linear direction, I don't think it's as comparable. I don't think it's comparable enough.
I think you could almost use a test sensor on a merry-go-round in which you stand at you stand as center on the rotation that you can, and then you can measure the force involved. Then you could stand at the edge with that same sensor, and you'll find that the force is different because of the change in radius. And in that point right there, all of these factors are important in determining the force. So it's one of those, if you don't understand how the force is calculated, then you can't make claims on what we should feel or not feel.
Right. No, I understand. You put the hour hand motor right on a merry-go-round. You sit on it, and you just don't let somebody tell you when they turn it on, and you tell them when you felt it start moving.
That's a good one.
We could measure it. We could measure it with instruments that are much more sensitive and accurate.
Yeah, well, I mean, it'll do both things. It'll do one. It'll invalidate his idea that you can feel anything in any movements, and it'll be in the same amount of movement, the actual, on top of all the other movements that are going on Earth as well, and you still won't be able to feel that shit.
That's a good point, addressing the personal experience thing, because that's what it really boils down to with flat Earth is personally, whether it's intelligence, knowledge, if it's inability or ability to calculate, whatever. It does boil down to personal experience. So I think, Grim, you have a good point in which you could perhaps build an apparatus in which you sit someone on it, you blindfold them, perhaps you plug their ears, all of those things, and you only have your ears as your sense of motion, and then perhaps introduce a rotation that is visibly fucking tiny, and tell them in 30 minutes, tell us how far you moved or you think you moved, something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got a few accelerometers that I can hook up on a some sort of rotating thing and actually do like an empirically derived angular acceleration experiment. That'd be cool.
That will be useless to the flat Earth argument, right? Because it's empirical and it's not how they felt about it. So
right.
I'm just being a dick. I'm just playing around. But seriously,
you're right, because Bob has one of the most sensitive personal gyros and accelerometers that you can have, and then he provided empirical raw data, not even interpreted data, raw data, and then look how far that went. So you're right, Ruth. Well, I think it would be useful scientifically. For this conversation, I think it would be worthless.
I don't want to get into
it's more about the
what
showmanship.
Bob did or didn't say, but from what I understand, one of his claims was that you would also then be able to set the accelerometer or the gyroscope would also pick up the orbital rotation as well, and it didn't do
No, I
that.
don't think so.
No,
Why wouldn't it?
As far as I
it's too
understand,
small.
orbits, no, you don't have any force. But you're free fall, basically.
There is a calculable force that would be involved, and I believe off the top of my head, there's a team in Germany setting up a 3 gyro setup within the Earth to attempt to measure and detect orbital forces.
I've heard about this. In fact, I heard it was already established.
I
The
understood
typical
that to be
gyro,
possible.
it may be. It is calculable. But I think they are
That's what I'm
attempting to
saying.
do
I
that.
thought it wasn't.
I'm
I
not
thought free
100%
fall you
sure.
can't really measure.
Well,
Well, it
free
wouldn't be
fall
just
orbit.
free fall. It would be the change in acceleration. It
Right.
would be the change in directions, right? So
You are
with
still
those,
rotating. It'd be like
yeah.
if me and you jump out of a plane and you're attached at the hip with a rope, and I swing you while we're free falling, you're perhaps not gonna feel that free fall force, but you're gonna feel me rotating you around because that's a perpendicular force. So I think that rotational you still will detect. You may not be able to measure all forces, but I'm pretty sure rotational you can.
Yeah, so we're not quite sure
Rotational as
exactly how
opposed to
much we
orbital.
would feel at the point, though, right? Like we'd have to set up some of these more multi-directional movements that someone could sit in a chair and be going up and down at a certain speed, as well as around on a merry-go-round, and then have that whole thing also rotating in another direction. And then, you know, and then relative to the size of the Earth and the orbital size and everything else, show that this person wouldn't feel any of those motions. Then you might convince somebody that that's possible.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. So if I could just set you down on the merry-go-round and start spinning it before you can even before you're even noticing it, then you would have to concede that then motions can happen that you don't necessarily notice.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's not ruled out anymore. Yeah.
But then the idea that the Earth's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour is a more actual speed, even though relative to the whole it's only 15 degrees per hour, is another debatable
Right. But when we
topic,
scale
right?
that down to the size of a merry-go-round, that's still just one revolution per hour, 24 hours.
Right.
Yeah,
but that's the thing.
We should work out. We should equate that to a
It's-
roundabout, like the 0.03 meters per second squared, or whatever. Yeah.
It's not going to be that hard to do. I mean, for the intents and purposes of the experiment, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you feel this equivalent acceleration?
I don't think that you could if we set up a merry-go-round that exhibited the same amount of force as a rotating Earth, I don't even think that you have to do it inside of a chamber. I think as you're moving, the wind resistance, you wouldn't even be able to feel the wind or the air hit you. I think it's that minuscule. Like if we're on a merry-go-round, small one, and it's rotating
it's an
20
hour
miles
hand
an
of a
hour.
clock. Yeah,
Right,
dude,
right,
it's not
exactly.
fast.
Yeah, you won't even feel the wind on your face, let alone the force of you actually moving.
I would even wager that you could speed it up and you still couldn't feel it. If a little faster than the actual spin of the Earth.
Yeah, it would be interesting to be
well.
like every 10 seconds increase the rotational speed every 10 seconds, and then at some point you raise your arm, and then it's like, okay, you raised your arm and felt the first force at, I don't know, 0.2 meters per second. That's when you felt it.
Right. This will be fun. Let's fucking do this one.
What if what do you think would happen, like, if you were able to do this and, you know, move the thing in several different directions and at a speed that wouldn't make the person notice it? Do you think once they got on stable ground, they would feel like dizzy still after they got off?
No,
I think a bunch of flat earthers would just stand up and be honest and say all at once that we concede.
Right. The flat Earth.
It seems like you guys agree with me. You agree with me that one linear direction is not a good enough example to give people, right?
No, it is, because that's the only thing that people provide as an argument. We can,
What do you mean
as
it
you
is?
said,
Because it's the only thing.
As you said, we could do vector math, and we can find out what forces are involved, or what we would expect to feel, given that we understand centrifugal force, centrifugal force, and all these things, and we understand vector math. because we understand those things, we can determine what we would expect to, as a measurement, what we would expect in what direction, and then that value, if we would be able to detect it or not. We can do all those things.
Yeah, net and all, right? Through and
Right.
through, force through a force.
Right. It's similar to gravity and buoyancy. If you have more pulling down than it's pushing up, it's just going to go down, and we can have that vector math involved. And we could do that with all kinds of directions. It's not opposing directions or perpendicular directions. We can do it with all directions. But when the argument is provided for only one direction, then yeah, we're going to address only one direction.
Well, that's the thing. I think that when you're talking about the different vectors, and the only example to give is that one linear direction, you understand why it's not good enough for flat earthers to think, oh, okay, that makes sense, because
that's the most force.
Not really.
That's a direction with the most force. So the other forces that you're talking about, as far as, let's say, the revolution around the sun, that force, and then the sun's revolution around the galactic center. Oh, there's so many big numbers. Those forces are magnitudes lower than the Earth's rotational spin. So if you can't feel the Earth's rotational spin, adding incredibly smaller numbers does nothing to the argument.
It's like if you drew a straight line on a piece of paper to the best of your ability without using a straight edge, and then you stretch that out to a galactic scale, you'd be sitting on a very curvy line. It wouldn't be a
zigzag.
straight line
but is it curvy enough to make a ball?
Just trying to let you know, it'd be curvy enough to make a spiral.
Yeah, well, all these things are extreme claims, regardless if they're true or not. That's the point to begin with. I'd like to hear what Gio has to say about this. In fact, I was going to mention earlier when we were talking about the person from a different state might have a different opinion about the weather. And I was laughing my ass off when I heard Gio say earlier that he's a connoisseur of puke or something like that. Like one puke is totally different for one, puking is totally different depending on what drug and everything else.
That's not quite
No,
what
I just thought of it. I know, but it kind of, right?
Well, what I said is
that you're
that
purging. I understand.
in particular, I was mentioning in reference to working with medicines like ayahuasca, where you have a lot of different purges. I was just saying, in that sense, there's like almost in a sense like a practice of how to like be in the present moment and how to release that energy and how to be okay with that process, how to like work through any uncomfortability with it. That's more what I was referring to.
Right. What do you think about the sensing of the different orbital tracts and vectors? Gio, do you accept the Baller's explanation that we wouldn't actually feel all these different movements?
Well, yeah, I've been listening these last couple of minutes and reflecting on what you guys are saying. Yeah, it is interesting. Just this whole discussion. I mean, I guess they're basically. Well, okay. Was there something you were asking me directly, or were you just in terms of my thoughts on it?
I was asking you directly what your take is on this, because it seems like the crux of the argument in a way, because the movement, if there is no movement, then everything seems to be reverse engineered to make it seem like we're moving, and that all of these measurements and distances had to be, out.
Well, yeah, in terms of that, like all the orbital motions, that would all be reverse engineered. I mean, if let's say the Earth is planar and stationary, then the sun is moving, the stars are moving, the wandering stars are moving. So there's a movement of those. So yeah, that would all have to be reverse engineered into a heliocentric system with elliptical orbits, and all the mathematics just reverse engineered in that way. So yeah, that's how it would work mathematically and geometrically.
I'm of the understanding that we actually can't measure an orbital acceleration. Do you think we can, Bio?
Yeah, I think we can. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of
we'll discuss this. Yeah.
I don't have evidence, but I don't see there's no reason not to, regardless of free fall. It's not. Yeah. I guess in all technicalities, I guess you could describe it as free fall around the sun. But there's still a change in direction that occurs, and I think that's what we can measure. I think anyway.
Okay.
Well, I guess that would be
at
the crux of it, because like on one hand, this could just be a philosophical type conversation, like what is my direct experience of the world, what is yours, and what do we think reality is directly, and that's almost more of like from the perspective of the individual and their senses and their concept of reality, and that's sort of a separate topic. But what you guys are describing are what you're claiming are scientific measurements or, direct measurements of the movement, and that is what, for a lot of us, is in contention, because I, to this day, have never seen anything solid for that. To even, so what I'm saying is that, let's say there's a group of people, there's 20 people, and 10 of them are sitting there saying, nope, I'm not moving, everything's stationary, here the sun, moon, and stars are moving 100%. And then the other group says, no, we swear to God you're moving, you're going really fast, and you're going upside down and all this stuff. Then the one group that says they're stationary from their direct experience versus the other one, you guys that are claiming that there's an absolute measurement or test of this, I mean, talk about the burden of proof in that sense. Like, if you're claiming that, because the default reality, both groups would agree that everything is appearing stationary and not moving, and the sun, moon, and stars are moving. So that's at the crux of it. So what have you come to in your understanding? I'm not trying to tell you to prove it to me. I'm just saying, what has proven it to yourself? Like, why have you come to the conclusion?
Weight changes with latitude, fiber optic gyro, Foucault pendulum, those sort of things. They don't make. There's no reason for that to happen on a flat Earth.
Well, and I've looked at all of those in depth, and I am in no way convinced that proves any motion of the Earth. And I have understandings of how it does work on a stationary plane within my own self. So that's why, to me, those are not convincing.
Why does weight change with latitude on a flat plane?
Sorry, what are you saying?
Why would the weight correlate with latitude on a flat plane?
Do you have the okay? Where's your validation that happens? Let's start there.
Yeah, Critical Think did a great analysis of it. Actually, it even took into account a few other variables like pressure and altitude and that sort of shit. They did a great one.
Wolfie did the same as well.
Yep, I've done some basic shit, but I didn't publish it.
Well, I mean, my understanding of why pendulums work the way they do, like Foucault pendulum, and
that's not what was asked, though.
Yeah, it was a weight change with latitude. Yeah.
Right, but it's similar. It's similar because it changes by latitude. So what makes sense to me is that there's an electromagnetic field, and that field has layers to it, just like on a dartboard where you have the different, numbers. You get 10 points, 20 points, 30 as you go out or as you come in, kind of thing. In the same way, the electromagnetic field would be a spectrum across the Earth, and that the whole thing is interconnected, and that the equator is the midpoint of that. And so that is why the pendulum functions. I've yet to see I haven't done it myself, the weight difference, so I can't say from personal experience, but I've also yet to see a presentation of it that looked like it was, solid to validate. However, if
Critical Think used a magnet in his. Pretty sure Critical Think used a magnet in his experiment as well, just to show that it has no effect.
As far as the your claim, Gio, it's obviously you've been shown a few times. I'll find a video to validate my claim. But as far as your claim, the electromagnetic field having spectrum, do you have evidence of that in which there's a consistent decrease or increase away from, I guess you could say, North Pole, or variations between the equator, north and south? Do you have any evidence of these things, since you require evidence of us?
Well, I don't require evidence of you at all. I'm not asking for it, but I was just saying, in terms of that idea of the two groups, like if you were to present it, you'd have to come up with something really strong. You're asking if I have direct measurements of the geostatic field of the Earth?
No, I'm asking, do you have evidence to validate your claim as a possible explanation to weight change as you change in latitude?
Nope, not currently.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would say that the true way to measure the geostatic field of the Earth in terms of equipment has yet to be invented and discovered, and that will be.
Well, that's handy, isn't it?
Yep, but it's still possible to know it's there if you're aware of the ether, if you have capacities beyond your senses. There's definite ways to understand how that field is functioning, and it makes complete sense when you have the different. It's like layers of an onion. So everything has that component to it. All fields contain spectrum and variation. And the fact that we have differences in latitude and differences in like altitude, latitude, longitude, that whole system in terms of pressure and in terms of all of these functions. I think gravity, quote unquote gravity, is an electromagnetic, electrostatic type phenomenon. I would refer to it as geostatic.
Right.
But you see what you've done? You've proposed an explanation that literally cannot be measured. So how on earth did you come up with that explanation?
Right. It's one of those.
I gotta go. Catch you guys later.
It's one of those.
You are measuring it. You're measuring it. That's what you're doing.
You just said there's no way to.
When you use a Foucault's pendulum and when you do these things, that is what you're measuring. You guys are claiming you're measuring Earth curve. I'm telling you, you're actually measuring the field of the Earth. Now, I'm still not claiming that that's 100% measurement because those things don't isolate anything. Meaning that even if it was the Earth moving, Foucault's pendulum still wouldn't isolate it. Therefore, in the same way, even though I'm saying you are measuring it with a Foucault's pendulum, I'm not going to claim that that's validation of it because, again, it doesn't isolate anything, so it doesn't work. It doesn't work for either. However, it's still clearly reflecting and observing and measuring something.
We're not speaking to a Foucault pendulum. I don't know why you keep bringing it up. I think it's because it's fun and it was talked about a lot. What's being discussed right now is using weights and scales at different latitudes. When it's calibrated for one latitude, and then you go to another one and you read a different weight. I did post a video from Wolfie doing this, in which he calibrates in one location. I believe it was a 500 gram weight. He moves to another latitude and he measures a different weight. So as far as evidence of our claim and it not being provided to you, here you go. But you just said yourself, specifically to the electromagnetic field, you said that there's no way to measure that. So to claim that would be more irresponsible because at least we can provide evidence. Whether it's good or bad, whether you accept it or not is one thing. But you said you can't provide evidence for your claim.
I never said I could not provide evidence. You asked me for an isolation way to measure the geostatic field of the Earth. And for that, in terms of that full equipment, I referred to that would have to yet be invented, just like there was a time where we couldn't measure magnetic fields or electric fields and that had to be invented. So, however, that doesn't mean that there's not evidence for it. There's massive evidence for it. Weather systems, the Foucault's pendulum, there's multiple things that indicate the variation in the field. So there is something being measured and directly observed. The thing is, you guys, the reason I'm saying Foucault's pendulum bio is because it's very similar to the weights at latitudes. In my mind, it's functioning on the same part of the spectrum of the magnetic field of the Earth. So that's why they're correlated in my mind. But yeah, I realize you're referring to something different. But the thing is, you guys are just using these. What it is these are observations of an effect. So you guys are using these observation of the effect to then claim that we're on a big globe that's spinning. And that is where I don't agree that that's proof of anything. So when you say I don't have absolute validation of what that is, I would say 1,000% neither do you.
We do because we can predict these things. We can calculate them. We can say if the Earth is this big and it's a sphere, and if it's rotating at this particular speed at this location, the weight of this 500 gram thing will be that value. And if we're calibrated at that location and we change our latitude in X amount of degrees, now we should expect to see this amount of weight on the scale. And we get that every time. That's how it's, in your words, 1,000% validated. I won't use the word proven, but it is validated because we can predict to a high degree of certainty and we can validate that prediction.
Have you ever thought that the distance between the ground and the sky on a planar Earth is 3959? So when they reverse engineer the 3959 for the spinning globe Earth, that's why you think that mathematics all fits. But in fact, that is not the case, that it's just reverse engineering because there is a 3959 in which they hijacked. Have you ever thought about it that way?
I don't change subjects. If someone else wants to address that, that's fine.
Oh, that's precisely right on target with the subject. Yep. That's exactly, because you just said that if we imagine a globe Earth and then you were talking about the weights and how gravity functions on those weights. And what I'm saying is that you're making that as if you've predicted a model that's solid. And what the main thing that's used for that is the 3959, one of the main things in terms of all their equations for gravity. So what I'm saying is that if there is a 3959 number involved in the sacred geometrical structures of the universe, then indeed you have not isolated anything once again in terms of it being a globe Earth, but you have once again reverse engineered mathematics.
No, because when it comes to gravity, as you put it, the size of the Earth doesn't matter. We don't use 3959 when it comes to gravity and making predictions and making calculations. So your assertion is false, obviously.
Oh, that's not true. Gravity is directly connected to the 3959.
No, when it comes to the Earth, sure, the size of the Earth will change the amount of acceleration is exhibited for gravity. Sure, but when
That's
we're
the
when
whole
we're
thing.
calculating, when
That's
we're
the whole thing.
calculating, when we're calculating, we don't require that. That's not a constant that is required. We can do these gravity calculations separate from Earth. We can do it on another planet. We can do it on the moon. We can do it for each other. I could do it with my chicken tender and my turkey. The size of the Earth doesn't matter when we're making these calculations.
Well, what I'm saying is this. You're talking about weights being different at different latitudes. So if you have a huge, massive spinning globe and you have gravity that's clinging things to it, and in your whole in that whole model, the idea that you'd have this minor different weight is nonsensical in my mind. However, even if you want to claim that that's what's happening, kind of like Coriolis, it's like, oh, like the atmosphere is clung to the Earth, but it's like a little bit different to where it causes this because of the actual, you're kind of like, no, we can't feel rotation, but hey, I can detect it in this little scale over here. I guess if you're going to do that, I like, okay, let's just take that on face value that you're making that leap. But the next point to bring up is why I brought up the radius in 3959, because that's intimately connected to the calculation for the gravity that you're using to then claim that the weight is different at these different latitudes connected to
for
that.
the weight. Yeah, for the weight itself, sure. But as far as gravity as a term, it's not required. But when we're talking about these claims that we're making, these are predictable and calculable. If you give me raw data of your situation, your weight at your latitude, at your elevation, da da da, and then you say I'm going to go to this spot on Earth that has this elevation, this latitude, da da da, I can predict to a magnitude what you would expect to weigh yourself as. That's the amount of, I guess you could say, power that we have as far as how knowledgeable we are on the subject. So it's not just wild claims. There's predictive power. That's one of the best. That is one of the best tools within science, is to be able to accurately predict results before you do them.
Right, but you still haven't isolated anything. So I could make a whole story and say that we're on a stationary Earth and that there's the ether and everything's drifting. I could, just like you've made a story that we're on a globe spinning through outer space, I could make that, and I'm just using the word story just to make it equal, and then claim that weighing things at different latitudes proves the geostatic field variation.
Right,
I
right.
could do that. See, I wouldn't do that because I wouldn't use measuring weights to prove anything, because it doesn't isolate anything unless you have an actual real independent variable, which you don't. But if you did, then I might be able to think of it as being useful. But what I'm just saying is that what you're doing, in my opinion, is just rhetoric, because just like I could build a story about that and say that the weights prove it, you could build a story about a globe and say that the weights prove it. In both of those particular cases, neither of them are validated or isolated. However, I do think that in terms of Foucault's pendulum, I don't deny Foucault's pendulum and these different things that work at different latitudes. So there is clearly something being measured and observed, which is what I'm referring to as the geostatic field of the Earth, the drift of the ether, and the actual system that we live in. And then in terms of measuring that, yeah, we're going to need a device, just like we have a device to pick up, electric, like UV and infrared. We're going to have, if that's what you want to see, then that's what you would have to wait for until that is developed.
Yeah, I'm going to address what he said at the beginning. You can make up, as Ruhif stated earlier, and as I agreed with, you can make up whatever story you want. The problem comes in whether you have predictive power behind it, and if you have a derivation of the explanation. Because when it comes to gravity and these different weight changes, we have that derivation. The experiments have been done and measured to find the gravitational constant. That value is consistent every single time to a high degree of certainty. Using that as well as other variables, we have consistent results. So we just extrapolate that and apply it to the size of the Earth. That's
okay,
it.
then summarize for me
derivation
in your
and
mind,
our
like
source of our predictive power.
Like, forget for a minute about trying to convince someone of something. Just think in your own mind for a moment. What has convinced you in detail that that's actually the case? Because you're talking about, it's kind of like you're selling it. But you're selling it. I kind of want to hear more how you came to it yourself.
Gio, I've done it. I've done it, man. I've done it. That's how I, quote unquote, if you want to use the word, convinced myself. I've done it, man. Plenty of evidence is out there.
What are you referring to?
The gravitational constant. I've done that. It is consistent. You can move the distance between two objects. You can change the value of the mass of two objects. That gravitational constant is the same throughout.
I got you, man. I don't deny that there is gravity, what you're referring to as gravity. There absolutely is forces in the world that exist and that the reason things fall. But what I'm more asking you, it's not about whether you think that exists. I'm asking you, why do you think it concludes that you're on a huge globe spinning through outer space?
Oh, you just want me to extrapolate. If that's the only piece of information I've ever had within science, I wouldn't be able to set through some evidence that follows that
You're
we're on a
roboting.
globe rather than a flat Earth. And then other evidence. How's it now? Am I clear?
Yeah, I think it's better now, but it
Right.
roboted off.
So I'll try to summarize. If that was the only piece of evidence I've had, I probably wouldn't claim a globe. But it's that not contradicting anything else that we understand within reality as far as evidences, observations, experiments. The non-contradictory status of that points to a globe, and that just adds to it.
Right, but we didn't really. We started this conversation about the actual weights and the latitudes, and that was your guys' proof for why we're on a huge spinning ball. So I'm not really. I know you're saying that you have other things you've heard that point to something, but I'm not really referring to like pointing. I'm talking about, because we were actually talking about the weights, and so that's why I was asking you what you've done to conclude that it is that, just from the weights, because that's what we actually started this on in terms of the latitude.
It's my understanding of forces and how forces interact with objects and how forces interact with each other in a net force equation. My understanding.
Okay, so can you perceive an idea? Yeah.
All right. It is non-contradictory to my understanding of other evidences. If I had this particular evidence that I understand and then something else that is well understood that directly contradicts it, I would have to assume that that was wrong or that I'm wrong. So far, it all works together.
Yeah, man. Well, you're on your journey like we all are. That's all good. So let me ask you this. Like, are you open to the understanding of the possibility that we are actually on a stationary plane with the sun, moon, and stars moving, and there is whatever we refer to as gravity happening, and that all of these things, the weights, the altitude, water boiling at different, altitudes, Foucault's pendulum, all these things are actually functioning on a stationary Earth with a geostatic, electrostatic field of some sort. I'm using geo just meaning geo means Earth, so just Earth static field, and that there is ether drift, which has to do with why gyroscopes precess and why the pendulum. Like, are you open to that being the reality?
I'm open to it, presented the right evidence. I'm always open to being presented evidence that contradicts my position. I'm always open to that. Please present that.
No, I got you, dude. I mean, I think I've said before, I think we're at about stage 2 out of 10 of this whole journey of coming away from this globe Earth deception thing. So yeah, I mean, if you view it from that perspective, then whatever you're seeking will, I'm sure, become more and more present as the years carry on. So I think
it's
pretty early in the game. So I think that only those that have a really accurate truth discernment capacity are able to realize this at this moment. That's not putting anyone down. I'm just saying that's where it's at the moment. But whatever evidence you want to see physically will take time to develop because, there's funding, time, resources needed to get these things concluded.
Just say that you don't have the evidence to provide, Gio. It's a lot quicker and shorter.
Yo, where's everyone been at all weekend? I've been looking for you motherfuckers. I was sitting in gems for fucking the past 2 days, killing them, absolutely killing them. That's nonetheless, I missed you guys.
Jeremy,
definitely missed you. Definitely missed you, Bio. Where the fuck you been at? I ain't seen you in weeks.
Vacation, man. It's been nice not being here. I only came back because I did the chicken and turkey mass attracting mass instead of using metal.
You use chicken and a turkey?
So I used chicken tenders for my internal mass. I'll post a picture in chat. I used chicken tenders for my internal mass, and I used 21-pound turkeys as my external masses.
But all right. You got to use. Did you use a magnometer and a? Because there's a lot of metal in our foods and drinks that they sell. Also, do you have a Helmholtz coil? You may not need that if you have a magnometer, I guess. Best to just nullify the whole
Whatever
thing,
you're
though.
asking
Fucking
for,
Langmuir probe.
whatever you're asking for, I'll give you a PO box and you can send it, and I'll add it to my experiment. But yeah, it was pretty cool using
That is pretty neat,
instead of
though.
metals,
Chicken tenders.
using food.
Yeah, now we got chicken attracts turkey and lead attracts lead. You're really working up quite a list here.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent and predictable.
Yeah.
So I was nodding off. I thought chicken tenders attracting turkeys. Did I hear correctly?
Right. Yeah,
Yep.
We got it.
I did my experiment again, and instead of using brass and cast iron, I used chicken tenders and turkey, a whole turkey.
You got brass attracting iron, lead attracting lead, and chicken attracting turkey. I mean, what else do you need, really? What more can you do?
You're right, but it won't do anything for the conversation.
Where do you go
actually
here?
have a video of this?
Yeah,
well, I think bio. I mean, you were talking about evidence before. I think that's at the crux of it. I mean, the quality of the evidence and what the evidence actually shows is where the truth discernment comes in.
Okay. SEI. I streamed it today for about 7 hours, and then turned it off before I left because it's obviously whole turkeys defrosting. So I threw them back in the freezer so it wouldn't fuck my garage. But yeah, I did it today.
Sorry for laughing, bro, but it is kind of funny.
No, it is funny, but what's even funnier is that people question that the Cavendish or iterations of it is just magnetism attracting each other because it's metal. So instead of using metal, I used organic material and got the same effect. So
I mean, bro, I could have mass attracting mass on a flat Earth. That's not even a problem for me.
No, I agree. I've said it many times. Mass attracting mass, in a way, could exist on a flat Earth. There are implications, but just that principle, yeah, it could totally exist on a flat Earth. Yeah.
But there's also the idea that I've presented, which is that it's not actually the mass attracting the mass by the fact that it's mass, but it's actually the electromagnetic and electrostatic fields that encompass the actual physical matter, which is what is creating any flux within the ether of that matter.
Just need the evidence. I can provide evidence for my claim.
So it would just be...
So.
My bad.
No, that's it. Sorry.
So it would just be like a local gravity thing. Like the mass near another mass would be attracting that mass, not all the mass gathered up together, you're saying, Gio?
Well, what I'm suggesting is that all matter material has an actual field, and then that field interacts with the rest of the whole system. And so if there's a connection between those two fields, then you're going to get a little movement, a little flux, which is what they're picking up. It's like a pulsating flux type energy, which I think it's because the ether has a vortexual structure to it. So it's almost like a screw when you put a screw into something. It's also the way the sun, moon, and stars are all spiraling. It's the universal Fibonacci like spiral nature. And so that is what is actually causing the Cavendish device, is the actual flux of the ether.
That's not true because it doesn't flux. When we make our measurements, make our marks, it's not a flux. It's not a vibration. It's not a pulsating rhythm. You wait for it to come to rest at that.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting it's pulsating. I'm saying it's a flux.
You just said it was.
Of the energy.
Just said it was.
Well, it is. You stretch it out over time. If you're building these devices, it is. It's just
no, it isn't. I mean, it's oscillating, but that's because you introduce a force to a pendulum, of course. But that's not the force that's involved. If it were pulsating, it would never come to rest, and it does come to rest. So it's not pulsating, as you said.
Well, I said the word flux. It is pulsating in terms of if you set several devices up, you're going to get that movement, is what I'm referring to. It's a perturbation of the ether.
It isn't, but I mean, you could say those words, but it isn't.
So what do you think caused the attraction? First of all, you got an attraction, right?
Correct. Yeah, of course.
So you're saying it's strictly the mass. You're going strictly by the classical interpretation.
Just the interaction of two masses, man. Yep, that's That's all I've got, because I did it with metal, and the magnetism argument exists, though I think it's weak. So I did organic material, and it's the same thing. I only have one conclusion at the moment.
I don't know, bro. I think Geo's like electrostatic, kind of an electrostatic kind of a force. Maybe I would tend to go with something like that more than the mass itself.
I would too if he provided proper evidence, but because he hasn't, I can't subscribe to that. I would just need the evidence. That's it.
Well, but you're subscribing to something, in my opinion, that doesn't have adequate evidence to isolate anything. Meaning that, okay, like you would agree with this. Well, you would agree with this. Let's say, Bile, let's say that in your lifetime, you come to the conclusion, we all come to the conclusion, the whole Earth, that indeed the Earth is a stationary plane. Let's just say that's the case. Well, you would then, let's say that happens in 5 years, 2 years, whatever it is. You would then look back on this, or you could do this experiment again, and you would say, I was getting that result. And at that point, you would have to think about how it's actually working and not having anything to do with, these things that you're saying in terms of like, well, I guess with like, spin of the Earth, like all of these things. But in terms of this one, that it, indeed wasn't actually the mass attracting the mass, you would then have to realize it was something else, right? You'd have to think about what
you're 100% correct, Gio. And that's what I've been saying this whole time. As you presented it, if I get in contradictory information that I can validate, that has been validated, that has been tested countless times, and it's pointing contradictory to gravity, yes, I would have to accept scientific evidence to dictate what I subscribe to. Yes. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, in which if you want to make a claim of something that's contradictory to mine, please provide the evidence. Until then, it would be crazy of me to subscribe to that based on no evidence.
Well, see, what I would say, I hear what you're saying right there, but what I would say right back to that is that in my understanding of what you're doing, you're subscribing to a conclusion, a model, all of that without actual full evidence for that model. You are experiencing an effect. You're observing, measuring an effect, but I don't think from what you've done that it isolates what you think it does. So therefore, my understanding of what you're doing is just blindly subscribing to one rather than the other.
Oh, okay. Speaking to the term blindly subscribing, I have put my hands on it. I have done it. I have manipulated it. I've used metal. I've used organic material. I've done all these things. You can't provide any evidence for your reason to subscribe to something else. So who is blindly subscribing to something?
How much attraction do you expect?
I'll wait for Gio's response, because I've addressed that question to you yesterday.
I'm waiting.
Well, I guess, I think in some way we're talking past each other, but I think we're maybe getting each other. But what I'm saying, I hear what you're saying, but the thing is that it's not really about like in this conversation, it's not, in my opinion, like we're both suggesting different components, but what I'm saying is that the actual information of you measuring that movement hasn't isolated anything. Therefore, that's the case, that you are just blindly believing in that. The reason I think it's ether and all this stuff has to do with my direct lived experience of reality and the creation process and how reality is being created and my direct connection with it. In terms of physical machinery, I think that currently on Earth, we don't have all of the machinery to measure every single component of the Earth's electromagnetic field.
Right, so you subscribe to something without evidence at the moment. Right, I agree. That's what you do.
My evidence in terms of for myself has nothing to do with proving anything to you or anyone else. My direct evidence of it is my direct experiential connection to reality directly, meaning that I can literally sense the electric fields of the Earth and can feel the ether drifting in a sense, and am actually connected to the way that this system was made. So in terms of my direct evidence, that's mine in a way.
How do we prove that wrong?
Biodor, can you make a correlation, direct correlation
I'm not interested
between
in proving any one of it? So it's not really. I'm just sharing my understanding and my reality.
Which we're going to push to the side. Personal experience is pushed to the side when we're speaking to objective reality. Sorry, Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I guess what I'll say is in the end, you'll see that I'm actually right. So I'm just telling you now.
How do we make a direct correlation between a mass attracting mass and the shape of the Earth? How does that correlate?
So there's implications when we're talking about a force that's centered at the middle of something. If there's a force that's originating in the middle of an object and it's pulling equally in all directions, then as material exists around it, it will be attracted to it. And the most natural shape in this occurrence, such as a magnet, if a magnet pulls in all directions, the same distance from the center, it pulls the same amount, and we can see that it curves itself. It's that equilibrium of the material around it is going to force it into a spherical shape. So if a given mass attracts mass, and the source of this force is in the middle of an object, and it is equal in all directions, then yeah, of course it's going to form a sphere. It's the same way when you blow a bubble. When you blow a bubble, you're introducing a force into the middle of it, and it expands equally. It's a sphere every time.
How did we come up with this conclusion that everything attracts to the center of mass? How do we get there?
One way we can do that is like I did in my first experiment. The last part of the test, I reversed my external weights just to show that, okay, let's say that it was magnetism. If I reverse the weights, it must repel. But they didn't. They attracted, and it was the same deviation. So we know that in this direction, the force is an X amount. When we turn it around and keep all other parameters the same, just reverse it, it's the same amount of force in that direction. And now if we had the funding, we can get into deeper experiments in that case, and we will find that it's equal. Given everything's equal, changing the direction of that object doesn't change the amount of force or the direction of the force. So that's where we would extrapolate to the Earth.
If you have a trillion people on one side of a tug of war, and you have a trillion people on the other side, and this is actually favoring your argument, by the way, because it's a lot more than that. How do you know how much force one person is pulling on one side?
And if the material that you're flipping over, if it isn't magnetic, what would flipping the material? What would it accomplish?
Just showing that you don't have an opposite interaction just by turning it around like you do a magnet. But as far as Riggs, your question, I don't exactly know, and I think it's an impossible question, but I'll still attempt to answer it because I don't care. I would set up a meter on the other side of this rope, and people will just pull. As it relates to gravity or mass attracting mass, I don't think that you would be able to do that because part of mass attracting mass is distance. So the distance of that trillionth person to the other side of the rope is so massive that mass won't have an effect on that side.
But you can't even tell me like how much attraction that you would expect, right?
It's calculable, but I would expect 0.
Okay, so then if you expect 0, then why do you see anything?
What do you? I did not perform an experiment with a trillion people pulling on a rope.
Well, no, but
So
the effect of gravity on that scale is essentially 0. So how are you claiming that that's the one impeding force that's causing the observation?
No, it's not. It's not the one impeding force. It's a calculable amount, and that's why I use different material.
Well, I thought Riggs worded that really well. That was well said. Because, yeah, and that's it was similar to what I was asking, and I was going to say, like, does anyone else in this room think that he's isolated anything with this?
Nothing at all. He hasn't isolated anything. Just a pure correlation.
Exactly. He seems to think but he seems to think that he's isolated something that is proving this whole model to him.
I'm not proving anything. I'm validating a hypothesis.
Okay, well, we agree that the effect of attraction exists, and that would exist on both models because you're.
Just wait for silence, and then I'll chime in. Go ahead.
Well, that's why I asked him the original question: that what is it that he's concluding? Let's just say, let's give him mass attract mass, right? Let's put it as a given. What does it actually prove? Because even if we lived on the star, wouldn't mass still attract mass? What does it matter the shape of the Earth at that point?
Well, of course, that's another argument that we present is that the moon is spherical, stars are spherical, other planets are spherical. That's part of the argument in which it doesn't just apply to Earth; it applies to all masses. And when we're talking about a planetary scale, we see other spheres in the sky, of course.
The moon appears to look round. The sun appears to look round. Planets, we don't really know what they are. We've labeled them planets, right? They could be stars, which are light, and light always appears to be round, right? So you could be mistaken about all of these premises that you just laid down.
We could see the surface. We could see the surface of planets. Man.
Does space act like a fluid?
We could see the outer atmosphere of Jupiter. We could see that there's a hurricane. We can see these fine details. It's not that these are just light sources that are blurry. If they're blurry, you're using a shit camera. Use a telescope. We can see these fine details, and especially with Jupiter, it has so many moons, and those moons cast shadows, and we can see them moving around Jupiter. So we can see different angles of the same thing that is always circular. So if you're seeing an object that's circular from almost every angle, to say that it's a sphere is not a leap of faith. That's just empirical.
I'm happy to admit they're spheres. You've made math to predict their motions, and then you've attributed this mass quantity while also coming up with a number system or a value system for the Earth that we're on, even though that's total correlation, and then asserting that this has a relationship with these other sizes and masses. But regardless, does space act like a fluid? Does it perform like a fluid?
What a weird fucking question.
Well, I mean, these are things that we know,
right? I'll take the claim that you take the luminaries as spheres, and I'll say I propose that they're discs, that they're round discs and not sphere. How would you refute me?
Well, take for instance the moon. You can actually see, instead of seeing 50% of it, which would be a disk, you actually see 59% of it.
Okay, so space doesn't act like a fluid then, right?
What's that called? Lunar aberration?
Well,
right?
I think you're right, Gio.
Is that what you're talking about, Extremis?
Yes.
Yeah, that is cool. That is definitely a cool phenomenon. Are you saying that somehow indicates to you more spherical in it? Is that what you're thinking?
That's what it proves, essentially. If it looks like a disk, but you're seeing more than half of it over a period of time, the only possible shape is spherical.
Okay, I wouldn't come to that conclusion, even if I thought the premise that you said was true myself. But if you do, I hear you, I guess.
Well, are you guys, have you read the Cheerio effect that I put in the chat? I mean, this is an easily attributable observation that you could have to this, this thing of things attracting in air. Air acts like a fluid. I mean, it's not a hard, it's a very easy thing to prove, and we don't have to guess.
The Cheerio effect?
Yeah, we don't even have to guess about how it works. It's literally just something we know about.
The best way that I could put this is that my experiment showed this movement with a physical barrier in between. So if you want to claim that this Cheerio effect is occurring within through an acrylic chamber, then that's your claim. That's fine. But that's why we set up chambers in between these masses to avoid these kind of effects or possible effects.
Biodor, if you put a magnet on the inside of the acrylic and one on the outside of the acrylic, are you telling me that because this acrylic is in the middle, they won't stick, or they will at least attempt?
They will. They will, because
that's what I'm saying. Forces, if those forces could do it, right? Why other forces can't do the exact same thing?
I didn't. Are you? It sounds like you're trying to defend Cheerio effect as a force. It's not a force.
Hold on.
Phenomenon. It's a phenomenon with a title that's understood.
If you're putting a wall there,
what it requires is no physical barrier. What it requires is this object is in the same fluid as this other object with nothing between, and then that interaction can cause an attraction. What I'm saying is that by putting a physical barrier between, you don't get this Cheerio effect. You could still get forces interacting with each other, such as magnets, sure, but that's totally
claim.
Separate from the Cheerio effect.
That's actually just a claim. If you put a barrier between it, then it's essentially describing that it would close the gap. Okay, so if you put a wall there or put anything between it would still go towards it. It doesn't have to be another piece of chicken or whatever. That's literally the effect of.
They require to be in the same fluid as well as being at the surface of the.
Look, biodual. Understand? Hold on, Jeremy. Let me finish this. This is called surface tension. If you're providing a surface, it will go towards it. Doesn't matter what's on the other side. If you're providing a service,
the same fluid.
Thing.
Only that one fluid, one is contained, but it's still the same fluid as the outside.
No, it's the same type, but you have a barrier. You have two different surfaces. It's like it's saying your wall to your house, if you're on the outside, is one big wall. But when you go on the inside and you go in one bedroom, that same wall on the other side is now a different wall from what you would describe as another bedroom on that same wall. There's a physical barrier in between. We're talking about two different surfaces when you separate it physically.
It would still go to the barrier.
Yeah, let me get it real
You're
quick.
claim, but it doesn't.
Let me get it real quick. So the Cheerios are attracted to each other because of fluid dynamics via surface
tension.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you have your turkey and your chicken nuggets, if there's this surface tension thing going on, the turkey's going to be attracted to this barrier, right? So just like the other thing's going to be attracted to the barrier. So what's the problem?
No, that's not how it works, because you're equating a two-dimensional effect, such as the Cheerio effect, because we're talking about what happens at the surface, to a three-dimensional, to a spatial issue of what we're talking about. This effect is essentially two-dimensional because it's occurring at the surface. We're talking about just that interaction. What this experiment is doing is utilizing all three dimensions with a physical barrier between these two things.
I don't know why it wouldn't go towards the wall. If the surface tension is the thing, first of all, I don't know why it has to be limited to 2D. Nothing's 2D. So I don't know why we're even talking about 2D shit.
Right.
And I don't know why.
I forgot where I was. So that's my fault.
2D just doesn't exist in reality.
I know. I forgot where I was.
We're in reality. We're in reality where 2D things don't exist.
Sure. Go ahead.
That's where we are. But
that is true. Bio, would you disagree with that?
I'm not interested in that stupid conversation. It's a moot point that gets us away from the interesting conversation we're already having.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I had a part B. I had a part two.
No, I know. Yeah.
For two.
Go ahead.
Yeah. For two. I don't see what would stop the turkey from being attracted to the wall and the chicken nuggets being attracted to the wall. Isn't that what the Cheerios do?
Have you heard of the Cheerio effect before today, Jeremy?
Never heard of it before today. Nope.
I know. So why are you asking if it's occurring?
Well, the surface tension thing happens as fluid dynamics, right? That's how it works.
At the surface of something, yes. Not in fluid dynamics all over in every direction and in every interaction. It's at the surface of something, yes.
It also
makes
water curve. It makes water curve. But yeah, go ahead.
So there's a surface of a turkey, and you got the surface of the barrier, right? There's two surfaces.
I don't think you understand, man.
Do you have a better picture so I can see your setup? Because if you're arguing that there's another thing happening, like some kind of 3D thing that we're not talking about, then we're just talking past each other. We're not understanding then.
I understand what you're saying with the Cheerio effect, in which at the surface, there's two objects that are floating, and they seem to be attracted to each other due to surface tension. I understand what you're saying when you're providing that. I'll put it this way, and I'll ask you this way: in what way is the stereo effect that occurs between two objects at the surface of a liquid? How is that correlated or related to this experiment?
That's why I wanted more information, because otherwise, I can just say that due to pressure mediation, the surface tension is going to close the gap regardless. So unless you have, if it's actually 3D and one of those objects can move in any direction, like, a more honest way of doing the experiment, instead of only be limiting to one direction, then, I just need to see your setup better.
Would be dishonest
the pictures.
to add it. It would be dishonest to add more dimensions, because if the hypothesis is true and the torsion ballots can move in all directions, that would mean that Earth's gravity is affecting the experiment. So it would be more dishonest.
Well, what I'm saying is that
the direction of movement.
You have like a railroad track and you have two train cars, and look, they happen to attract towards each other, but they're on a track. They can't go anywhere else. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it was true free reign and they could just go anywhere, right? And then you did have a barrier.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just need to see your setup is what I'm saying, so that I can give accurate commentary.
The way the experiment's performed is that it comes to rest. It's not that it's freely moving and then we all of a sudden introduce what we think is a force. It's that it comes to rest. There's no positive force acting on it. All forces that are acting on it in that moment have a net force of 0. What we do is introduce what we would call a mass close by to it, and now we have a movement.
You get movement. Okay.
According to our hypothesis, we have added a force by putting a mass near it, and because we've added a force, it's only going to be pulled in that one direction a certain amount. So then, due to the torque of the wire, at some point that torque is not going to allow it to pull anymore, and now it's going to go back because of conservation of momentum, and that's when you get the oscillation. But you don't give a shit about the oscillation until it comes to its new resting point, because you've added a force, that resting point is going to be in a different position, because now you don't have a net force of 0 introduced. Now it's going to have a new net force of 0 in a different position. Let me see if I can get a diagram, because I had a bunch for the first one, but I don't have it ready.
Getting right to the core of it then, right with that, like let's just say that everything you said is the case and it's all spot on. Just for the sake of the conversation, I'm still trying to understand how you're coming to the conclusion that it's the mass attracting the mass by nature of them being masses, and the mass actually attracting because it's mass, versus some other effect, perhaps fields, perhaps the environment that it's in, perhaps even, let's just say for a second, fields you're not aware of. How would you know which one it is? Like, where are you coming to that conclusion?
You still needs to be able to calculate the expected attraction so that it matches.
Yeah, I of course can. If you're absolutely asking me, how do I account for things that I don't know exist? You know that there's not a legitimate response that I could give you, and I'm not going to.
How are you coming to the conclusion that it's mass attracting mass by nature of it being mass, versus them attracting for some other reason? I could list 50 possible other ones.
By manipulating the materials that you use, such as I did, because all that's fine. It is an argument that my first experiment was possibly magnetism. Because I used metals, I don't think that that's a crazy idea. I think the amount of interaction that you guys think exists is different from the amount that I think exists. But it's
that's
feasible.
Good that you did that. It's good that you did that. But just like the way the sun emits UV light, the sun emits infrared. What's up? Oh, go ahead.
You obviously heard that I wasn't done. Because the first experiment, as I just said, you could change materials. The first experiment used metals. This experiment that I did today was organic material, to get away from that excuse. And I still heard it today.
Okay, so and that's why I was trying to respond to it before you jumped on to the next thing. Okay, so let's just take that. So you're talking about a magnetic field, like changing it from metal to another substance, right? Okay, so that would definitely indicate one spectrum of a magnetic field. But just like the sun has UV light, infrared light, different kinds of spectrums to it, I would say that electric fields are the same. So there's different spectrums to them. So I wouldn't expect that to change it, because the type of attraction that my understanding of how that's happening has to do with the actual like Earth static fields, like the static fields that exist within matter and within the Earth to create all of these components that we experience, all the physics. So what I'm saying, even just right to that, like even if you change materials, if it's the actual static field that I'm referring to, that wouldn't matter either. Therefore, it wouldn't be that you are isolating something by doing that in terms of how the electric, a magnetic field, if you're talking about that spectrum of like an actual magnet or electric field. So in that way, that's good, but it still doesn't actually prove that it's not something else, because again, like you're not isolating anything. That's why I keep coming back to, like, you're not actually isolating anything. You're getting a result, but then you're making a logical leap. In my understanding, you're making a leap to just a perception like that it's the actual mass attracting the mass, for example, instead of any myriad of other possibilities.
Just using the evidence that I have, the evidence that I produce, the evidence of others. I'm only using the evidence. What are you basing it off of, if not just your personal experience?
Well, no, if you're talking about the evidence of things like a Cavendish device doing what it does, yeah, even if we both sat there and measured it rigorously, then we both would agree, yep, we're getting this measurement. This is happening. This is doing, that. So, but with that alone, I don't think that that's sufficient evidence to prove anything. So
No, I know you don't.
I wouldn't use it to say, I could say, oh, well, just because of that, it proves that this ether field and this and that, but I wouldn't do that because it doesn't isolate anything either way. And that's why I'm wondering how you're going to the one where it's the mass and it's the globe and all that, without the evidence actually showing that.
I've explained it, and the evidence does. Again, I'm gonna corner you on this. In what way for the claims that you're making, what evidence do you have to provide? At least, even if you disagree with my claim, at least I'm providing evidence. And again, even if you disagree with my evidence, I am providing evidence for my claim. Can you provide evidence for your claim, even if I disagree with it?
I do have an idea, is how about scaling down that Foucault's pendulum into a small scale model, and you put it onto a spinning ball and see what precession it makes.
There you go. I think it wouldn't swing at all. We all know it would just fly and flop all over.
No, please don't obfuscate. Please don't change the subject. Gio, can you please respond to my question? Do you have evidence, even if I were to disagree with the quality of the evidence? Do you have evidence to support your claim?
Of what?
Everything that you've claimed, as far as replacing my explanation of mass attracting mass with electromagnetism, whether it's metal, whether it's organic, replacing my explanation
we're
with
trying
yours,
to figure it out, right?
No. He's made the claim.
Do we have to replace your wrong correlation with another wrong correlation?
He has made the claim. It's not that he denied my claim and then I'm asking for a possible explanation. He has given a possible explanation. I'm just asking why he would assert that. That's all.
But sometimes when you're looking at the divine universe and where we stay, it may not all come down to maths and logic and science.
Bio, can you?
Well, ironically, in a way, Bio, I would say that first of all, I'm not claiming that I did a Cavendish and that it proves anything. So
didn't say you did.
Right. So I'm not making that claim. However, what I have done is shared with you why I think those devices are doing what they're doing and the fields that are involved. I would say that everything we do on Earth is studying the Earth, the way everything works, whatever we want to refer to as gravity, the we agree that all matter has a measurable electrostatic potential. That is true. So it is measurable. All these, you keep saying it's not measurable. It is. I mean, you can also measure 100 volts per meter.
I never said that.
Richard, hold on, don't interrupt. Let me just finish. Richard Feynman won a Nobel Prize where, so for every meter you go up, there's 100 volts of higher essentially it's a potential discharge of electrical voltage. So there literally is a spectrum measurable in the Earth. All physical matter has a measurable electrostatic and electromagnetic potential, and it all relates with each other in these ways, static, and then the static fields and how that brings things together. So actually all of this is measurable. What I'm just suggesting is that there is an additional spectrum that has either been hidden from us and or is not fully understood in the mainstream. That is what gravity actually is and what's actually causing these effects. And I think that's been usurped and hidden and then replaced with this globe model. So it's kind of at the core of the whole deception.
Right. So your whole explanation, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that my evidence and explanation is not good enough because you think that there's something that hasn't been discovered or that we are not privy to that can explain it. So something that we're unaware of is explaining it is your response then.
Yep, explain the abominable, explain a Yeti. Many thousands of people have seen them, but they can't explain it.
Totally missing the point. What Gio is providing, is providing is an explanation based on no evidence.
Well, I think we're still somehow talking past each other because, okay, let's say Cavendish is doing what it's doing, right? I would not use that to make any isolation claim. However, the device is still doing what it's doing. Therefore, I'm telling you how I understand that to be happening and what's actually going on. So does that make sense? Like, I don't think that proves anything. However, it is the observation of an effect. And since it's the observation of an effect, it has a reason as to why that's happening. So I'm telling you what I think the reason to be and what I know the reason to be. If you're asking for like, I don't like, what would you want ideally? Would you want like a little device with a little monitor on it and it just says reading the geostatic field and then you would move it around? Like, is that what you want? A way
I
to
only need evidence, Gio.
because we can already measure all of the electric fields. We already can measure all of these other electric fields. So it would make sense that it's part of that spectrum.
We already can measure those things, yet we still claim mass attracting mass as one of those interactions. Isn't that quite telling that we are fully aware of electromagnetic fields? We are fully aware of magnetic fields.
So are you saying
these spectrums so well? We understand these things so well that you could provide them, as you said, with Feynman winning a Nobel Prize, with that much understanding, yet we still press mass attracting mass as well. Isn't that more compelling than you saying it's electromagnetic field in some way or a phenomena that I can't validate in any way? It's that over what you're claiming.
No, I'm not claiming any of that, what you just said, but none of that. What I would say is that mass attracting mass is about 20 to 30 years out of date. I would assume you're already aware of that. They don't push that really at all anymore. It's really this bending and warping of space-time, the Einstein, which, that whole bonanza. So that's what
Two sides of the same coin, Gio.
That's what they're pushing in terms of trying to remove the actual knowledge of the ether and the environment that we live in, the electromagnetic fields. Because the thing about these electrostatic fields, and here's where the really core of it comes, there's a whole spectrum that you can extract infinite electricity out of the air. Tesla was using it. So this is complete free energy. The energy that we're using today is made by those devices and sent to power plants where it's stored in nuclear sludge and then sent to our houses. So literally it's already—
Do you have evidence of this?
So in terms of like, they used the entire globe Earth and the Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time for this whole thing and the whole gravity deception, partly to hide the actual spectrum that I'm referring to. This is part of this geostatic field. I'm just saying geo, not because of my name on here is geo. It's just because geo means Earth. So I'm just using that term like an Earth static field. And they're already using it to pull free energy. So that is literally why they're hiding it at the core of through the whole Einsteinian deception.
Do you have evidence of this?
Yeah, show me mass attracting mass experiment.
Oh, hold on.
Absolutely. Every
Every
conclusion I come to is always through massive amounts of evidence. When I say massive, I'm not trying to say it's like, I'm just saying through multiple, I should say, just multiple streams of evidence, always. Yeah.
Can you provide any?
For what?
Like
for Einsteinian, for the entire Einsteinian space-time religion?
For free energy being harnessed and being transmitted to power plants. That's what I want.
Oh, okay. That is completely and totally guarded by the most elite military in the world. So, yeah.
And there it is. Thank you.
That is something that we're going to have to reacquire once this current power structure is dissolved of their power. But right now, that's one of the most hidden things up there with, the Federal Reserve and these other big control systems.
Right. Just for everyone else, for everyone else's sake in the voice chat. Just remember this moment in which he made these wild claims and he has nothing to back them up. Yet we're the crazy ones for doing experiments, providing that evidence, and then explaining the claims that way. Just remember this moment.
Okay, well, I don't know why you said anything about crazy. I don't think you're crazy. I never said that. You just made a whole straw man, but I guess if that's what you needed to do for some reason, but that seemed like a complete straw man.
I know, claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Yeah. Can I butt in for 30 seconds and then go? Jeremy, if you're there, I've DM'd you like 6 times over the course of the year and you haven't responded. But I would like to let you know that I'm going to do the video I said the other day about the weather balloon data being consistent around the world. That is all.
You don't gotta go. Why you gotta go?
Thank you very much.
My kids are home and... Second?
Good to see you again.
Hello. By the way, sorry, Harry, I'll DM you, Harry. I'll DM you. All right, see you guys.
All right, cool.
Listen,
This Cavendish thing, it's fucking surface tension. How long they've been telling us fluids, gases are a liquid, and they're both fluids. We got surface tension happening in the fluid with the Cheerios.
Absolutely.
Okay?
It's the same in the ether. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah. And I think that's because of the actual static field. Yeah.
Riggs just cracked this whole case wide open with this Cheerio effect fucking thing.
So Jeremy, what do you think? What do you think it is when a baller says to another baller, "I'll DM you"? It's because they're going to be making up their little plan on how they're going to attack our way of thinking. They're just coming up with some more clever plans.
That's pretty accurate. Yeah, we're planning.
Yeah,
on
you
going
guys are, and it's getting sneaky. Remember, like there was that girl that was in, and she was brand new to this topic, and all of a sudden, all these globe earthers were like DMing her, and like, oh man.
Well, no, I'm planning on going out to Warragamba Dam and filming it with an auto level and a drone and shit. So
they're gonna meet and touch tips.
We are.
What's up, Riding? What are you doing?
We're going to go out to Warragamba Dam and do some like. Ruhif got a auto level and theodolite. I don't even know what a fucking theodolite is.
I'm sorry. Can you say the name of that location again? You're meeting
Warragamba Dam.
Is that a real name of a place?
Can you spell that? Yeah.
A bunch of Australian places. We keep the Aboriginal name for it. I'll share a maps link in the chat in a second. But it's just a large body of water that feeds most of Sydney's water supply. So it's got some big areas on it.
That shit sounds like a location in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
You can tell the difference between the Aborigines named places and the Australian named places because the Australian named places are the laziest names in the world, like South Australia and the sandy desert. So the laziest names I've ever heard in my life.
In England.
To be fair, we have like 3 pairs of states that are north and south. We have a west.
We got 50 fucking states, though.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we're also pretty daft down here. We have a North Island and a South Island.
Laziest fucking people.
I was gonna say, I'm still thinking about all this electromagnetism stuff. Like, so the legend has it is that Tesla was involved with, whether he invented or whether he had inherited it, some kind of a device which is referred to as an oscillator. And the oscillator is what actually picks up these pulsating rhythms from the ether to pull free energy out of the environment. And with that oscillator technology, you can essentially just pull indefinite amounts out. But once you get it, you have to send it somewhere and you have to store it somewhere, which is why, for the grid system. But and that oscillator technology is connected to the vortex nature. The same reason as to why the Cavendish is doing what it's doing. It's because of that vortex, and the oscillator is able to pull that vortex and create it into the energy.
It'd be true if you had a different interaction when you rotate the masses. That would be true, but it doesn't, so not true.
Like, isn't there always? I would say there's always movement. Like some level of flux within everything. I mean, Bio, do you think anything is actually? I'm not talking about moving millions and billions of miles an hour. I'm just saying, like, the way the electrostatic fields always have some action on everything, even a rock.
You get the Schumann resonance, right? That's always moving.
I'll put it this way.
And earthquakes.
I'm unaware of absolute zero being realistic. So I would say at the most basic and fundamental level, nothing is truly at rest. I'll phrase it that way.
Well, Bio, you got to agree this Cheerios effect thing is pretty interesting. I mean, wouldn't you agree that like, can't you like possibly consider that might actually be the same type of phenomenon that you're experiencing with your
no.
With your
well, it's more conclusive than your presupposition.
Great.
Because
So
it's
I'll
actually
respond.
demonstrable. It's repeatable. Yeah.
Right. So I'll respond since you asked me a question. I can conceive it, and when I think about it, and when I critically think about it, no, it's not happening here because for two reasons. One, there's a physical barrier between these two objects. When
The
we're talking
barrier,
about
it's attracting to the barrier, no?
yeah, beautiful. No, the Cheerio effect is two objects that are floating at the surface of a liquid will tend to attract to each other because of surface tension. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with the barrier itself. It could be whatever barrier you'd like. We're talking about two floating objects. So that'll be the one key difference there will be the physical barrier of my chamber between the external and the internal mass. And then two, the Cheerio effect is occurring at the surface. The Cheerio effect's not occurring in the middle of this liquid, in which in all directions, the liquid is all encompassing and we have this effect. It's happening at the surface where you have a particular medium below it and a particular medium on top. That's surface tension. My experiment is occurring with air, only air in all directions. So
which is a fluid.
Right.
Which is a fluid.
Exactly.
Sure,
it's
but
like
you're
it's the
missing the
surface
point of
tension
what I'm
of the
saying.
fluid of the ether. Yeah.
Sure. If you ignore everything I said, then sure. Yeah, Cheerio effect is applying it.
But it is similar, wouldn't you agree? I mean, I mean, there is like you would agree that the environment we live in has a liquid quality to it, right?
In within the scientific realm, sure. Yes.
Okay, so if this is happening on water, wouldn't it be conceivable that it would be happening in the air as well?
You're completely missing what I just said. What I just said is that
you said that the barrier is the problem.
That's one of them. The second problem is that this Cheerio effect is occurring when there's, for this specific situation, you have a liquid underneath and you have air above. You have these two different density mediums and this object is existing between them. We get a surface tension effect with the liquid that it's sitting on. My experiment has masses inside what I guess we could call for now a fluid, the air, the atmosphere. It's inside. There is no surface of what my masses are in. If these masses were on water, sure, there's surface tension. It's on the surface of the water. This is occurring inside this fluid of the atmosphere. Big differences.
So you're saying that there wouldn't be pressure mediation because they're not floating?
The pressure mediation would have nothing to do with it because there's a physical barrier between them. The inner masses are completely enclosed, so that
I'm saying,
the air is not interfering with the other.
Could they not just be attracting towards the surface?
They even in that explanation, I would say that they are to a tiny degree because mass attracts mass. The surface, that acrylic chamber has mass, so
Okay,
it will have an effect on it.
Okay, so you're explaining it. You're saying yes, but you're only using it in the reference frame of mass and gravitational.
The way that I understand reality and have validated reality, that's how I'm explaining it. Correct.
Okay. So you're not going to answer the question, I guess.
What was the question? I feel like I've answered every single question.
No, man. You're kind of losing patience. But what I'm saying is, instead of just answering the question, you answer it in mass and gravitational frame of reference instead of just saying, well, this is a surface, this is a fluid, pressure mediation.
Because I'm not subscribing to that being in the explanation. Why would I? Why
you don't need to subscribe. You just need to.
Why would you ask me? Why would you ask me what's going on?
Be honest and say that could be. Okay.
Man. Why would you ask me what's going on? And then I would explain it to you in a way that I don't subscribe to. Why would I do that?
Okay, so what you're basically saying is that you're philosophically driven. You make unfounded correlations. You assert things, and you're not willing to concede because you know everything.
No, it's not.
Drop the mic, then, dude.
It's not that I'm not willing to concede. I will concede given proper evidence. You're trying to explain this away as a Cheerio effect.
So we can't win a debate with you unless we replace mass and explain the rotation of the planets.
I was in the middle of talking, Riggs. If you're going to provide a separate explanation, I'm going to address that explanation. I'm not going to hand wave it. I've given you two extremely specific reasons why the Cheerio effect does not apply here. If you don't like that, I don't care.
I think they're fine. I just think they're bad explanations.
Sure, we all have our opinions, and I've clearly stated why that doesn't work here.
So his evidence supports his theory. If you want to convince him of your theory, you have to present an experiment that supports your theory.
I know, man. It's what I just said, Extremesis. I have to basically replace mass and come up with a completely different theory for gravity and explain outer space and all this. Like, it's literally the foundation of everything. So if I can't replace the foundation of everything, then I don't know why he's here.
Well, here's a slight difference to that, though. Hold on. One small caveat to that is you have to do all of what you just said and present an experiment that backs up all of what you just said. You can't just explain it. You have to actually find an evidence for the explanation, too.
Well, I think it's pretty striking to see this. And I think that it is like there's a way in which all layers of reality are like mirrored on each other. So I do think that there is a way in which I think the Cheerios effect is connected to the static field as well, and the vortex nature. You know, because this Cheerios effect is also, like, have you ever seen where there's like two hairs or something floating in water or just bubbles? You've seen the way bubbles, like, especially if we all know this, that if you have a glass of water and you spin it and you make a little bit of a vortex and then it starts to slow down. If you have bubbles on the top, of course but as they're vortexing, they cling together.
Actually, I have an even better one, Gio. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I get spider webs that hang out my motherfucking door every time I leave the house, and that shit always flings and attracts towards each other and me. Okay, and like, this is just an effect that we see. You know, things go towards surfaces, not necessarily two balls.
Well, yeah, what you're referring to, there could be some other layers with that as well, like actual static fields and some of those components.
Like it is static, though, right?
Yep. Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's
All right, can we not get the Cheerio effect to happen underwater?
It relies on surface tension, doesn't it?
Well, I think water acts as a ground. So
you
it's
could
more
do it underwater if you had, like, briny water or something, maybe. But it need to be a change between two mediums to create a new surface over which to have tension, wouldn't you? I don't understand it at all, but that's the way it looked to me.
Exactly.
I think we could further explain this Cheerio effect and maybe try it in different mediums. I think it's possible, yeah, but I don't. But I think as water in general would, like, it's hard to be electrocuted in water. It's electricity kind of diffuses into all the mass, so you need a lot of electricity, is what I'm saying. And these objects probably don't hold much. That's probably why you see it happen in air so easily, or like if they're floating on water.
There's something called electrowetting that has to do with the Cheerio effect that I'm looking up. You ever heard of
that? No.
Controllable water surface to underwater transition through electrowetting.
Okay.
Cheerios controlled by electrowetting. Cheerio effect. I'll have to look into this. It's electrowetting thing.
Cheerios have metal in them.
I mean, what I'll say, Bio, for me, I think all physical matter is actually made out of light and sound and electromagnetic and electrostatic. That's what actually makes up matter. So the light and the sound is vibrating at a frequency to create the actual physical matter. The electromagnetic and electrostatic field are the field that is part and parcel to that matter. So to me, that's actually like the foundations of like the elements and how reality is built up. So that is what would be representative of how these things are functioning, is the actual how the fields are all interacting. like how those fields are interacting within the larger field of the Earth system. That's what I think is happening in terms of that. Either way, but yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say all we gotta do is show the Cheerio effect happening underwater, and boom, his whole thing of why it wouldn't work because it's on the surface and this and that would be, you know, out the window if it works underwater. Then we have our shit working in a fluid, without, you know.
To equate it to my experiment, you would essentially need a physical barrier. I guess if you got 2 cups of water, put them side by side next to each other, and then force a Cheerio to stay submerged. Yeah, if you can consistently get them to attract, then yeah, it would be more. It would be more than the Cheerio effect itself. The Cheerio effect is just a surface tension thing.
Listen, you have a surface of your turkey and a surface of the barrier. This plastic barrier that your vacuum's in, right? Those are the 2 surfaces.
That's not what it's talking about when it says surface tension, Jeremy. You realize that, right?
No, I just heard of this 5 minutes ago.
When you have 2 mediums that are next to each other, such as water and air, that point in which it goes from water to air, that's a surface. We're not talking about the surface of the Cheerio or the object's surface. We're talking about surface tension of that medium that it's sitting on.
Well, exactly, but dude, it's all connected. Like as you were saying that, I was just seeing this really clear vision of like where if you have like flat water, you know, like really flat water, and then you have bubbles on top of the water, those are like little domes with flat water. And as those are moving around, they attract. That's what the Cheerios effect is. And what I'm actually suggesting is actually happening in terms of ether drift is actually that's actually happening on the large scale. But the point is that this does show that same concept, like flat plane, dome overhead, and these things are attracting. Therefore, if you set up balls and you're within a system that's doing that, you're going to get that. That's what you're picking up.
I feel like I would have laughed at that explanation if Kosho gave it, because I found it entertaining, but I think you actually subscribe to that, so it's hard to laugh. Like it's pure rhetoric, man. Yeah, I understand that you're explaining something and you perhaps subscribe to that, but it's pure rhetoric, not based in reality.
What is rhetoric about linking the actual Cheerios effect? I mean, what you're doing is just random like slander and sidestepping. It's kind of just toxic to even live stream with you, to be honest. Not really a good time. Nonetheless, what I said was actually is the opposite of that. It had nothing to do with rhetoric. I was specifically talking about, in reality, we can see on a small scale, you can create flat water with bubbles and they'll attract. And what I was saying is that if the Earth is a flat plane and we're in a large bubble, you're going to get that attraction. It's just small scale to large scale, directly evidential and representary on the microcosm and macrocosm.
If you're going to extrapolate from this, from the bubbles on the surface of water, if you're going to extrapolate, what you're speaking to is that we would be a bubble on a surface of something, and we're being attracted to another bubble. It's not that the word attraction exists because of the Cheerio effect. Therefore, all attractions are the Cheerio effect. That's not what is being said here. It's a very specific phenomena that is applied to the Cheerio effect and has nothing to do with this extrapolation to attraction exists, therefore Cheerio effect. It has nothing to do with that.
All right. Well, thank you for actually giving a response instead of just more like, you know, random slander stuff. At least you gave some content there. Thank you.
I've been all night. One time I slandered. I don't even think
I don't want to be too. I don't want to be too.
I hear you.
I don't want to be too non sequitur, but like earlier on, listening to this guy talking, he was a homeless guy and he made like a solar heater, and the components like the rust and the iron together. That's how he got the explosive material. And I posted in the chat what the lunar surface is made of. That equation to me looks kind of dangerous. Do you see what I posted in chat? What those chemical composition is of the moon's surface?
Non sequitur. That is a non sequitur, but
oxide
yeah.
materials.
They are fucking odd materials to be found, like the dust on the moon. That's what it's made of, man. It's fucked up. Look,
why is it odd? What do you mean?
Maybe that's what they maybe that's what they used when they created the dust that they spread all over the desert in a part of Area 51 where they created the fake moon surface. That actual dust. That's probably what it actually is. They're just giving you their recipe. Yeah, here's the dust we used on the film set.
The dust on the moon should be littered with platinum, gold, all kinds of precious metals, because it's been getting bombarded by meteors, asteroids, comets that are all have just tons of precious metals in them. So if this shit's all turning to dust and getting flung all over the place, there should be massive amounts of these precious metals in that dust. Is that what it says for it or no?
I'm just thinking, like, what if someone got into a lab and actually mixed all of that shit together exactly how they say it is? What you gonna get, man? It looks dangerous, eh?
I don't think it looks that dangerous, though. It just looks like calcium and some silicon and some aluminum.
Where's the precious metals at?
Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward.
Is there a lot of precious metals in this or what?
No, probably not. I don't see why there would be.
What do you mean? I just told you why there would be. It's been getting... Dude, the moon's been getting bombarded by fucking comets, asteroids, and meteors for fucking millions of years in your paradigm. They're all... all those things are filled with...
Sorry, Jeremy, you go.
All those things are filled with precious metals. So it's all getting crushed up, turning into dust up there. You know, we'd expect to see a shit ton of it.
And what
that material, when it hits the moon, it's going into the moon. It's not being pulverized on the surface and then spread around as dust. That material is going into the moon. Because
a meteor
it's the same
lands on
reason
another...
when you...
Go ahead.
You're good, man.
Well, a meteor lands...
It's the same reason...
Go ahead.
Right, you go ahead for real, you.
A meteor lands on another meteor, right? Fucking gets crushed and a huge explosion happens, dust flies everywhere, and lands underneath or on the surface.
The harder material will go subsurface. The weak material is what is pulverized, and that's what when you get that effect. It's like if you have wet sand around a rock. When you throw it at the ground, the puff of smoke or the material that explodes out is that loose sand, because that's easily breakable upon impact. That's what is flung up as dust. That harder material rock may stay intact and just go into the surface that it impacts. So the loose, soft material explodes and gives you that effect. The hard material may not break up and just go into the surface.
Right, or it just may settle on it, may break up and go on the top of the surface.
Sure. There's so many scenarios. I'm just giving you a plausible, reasonable explanation.
For why there might not be. Well, I mean...
On the surface. There might be underground. I think I've read a few articles in which some companies want to mine the moon because they think that there's plenty subsurface materials. And when you talk about these materials, they are hardy materials. They're not soft.
Well, how come like the rocks and asteroids and shit that have hit the moon, how come they all seem to hit it straight head on and not at angles? What's up with that?
Not all of them. There's plenty that are at an angle. Plenty of them.
Okay, what's going on about that? I haven't seen in a while. But it's not made up of the asteroids because the moon is not made up of asteroids. That's the reason. But when they hit the moon, they don't go into it though. It does completely explode. That's why they don't show up as angles. It's because they hit the moon and they explode immediately, and then the whole thing's pulverized, and it goes wherever. I don't know where it goes, but it's not going like I don't know if it flies away or if it stays around the moon or stays in that spot. Either way, it's not made up of asteroids. You know what I mean? So I don't know why you would think that the contents of the moon's surface would be primarily or even at a percentage level made up of the contents of an asteroid.
Because it's been getting bashed to the dust. The moon's been getting bashed with asteroids, meteors, and comets for how many millions of years now?
First of all, you're saying three different things. There's
funny. You said that like you were angry, but you were also dead serious. Like, how long has this thing been hit by the shit?
Yeah.
How long?
If
How
it's
many
getting
millions of years?
it's getting hit by the same thing, there wouldn't be a difference between asteroids, meteors, and comets if they're going to be
Well,
hitting the moon.
how many millions of years is the moon been getting hit by these things for?
Yeah, Kosho, he's
Just me.
he's speaking to the dust. So essentially, when an asteroid hits and you have the dust particles fly out, whatever, that's what he's speaking to. No, I don't think he's speaking to the hard surface that you could walk on the moon. I think he's specifically speaking to the dust material.
Well, Kosho,
The shit Neil.
Go ahead.
No, the shit Neil left a footprint in, bro. That shit's all over the place. We seen the tire tracks, the footprints. It's all over.
Yep. Yeah, that's
the
some
surface
kind
of the moon. That's right.
Well, yeah. Maybe he is
Have
talking
you
about
guys heard that they did it in an actual, like a junkyard? Because
I saw
actually,
that Globebusters. That was good. That was a good one.
Yeah, because there's outlines of like old cars and like tires and other other stuff. So yeah, it would make sense if it's just down in Area 51 somewhere in there, where they created that little outdoor. But that wasn't for the first one. That was like 1970, 71. Like, when did they start doing that? Yeah, that was later, because the very first moon landing was just totally like really limited footage. But the later ones, they got kind of wild with it, driving a car around and shit.
You could tell the first one. You could tell it was done by a local light source, because you could see a hot spot right on the ground. Like only the area, only a circle around them was really bright, and then it just faded out. Like it was like so obvious that it wasn't a far away. It's obvious it wasn't the sun that was lighting that up.
Yeah, I mean, in Kosho, what you were saying before, I was going to say this. Like what percentage, Kosho, would you say you're sure that the moon does have a big rocky surface that you could that is an actual physical world? Like, how sure are you that is a physical world? That the moon is like a physical rock and it's dust? And what is your confidence level of that? Or bio,
Not that I have a lot of money to bet, but I'd bet all the money I had.
Right. As
Wait,
close to
I interrupted you. You said you would hold on, Coach. You said you would bet all the money you have.
Yeah, if
yeah,
as
like
long as the odds were better than
all 50
3 to
1.
Yeah, like fucking $35 right now on them.
That's brutal, Jeremy.
Yeah.
So, Coach, you're 100%.
I wouldn't say 100%, but enough to, like I said, bet all my money and my things. Yeah.
Bet all your money and all your things. Well, Bio, are you the same? Were you 100 and bet all your stuff?
As
I didn't say
close 100%. To 100%, as close to 100% as you can be.
And do you think you'll ever yourself will ever be able to physically verify this, or will it always just be a belief for your whole life?
I would. Well, it's not a belief; it's based on evidence. I would hope that I could put my feet on the moon one day. Sure, yeah. That would be fucking thrilling to put my feet on the moon. Of course,
that would end. That's one thing that would end this whole debate, is if they started commercial and commercial moon landings, basically. Where you got a restaurant, a hotel, a fancy resort, all kinds of goofy shit going on up there, to where if you had tens of thousands of people every year or month or day or something, going back and forth, that would definitely end this debate, obviously, I think.
Commercial moon travel is not going to happen within our lifetime. Commercial space flight that's kind of already there. Moon travel, that's 100 years off at least.
I would not say commercial space flight is there, but they're starting the first layers of the deception of the civilian space travel part of this whole NASA. Because they have to move to something else. They know people are questioning NASA to such a degree. So yeah, but in no way is it commercial currently. And what I would say, for any commercial to be valid, like I think Jeremy has said this, and I agree, like, to have commercial be valid, you would have to have enough actual access to a large enough part of the population that we would all know someone in our family, or in our, at least in our aunts and uncles, like our extended family, that has done this, not just some crisis actors on TV and a bunch of hype and a bunch of CGI. I'm talking about actual real verification that it's happening.
I have a question pertaining to that specific point. How many people do you think have been to the bottom of the Marianas Trench? Would you say that it's thousands, hundreds?
I would say that the Am I lagging? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
0. None have been there.
I would say it's possible that the actual depth of the ocean could be entirely different.
I think it's like 4 people.
Then
Well,
what we're told, Riggs, is
created,
that what you're saying? Then what we're told?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Two
I think it's totally possible that they're lying about not only the true depths of the ocean, but like what's actually down there too.
Yeah, for
Two
sure.
people have been to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. Do we actually argue about the depth of the ocean? Do we argue
should.
about? I know that's why I created Shallow Earth, but nobody wanted to engage. But that's what I'm saying is that if the argument is that an X amount of number of people need to go, and then I'll believe it. There's a stronger argument for the depths of the ocean because less people, as claimed,
but
less people have been to the bottom of the ocean than
that ain't in contention.
So why are we arguing about that? If part of the argument
I'll tell you why.
The number of people need to.
I'll tell you why. Because the bottom of the ocean ain't in contention. No one's sitting here saying, "Oh, the bottom of the ocean ain't real." If that was
so
the thing,
number of people who.
If you want to go make that argument,
doesn't mean anything.
If you want to go make that argument about the bottom of the ocean, go ahead. I don't give a fuck.
Just
That's not any real contention.
And I will say this, Bio. So here's the thing with that. I've done scuba diving when I was young, like in my teenage years. With my family, we did like scuba diving, and I went through the whole the kind of training you have to go through to get certified and all that. So I've done scuba diving, and the deepest I went was like over 100 feet, which is actually really deep for scuba diving. It was in a blue hole, which is basically this huge hole in the bottom of the ocean that is like a spiral that just goes in and just keeps getting more and more, like cone shaped, basically. And there's tons of wildlife around it because there's all this water system. And those blue holes, they go down into the ocean floor, and they apparently go under the ocean floor extremely long distances, like an actual connected hole, because Jacques Cousteau, back in the 70s, he would go to these blue holes in these different areas, and he would put like a colored dye, like red dye, or like a red dye color, something like that, and put it in the blue hole at the right where the tides were actually sucking it in, because you can actually get sucked into a blue hole if the tides are going in, so. But anyways, if you put a dye in there when the tide's going in, it pulls it through from the inner areas of the ocean, like where near the land. A lot of these blue holes are near the land, and it literally, there's a hole that connects it all the way out. And this is not man-made, this is just natural. A hole that will connect that blue hole all the way out in the ocean. So it's almost like a natural regulatory system.
Yo, the Cheerio effect, blue holes. You guys are breaking out all kinds of new shit.
That's so common, man. The cave systems do that too. They do that with ping pong balls as well, in which they unload a bunch of ping pong balls and see where they come out. Yeah, what the fuck? So anyway, as far as you scuba diving, great. We fly planes thousands of feet up in the air. It's still analogous. We don't question.
I know I went on a bit of a side. I went on a bit of a side tangent about blue holes. However, my point is that I've been to the ocean floor. Now that was only in that region, and it was 100 feet. But for me, I have verified a region that is the ocean floor. Now, in terms of the Marianas Trench, of course, I have not been there, but it's not a very far leap for me to be like, oh yeah, there must be deeper places than this, because I've only been 100 feet. But the point is, I've been there. With the moon thing,
okay, great.
There's no way to verify that anything like that exists whatsoever, other than just trusting men.
It's the same analogy. If you've gone 100 feet into the ocean, so you're cool with the Marianas Trench, I'm sure you flew a plane 20,000 feet in the air.
You're roboting.
Dude, I'm roboting too. Everything's going nuts right now with the internet.
Bio, you're in full robot mode. I could change the server to another region real quick.
I did think I was lagging.
Every server, it's weird.
I thought I was lagging.
Try the east one. Try the east.
Yeah, I'm gonna change it to east because I had changed it to central actually. So I'm gonna go back to east. It'll take 1 second.
East.
All right, I think we're back.
I will finish what he was saying because I know where he was going. Do you know where he was going?
I have no idea, but what I was talking about before about the moon dust, there's a phenomenon called moon dust fountains and electrostatic levitation. And if that's happening, they were also saying that moon dust storms, and the dust goes up like a fountain. If that's the case, all of those asteroid what do you call them, pivots, or whatever you call those, the dimples from the asteroids, they should all be covered up again by this dust, which is continuously like a fountain, continuously coming up and coming back down.
Dude,
You wouldn't
moon
be able to
dust
see
fountain?
any.
That's a thing that happens on a moon. It's called a moon dust fountain.
It's called moon dust fountains and electrostatic levitation.
What the fuck, man? Cheerio! I can't keep up with all this. I want
All you
everyone to
need
write
to do,
down everything they know and DM
no,
it to me.
you type in lunar soil on, and then you pick up Wikipedia, and you go down to the choices, and one of them is moon dust fountains and electrostatic levitation. It's quite an interesting read, because it's talking about these storms on the moon and the material that comes. It just doesn't make any sense that you'd see any asteroid hits at all by now, because it'd all be covered back up again.
Hey, Jeremy, I got another thing that'll blow your mind here pretty quick, but I'll bring that up in a minute. It's not related to anything we're talking about.
That's fine. I want to know about it later.
But where BioDual was going to go with what Gio was saying is, if you've been 100 feet down and you've been to the seafloor, and you're okay with drawing the logical conclusion that there's a way deeper part that is still the seafloor, if you've been in a mountain, on a mountain, 10,000 feet, and the air is thinner, and you've been in a plane at 30,000 feet, and the air is still thinner than that, then why is there not a logical conclusion that it keeps getting thinner and thinner to space?
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm buying.
No, I'm not buying that. Gas don't work like that. Gas don't work like that. We're talking about we're in water, right? We know what water does, and we know what gas does. Gas doesn't do the thing you're saying it does.
What do you mean?
Gas fills the volume. Maybe not evenly, but it will fill the volume and it'll overflow a volume. You definitely need container walls if you've got gas pressure. That's a fact.
You need a force of some kind, but we won't go there.
Yeah. Now, what do you know that's so interesting?
Well, what I was going to say, so we had probably 3 hours, maybe 2 hours on Nathan Oakley's server. We had a discussion on, the question was posed, because everybody always talks about, helium balloons and they go up. And it's, relative density, whatever.
We love helium balloons.
And so we were discussing relative density. What?
I said, what's up, Noah?
Oh. So we were discussing relative density, and we basically said that because there's a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second, if you agree with that. Whatever the cause, there's that. And that's basically what causes density, or at least that's one factor of it. If you negate that 9.8 meters per second squared with free fall, if you, like in one of those zero-G comets, then your density becomes irrelevant. And so here's the question I posed, and I'll pose it here. If you have a helium balloon in a vomit comet, does it go up, down, sideways, or stay at the same level?
Isn't it going to do what happens in the car when you have a helium balloon and it has a force going in the opposite direction? It'll go in the opposite direction of the of the force. Like if you brake in a car, people would think the helium balloon will go forward, but it goes backwards because of relative density. That's also a sideways motion of relative density. People always say, I don't see things going sideways. That's where it happens sideways in the car. That's one example.
But the problem with,
which way would the balloon go in the plane?
Well, we actually were looking at a video. The balloon. Well, does anybody else want to answer before I do give the answer?
I'd love to. I'd love to actually. I predict that there won't be a bias of the balloon itself. I think it'll appear as if it's at the same density as the air around it, despite the 0G. I think that's what it'll look like it's doing.
I don't know. So does that mean it'll go up, down, or stay at the same level?
It'll essentially stay at the same level. So if given the forces that we have on the surface of the Earth, a helium balloon will rise. It will always rise in the air. I think when you're pulling that 0G maneuver in that time frame of 0Gs, I don't think it has a bias in any direction.
So it'll just float still?
Yeah,
So,
I think so.
So if it's at 3 feet in the airplane and it goes into the 0G, it'll stay at 3 feet.
Right, exactly. Yeah. That's what I would predict.
Well,
okay, anybody else?
But back to, well, I was going to kind of take it a little bit back to what we're in terms of the idea of the atmosphere thinning and going to a vacuum. But I guess if you want to finish on that, if someone else want to respond to that first.
Well, does anybody else want to answer before because there was a video that we watched, and I'll give the answer in a minute. Somebody else wants to put their 2 cents in.
Well, I guess, okay, state it one more time for everyone.
So, obviously, on the Earth, a helium balloon rises. The question is, if you and the globe explanation of that is that there's an acceleration down, but there's a greater acceleration up. It goes up. As far as I can tell, flat earthers just say relative density. The helium balloon is trying to find its equilibrium.
Okay, what I would say is that the sky is positively charged, the ground is negatively charged. We live within a battery system, and within this battery system, there essentially is always a potential between the two, the ceiling and the ground. And that is why when lightning strikes, lightning is basically actualizing that voltage to create, the connection to ground and so on. But I would say that we live in this electric field, which was measured by Richard Feynman, discussed and has been measured in Richard Feynman's work, the 100 volts per meter. So the fact that already exists is already an indication. And what I would say is that matter has its own Earth static charge. So helium has a charge which will attract it up to the positive side of the system. So it is like an attraction up. And most other things like heavy, rocks and everything will fall down to the ground. They ground out.
You missed the question, Gio. What he's asking is, given what we know at the surface, we wouldn't disagree on the effect. What he's saying is, if you have this balloon in the vomit comet, when it's at pulling 0Gs, what will be the effect of the balloon? Will it continue to rise as we see it on the surface of the Earth? Will it drop toward the bottom of the plane? Will it stay at the same level inside the plane?
It will rise up. It'll rise
there
up.
you go. Yeah.
And what does it do?
So the answer is
down, wouldn't it? The
air
would go up,
we got a couple of answers, different places. We got an up, we got 2 downs, an up, and a stay the same, I think.
Here's what let me preface mine though. I would say absolutely it'll go up. However, when you have a vomit comet, you have like a container of air and you have static charges and a bunch of other stuff going on. So if you're talking about an actual balloon, like to get an accurate reading, that's a deeper question. But in theory, if all factors, like if that plane was just a hermetically sealed, and all static charges were removed or something like that in this concept, absolutely, I would say helium goes up because it always does.
I would say it goes down because
really?
Once the vomit comet starts to go down, it's going to give the mass of the air will raise and push it out of the way because it's a lighter material. That's my guess.
Okay, I'm going to tell you the answer, and then I'm going to link. There's a video. I got to find it. There's a video that actually shows this happening.
Awesome.
The answer is it will actually the helium balloon will sink to the bottom of the aircraft.
Yeah.
I don't agree that's true. That's true at all. Absolutely not.
So I told you, it's not just a word. I'm actually going to show a video that does show this happening.
Well, here's the thing: if you're in an airplane like that you already have the balloon going at a particular rate, and you're claiming that it will sink, that it will start to attract down to the Earth.
It's not attracting down to the Earth. My understanding or my thought on what's happening is is the air is suddenly rushing to the top of the plane because the air has a mass that's like on an upward trajectory, which is not much, but the helium has even less, right? So it's not that the balloon is being attracted to the ground, it's that the sort of air is being thrown to the roof and the balloon is getting out of its way. Is that right?
But you're saying that the air is blowing it? You're saying the air is blowing it like a fan?
No,
or
like
the
pushing
example
past
that Jeremy gave. The example that Jeremy gave in a car, when you slow down and you have a hanging balloon, the balloon goes backwards when you slow down. Like it's counterintuitive because of this effect, and it's just a vertical explanation of what Eggshells is giving. But Extremisys, isn't that counterintuitive? Because if the entire plane is 0G, there shouldn't be a bias in any direction. And if the air is accumulating to the top, wouldn't that imply a negative G?
So my understanding of these vomit comets, because as I keep repeating to everybody, my dad used to do this in his very small plane if we asked him, is you actually are experiencing negative G for the top of the curve, like as it starts to curve down, and then it's sort of, you're kind of being thrown up to get the first feeling. Have I got that wrong?
I don't see. I'm watching Extremisys' video, but I don't see what you're talking about. Are you talking about those balloons sitting over on the floor underneath that dude's head?
Yeah, there's a little guy kind of in the background. There's a blue and a green balloon right next to him.
Okay. I thought you had a legit. Oh, no offense. I thought you had something that was like really. This is just some rando footage and then some balloons up next to a dude's head. I mean, how do you even know that those are filled with helium? Like they look like they're even kind of stuck to the ground. I mean, what? Are you just assuming
they are, for the record, they are tied to the ground. But if you watch it, you'll see them sink to the floor of the plane as everybody else floats.
I mean, how do you even know what direction is up in this footage?
Because the lights are on the top. The lights would not be on the floor of the airplane.
Okay, but this thing is going at an angle downwards, so that's not really up either. But I would say, there's like
that's really cool, Extremisys. I think it's it added very good content to the discussion.
It was we had a 2-hour discussion, and the funniest part of it was, so it was about, I don't know, 5 or 6 of us. Zanuck was one of them. Zanuck actually kind of gave the explanation, predicted it. Of course, all the flat earthers were like, "No, that's stupid. That doesn't happen." Blah blah blah.
Well, how do you? These balloons never even like started up and then went down. They're just literally like tied to the ground and floating around that dude. How do you even know what those are? Did they even say that those have helium in them?
If you look, like I said, where I timestamped it at about 6:40, they're sort of floating there. They're not on the ground. They're not. And I think they are tied. For the record, I think they are tied to the floor, but they're off the ground, a foot or 2 feet or whatever that is. So they're not on the ground.
Hold on. Let's start with this. Are you claiming that these are okay? Do they claim that those are filled with helium? Let's start there.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so we don't even have verification that there's helium.
I will say that whatever they have that's lighter than air, because if you look at I timestamped it where it actually happens, but if you look at if you watch the whole video, you see them floating there. So they are acting like lighter than, they are not.
That may just be because the plane is going down in a downward direction. That doesn't mean
what I was saying is, there's an earlier part where everybody, the plane has not entered its 0G part. So it's like normal behavior. Everybody's on the ground. They're doing all the normal stuff. The balloons are floating in the air like they normally would.
Like what normally would?
And if you mean that
normally would.
Yeah, if you go to like 6 minutes, where is it? So 6 minutes 16, you can see that it's at the start of their curve. People still have their feet on the ground, and those red straps are actually not holding them down to balloons. They're just held down by the ordinary string, and they are floating up. So whatever they are, it is behaving very much like helium, and it's causing them.
No, hang on. No, I don't agree. At 6:16, this is the first part where the balloons even show up, and they're already weightless. So what are you referring? Yeah, they're already weightless at 6:16. They're all floating around. The first time we ever see
that's the way helium behaves.
The first time we ever see these balloons, they're already weightless, and
good. They should be.
They should be. That's what helium does. That's a null. That's like the starting point, right?
They're already weightless.
That you would expect them to be floating because there's helium inside of them. That's what you would expect. Yes.
No, no, they're already weightless. So if you already are in descent where you're already weightless, I would expect balloons that are just filled with air to be floating up because they're all floating around.
So
they're floating around with those things.
I'll post a series of shots. There is the first one. Everybody's legs are straight. There's a chap sitting against the ground. Everything I can read in that picture is says they're experiencing 1G or close to it. The balloon is upright. Let me scrub through.
What timestamp is that one at?
That one's at 151.
Okay, I haven't even looked back that far. I was only looking up forward. Okay,
so, you can continually catch the balloons doing this repeatedly in the backgrounds of shots. It's just because he's fancy stuff. He's got lots of quick cuts.
I mean, I see the balloon up behind the dude at 151. It doesn't really show that it's floating helium, but it does show that it's up off the ground. But
and what I'm basing it on is also like that there's nobody with their feet off the ground. And okay, so he's also doing flame at some point. I haven't seen this before. So at 351, it looks like he's about to test. Does flame still go up?
The whole point, I mean, the whole thing is like actually titled Fire in 0G. That's the whole point of the whole thing. But they do several different experiments on this. I think there's several different things mentioned within the video, and you can kind of see some of the stuff, some of the little props they have used.
Yeah, I see the flame. This is at 4:30 now. The flame gets thinner when it's in extra G as it gets to the bottom of its turn. So the flame gets taller the heavier the G.
Because I would say that, I mean, helium is always lighter than air at all times.
Right, but that's what should happen. The lighter things should go down as the heavier air pushes past them. So it's not that the balloon is suddenly attracted to the Earth. It is that the heavier air around it rushes past, a little bit like when you're up near the stage at a concert and then a better band comes on and suddenly you find yourself like subtly getting shoved back as more and more people turn up in front of you.
So wait, but that's not really the same analogy because this is an airplane capsule where you don't have a lot of airflow in there. We all know that So you're suggesting there's enough airflow like a fan to actually blow the balloon down?
No, just the pressure. My guess would be the pressure gets higher at the top of the cabin, right? The air goes towards the top rather than towards the bottom.
But you think that would push a helium balloon down? I'm just not not seeing parallel to what you're saying.
Eggshells, you had the explanation in the beginning, is that there is a force while we're on Earth that's vertical and it's downward. When you're in this plane and you're free falling and accelerating towards the ground, that force that's being exhibited on everything inside the aircraft is now upward. So what happens is the denser material, such as air, has an upward force, so it fills the available space upwards. The lighter material gets displaced by that heavier material. So the balloon that's normally displaced upwards now is being displaced down because we've reversed the direction of a force acting on everything in that plane.
Actually, that's the best shot of it. That's the best shot of it at 623. 621 to 623, you can get them going as they get lighter.
Yeah, I just don't think it works that way, in my understanding. I mean, if you have like an aircraft like that has a certain type of air pressure system and then you're going down like that, I couldn't imagine any air pressure that would be collecting at. There would be a change in pressure as you go start going down, just in general in terms of like the gradient. But I couldn't imagine any form of a pressure that would just like push a helium balloon in another direction when helium is always displacing air and wanting to go up.
And I don't. When BioDual was saying that the force, there's a force going up, I don't know that the explanation that I got was not that it's going up. It's that the forces are equalized. The net force is zero.
See, I don't think that's technically true because if it were 0G,
a helium balloon.
Oh, go ahead, man.
A helium balloon will move forwards in a vehicle. If you have a helium balloon in a vehicle and just drive forwards, the balloon itself will push forward. Exactly
the same principle. So I don't think that. I agree with BioDual. I'm not sure if I'd say the net forces are zero, although it wouldn't surprise me if that might happen with the net force of 0. I think is the air, even being quite light, maintains some of its momentum. So when you suddenly nose down the plane, that along with the people go up, pushing the balloon down.
Yeah, I don't because you still have thrust. It's not that the engines on that plane get shut off while they're descending. It's that they have equalized the downward force in free fall, but they still have thrust. So there is still a non-zero net force that's acting upon everything inside the airplane. I think it's just so minuscule that we experience free fall, but when something like a very light balloon is free to move about in a perfectly net zero force, I don't see a reason why there would be a bias in any direction. If the balloon is going to be biased downward, then that leads me to believe that there is a net force upwards. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so.
Like
it is really counterintuitive.
Oh yeah.
Well, Zanuck can give the better explanation. He actually, it was actually pretty good and interesting conversation in that he actually
saw something weird. Oh, what did you think?
I think he's hot
you're open micing.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Hang on.
Anyway, Zanuck actually predicted it and explained it, and it was pretty interesting in the flat earthers' response to it. There was several of them. I mean, one guy's first response was, "Well, the plane's upside down, or the camera's upside down." I mean, that was literally the first thing he said.
Well, we experienced like the car example is a good one, but I think a better one that's visually appealing would be the horizontal density tower, in which if you impart a force, you're going to have that force is outwards, meaning the outside edge of whatever container that you have, let's just call it a water bottle, the denser material will be towards the back of it or horizontally, outward, and then the less dense inward because there is a force. But when we watch the videos of a water bottle that's shot from a rocket and then it's just let go midair, you see the materials, despite different densities, mixing with each other. So when you actually have a net force of 0, they're free to move about regardless. But I think what we see in that video is forces that have reversed because of free fall plus the thrust of the engine. I do think that you have a non-zero net force.
There was one flat earther, Harp specifically, if you ever deal with him, that actually it made him think. I will say that I don't know, whatever he came up with, but it definitely made him think about what's going on. Then several of the other flat earthers kind of dismissed it as camera tricks or, kind of what Geo just, they took the same thing that Geo did, that, well, what we're seeing is not really what's happening. It's fake stuff.
And anything but physics.
Yeah, not necessarily computer graphics, but some sort of trickery.
I never said anything about trickery once. That is 100% a straw man. I literally never even said that once.
You said that.
No, he just
sound
said.
Like it's. Oh.
He literally just said that.
I did say trickery, but basically,
what I was asking is, I was just asking, are those balloons claimed to be filled with helium? That's what I was asking. And it sounds like you don't know. So this whole thing is based upon you not knowing whether those are even helium balloons.
It's evidentiary. It's evidentiary in the video that when they are experiencing a downward force in which they're not weightless, that those balloons are floating. And then when they are experiencing what we would call weightlessness, the balloons drop. In any scenario, based on that evidence, we know that whatever's in that balloon has a less density than the air around it. Evidentiary speaking.
Well, I never saw the balloons floating. There seemed to be tied to ropes and things, so I don't know where they're tied up. And there's a whole rope thing behind it as well. So I'm just saying, for myself, I haven't seen any good footage of those actually being independent, helium balloons like that at all. But I hear what you're saying.
Did you look at the link I shared? I said this timestamp at 16:17, where you can see them go from floating, and he goes 3, 2, 1, and at the time he's throwing a slinky, and that's the focus of the shot. But you can see the balloons go from floating to hitting the ground.
Hold on, I'm going there right now. Yeah, well, this is 6:17. Yeah, this is. But they're already weightless at that point.
In that moment, they go from feet on the ground or the plane's bottom, whatever, They go from feet on the ground to floating.
I don't see that at all. At that time,
go from floating to on the ground.
At that timestamp, here's the thing: that dude is floating already, and the balloons are floating, and he's floating with them, and then they change. So he's already weightless when the balloons do that. So it's if you're talking about that timestamp, there's.
He's not lifted off the ground until after the countdown.
Yeah, like the curve looks like it's already started, but also commensurate with that, the balloons look like they've got about as much slack in their line as would, like, if we go from the first thing I posted a screenshot of where they're all clearly standing like they're experiencing 1G, the balloons are pretty much straight. You can see just around that shot, they're like standing up pretty much straight. And then at that bit, they're starting to bend down, and then they get more and more and more and more until they hit the ground.
I just want to point out to Bio, you're using that word wrong. That's a US law term, evidentiary. You're using it wrong. You should say evidential, because because you use that word, it actually works in reverse to what you were trying to say. Look in the text chat live. I just sent the definition.
All right, beautiful. I think. Thank you, first of all. But I think we understood what was being said. But I got you. I'll try to be more mindful about that. Thank you. Yeah, I've seen that video before, but it was all about the fire. I never noticed the balloons in the background, and
the fire does look pretty cool too. Like when it goes like skinny when they're at the bottom of the curve, and then like weirdly sort of lazy or floppy when they're in low G.
Yeah, very, very fascinating. Good catch by whoever saw the balloons and then made a connection or put thought to it. Good catch on that.
It wasn't even that. There was no. Basically, I just asked the question without knowing the answer. I just asked the question, what would happen? And it was just kind of started as a whole, just a discussion. And of course, Xanax said, this is what's going to happen. And Hart and some of the other flighters, that's not going to happen. Do you have proof that's going to, ask for evidence and video evidence and whatever. And Xanax said, yes. I mean, it's going to happen. Let me look. Somebody else wound up and found the footage, and we kind of dissected it, and there it is. So it didn't really
so you and BioDual are convinced that footage proves to you that in one of these Vomit Comet airplanes, when you're completely weightless, if you have a helium balloon that is a balloon full of all helium, I'm not talking 50-50 mix or anything, I'm talking full helium, that it will literally drop down to your feet. Is that what or down to the earth, I should say?
No,
because it wouldn't really matter your direction, feet, head at that point.
No,
is that what you're claiming?
No, what the and Extremistus can, if he disagrees, he can speak for himself. But for me, what it shows is that when you have the interaction between different density mediums depends on a force acting upon those and how they're going to align themselves. A force is required.
I wouldn't say that.
I don't disagree at all. Yeah, I agree.
You're doing is you're replacing the air's position with the helium's position. That's what you're doing. And the helium always wants to be lighter than air. It's not a force. It's replacement.
Yeah, and they do the same thing with the density tower, where they show a density tower of like oil and water and stuff like this, and it all gets mixed up when they go light. I wouldn't say it's proof, but certainly to me it is evidence. I think that is strong evidence that if I went in a Vomit Comet with a helium balloon and did the 0G turn, the balloon would go down.
But they don't. To answer Gio's question about what it shows to me is if I have a balloon that has lighter than air, whatever it is in it, doesn't matter if it's helium, whatever mixture, whatever. If that balloon is lighter than air, and I basically either negate the forces or reverse the force of gravity, I'll use that term loosely, then the balloon will go in the other direction.
Yeah. What do you reckon it'd do if the plane was a vacuum?
What, like a helium balloon in a vacuum plane in free fall?
Yeah.
It would rise to the top. It would rise to the top the same way that the heavy air would rises to the top. The only thing that's heavy, quote unquote, within the vacuum would be the balloon. So the balloon would have
so
to
a balloon would be sitting on the floor. Right. So a balloon would be sitting on the floor initially, and then it would raise up as the plane went into a dive.
Right.
I see.
So I think okay, so you guys are claiming that if you were on one of these vomit comets, you're completely weightless, you're holding a helium balloon in your stomach, and you go weightless, and you know which way's up to the sky, which way's down to the earth. You're telling me that if you release that helium balloon, that it is literally going to fall down? Is that what you're telling me?
Based on the evidence of that video? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Based on the evidence of that video. Okay, does anyone else think that would occur? Is anyone on that thinking that
that was also my guess?
Is anyone else? I'm just saying, is anyone else convinced? Just for the record, anyone else convinced that that's the case?
Jeremy,
because I disagree with the whole point about the balloon.
You got any input, Jeremy? The whole point of this actually started with I told you I had something interesting, and you actually guessed right, by the way.
Jeremy said it was going to go down.
He did. Whether that was an actual lucky guess or he kind of knew, I don't know, but he gave the right answer.
I was basing mine based on seeing that helium balloon in the car business. And I was like...
He kind of said the same thing too.
Kosho, what you said you disagreed about something?
I disagreed with what you guys said about a balloon in a vacuum and free fall, but what were you, what was the question you asked, Jeremy?
I also based mine off of the car thing. Where it goes the opposite direction your intuition would tell you. So when the parabolic flight is going up, it goes up and down. Going up, I would expect the balloon to go
up.
I would expect the balloon to go
up.
Whatever way it works in the car. Whatever way it works in the car.
There's a downward force when it's going up. When it's going down, there's an upward force. So the helium will go down because of the upward force.
Quick, I think, did you just get here, Kosho, or just start listening?
But these are actually different scenarios. They're actually not the same, because with the car one, the balloon is actually attached to the car with a string and it's floating. Whereas in the vomit comet thing with a balloon, you're just releasing a balloon in the environment of the plane that is going at terminal, at 9.8, or fast enough to be essentially in that free fall. So they're actually different. They're not really the same scenario.
They're the exact same. You have an environment that's enclosed. We can talk about the degree of closure, but you have an environment that's closed with a helium balloon attached to the bottom, and then you're introducing different direction forces upon that balloon, and then that balloon is affected by those forces. It's the exact same thing, actually. The car is horizontal, the plane is vertical.
Yeah, but if there's nothing acting on the balloon, it's not going to move.
Yeah, I completely disagree, Bio, but there's some similarities. But with the car one, you actually have it attached to a car, and then that car is driving on the earth at a slow speed. Whereas in the helium balloon one, you're falling at free fall speed, essentially within a capsule, within the airplane, but you're essentially falling at free fall speed. And then all you're doing, let's say you're holding the balloon, at your chest or whatever, is you're just letting go and just letting that balloon go where it goes. It's not necessarily, it is being let go from the dude who is also free falling. Whereas in the car, it's actually attached to a string, and then you're in. Yeah, so it's a different setup.
The thought experiment versus the car one. Yes, you're right. We're talking about the evidence from that video versus the car. They are the same. But Kosho, I agree with you, Kosho, is that if it's truly 0G, where it's truly free fall, I would agree that the balloon wouldn't move at all. It wouldn't go up or down. But I think in this 0G plane, I think it's at free fall plus the thrust of the engines. I think it's giving it, I guess you could say, negative force. So that's why the balloon drops down. I don't think that plane is truly 0G when that balloon goes down.
It's totally different. It's totally different from the ISS. You see the lady astronaut. Hang on. You see the ladies astronaut here in the ISS going straight up, right? There's no gravity. But if you're in a free fall, the hair is very fluid-like and it's moving around and like in water. So that helium balloon, I would say, would be stuck floating in the middle of the room. It wouldn't go up or down.
So what do you think, Gio? When you asked the question, you posed the question: if you're sitting in the vomit comet, it goes to 0G, and you're floating in the air, you're holding the balloon, you let go of the balloon. What do you think will happen to the balloon? Because we all said, based on that video, that the balloon would go to the ground, to the floor of the plane. Do you think something different will happen?
Yeah, I think it'll go up.
Why?
But it'll go up at a slightly slower speed because it is already moving down comparative to the rest of the environment, because you're already like going down so quickly, but it will go up.
But it's not moving down compared to the rest of the environment. It's staying at the same level. If I'm floating 3 feet above the plane and I let go of the balloon 3 feet above the plane, the balloon is not moving relative to the plane, the floor of the plane.
But you have to say that again. Now you're talking about a balloon on the outside, just theoretically, or what do you mean?
No. I'm inside the plane. We're in 0G. I'm floating 3 feet off the ground. The balloon is in my hand 3 feet off the ground. I let go of it. The balloon has not changed relative to the plane's, surface.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. No, I agree. It's still in the air. It's suspended in the air that's in the airplane capsule. But I think helium always attracts up, and it always has a lighter than air density. So it always will displace air in a way that is in the upward buoyancy. It's the foundation function of how matter functions within buoyancy, density, positive, negative. I think the electric system of it as well. But just using the buoyancy and density, that is a function of how that matter will work. The only thing is that it would not go up perhaps as quickly because it's already being taken at escape velocity. You're not launching it off the Earth. Like if you release a helium balloon from the Earth is not moving at all, and you release that helium, boom, it goes up, the way we all know helium balloons do, and pretty quickly. They can go up pretty quick, as we know, and it's kind of like they accelerate. Like we all know the way that buoyancy works. Well, but if you already have that balloon going at quote unquote 0G kind of through the sky, like that airplane is literally going down at whatever hundreds of miles an hour it's doing it, then it's going to alter that, but it's still going to displace the air and go up.
Can I help you out? Can I help out, Gio, real quick? It's like if things were at rest, yes, it would go up, but because the plane is falling, the heavier fluid is going to go to the top, and it's going to push the lighter object down.
What heavier fluid are you talking about?
Hang on.
So basically, Riggs, you're disagreeing with what Gio said.
Yeah, I'm trying to help them understand why this is happening. Like they're not floating, they're falling. So all of the heavy gas is going to hit the top of the ceiling, and it's going to push the lighter object down. But if they were at rest, things would sort themselves out. But what's happening is that there's a force on that heavier air. It's going to go to the ceiling, push the lighter down.
Well, I agree there is that force. That's why I think it wouldn't accelerate upward as quickly because of that. That's why I described. I think
it would have to be at rest though. But it would only be at rest. Like this isn't a natural situation. It's impossible to be at rest if you're falling. So it's just how this is happening here.
Well, so slight thing to the whole scenario. You mentioned about how helium is attracted to the whatever helium. So would it matter if it was a different lighter than air gas?
Well, and it would also matter if it was a mixture of oxygen and helium as well. That would alter the whole thing. What I'm referring to, just to be clear, is a helium balloon, and I did say this before, that is 100% filled with helium, pure helium.
Okay, let's say if it's a hydrogen balloon, 100% hydrogen.
Now you're changing things. And also, if you mix helium with air, you're changing it as well. I might even change my answer depending on what.
Okay, 100% hydrogen. What's different?
Hydrogen. Okay, that's a whole different.
Hydrogen, yes.
Yeah, that's how they used to use the old airships in the old
right.
world.
So don't light the little
Can I
fire
answer?
that you're watching. Don't light that fire near this balloon.
Can I answer?
Sure.
Okay, if it's hydrogen, it's possible that it may actually go to the top. But if you fell faster, then it would definitely go to the bottom.
Yeah, I'll tell you how it works, man. This is how it works. Like, you're in a parabolic flight. You have to ask yourself, why are they floating in the center of the plane? Which is the heaviest mass in there, you or the air? You, right? So if you're in that flight, the heaviest, densest material should go to the top of the plane. The lightest material should go to the bottom of the plane when you're in that flight. But you don't. The densest material, you float in the middle. So there's this magic equilibrium where the balloon doesn't want to go up or down. It'll just be stuck in the middle with you. It's like this conundrum. It's a catch-22.
But also the air is kind of undulating too. So
I'm still curious what Geo's answer is on the whole hydrogen instead of helium.
Okay, so you're talking about a balloon filled with 100% hydrogen.
Yeah.
And can that? I mean, I guess I'm not up on my hydrogen extraction methods. Is that something that they can get 100%, or is it only a certain percent? Do you know?
It's pure hydrogen. I mean, they can do that.
They claim it's 100%. They can get 100% pure hydrogen.
99% pure hydrogen.
It's just a thought experiment, Gio.
And it's the same thing. The plane goes 0G. You're weightless, as it were. You have a balloon at your holding or whatever that is full of 100% hydrogen, and then you release it. What happens?
Exact same scenario, but you were saying that a helium balloon would go up. You thought, because whatever attraction thing you said. So if you replace that helium balloon with a hydrogen balloon, what changes and why?
It will also be buoyant.
Okay, but does that mean it goes up, down, or stays the same?
It will go up, but at a slower rate than the helium. Hydrogen is more stable for buoyancy, but it's not as fast. So it doesn't have as much speed. Helium has faster speed of how quick it rises, whereas hydrogen has more stability. Helium is a bit more frenetic. So
by the way, to be clear, a hydrogen balloon on the Earth will go up faster than a helium balloon.
Yeah, it'll shoot.
Because hydrogen is lighter than helium. Just so you know that. I mean, hydrogen is lighter than helium.
Not at quantity, though. When it's at quantity, that's why they used it in the airships, because of the stability.
No, actually, they used it because it was cheaper.
Well, they could make it for free as well. Is what I think they were able to create. They had free energy. They had like free hydrogen machines, essentially, where it could just create it. So then you could fly.
Yes, hydrogen is kind of a byproduct. I think it's sort of a byproduct of when they mine, oil or natural gas or whatever. But
the best I could explain it would be like take a helium balloon to the bottom of a pool and then let go.
But I don't know. I didn't really get clear on what he said. It would go slower, I think. Did he say it would go up slower than a hydrogen balloon would go up slower than a helium balloon?
You're talking about in the airplane concept?
In the airplane, yes. Did you say that?
Well, I think it would depend on how large of a size balloon it is, because that's why I was saying that hydrogen at quantity, the buoyancy changes, which is why it's stable for these airship type applications. So there's just like a couple of factors within that would be
same size balloon. All other factors are the same. For all we know, that balloon might actually be hydrogen. We don't even know. I told you I don't know what's in it. It's just whatever's in it is. We think it's lighter than air. You can disagree with that. But everything else is the same scenario. That balloon is filled with hydrogen. You do one circuit, that balloon's filled with hydrogen. You do another circuit, that balloon is filled with helium. Does anything change between those two?
Yeah, I think I was trying to look up the temperature of hydrogen gas because I thought that might have something to do with it, but I could only find its attributes as a solid and as a liquid in its temperature ranges. Does anyone know what the temperature of gas hydrogen is?
I mean, room temperature hydrogen is room temperature hydrogen. It's gas at room temperature.
So, Kosho's saying that they go up at the same speed, but I'm assuming that is because of terminal velocity upward. So I'm wondering if like a drag coefficient, like the shape of the container, would change how fast the gases would go up.
Like an upward dart.
Yeah.
Versus a balloon.
Yeah, this guy describes it because I just did a little Google search, and just the first sentences describe exactly what I'm saying. The question is, what will rise faster, a helium balloon or a hydrogen balloon? He says, all else being equal, the hydrogen balloon. Hydrogen provides slightly more lift than helium, somewhere around 5 to 10% more. Since the net lift depends on the weight of the balloon and anything it's lifting as well, it's possible that the actual difference in effective lift will still be larger. Still, I would not expect a dramatic difference in most cases. Yeah, so it depends on the size with that one. There's a buoyancy factor of the actual amount that you have, but so
basically, the way I interpret that,
they would both float up. They would both float up, I would say, but it just depends on the sizes, the factors, and everything involved.
But okay, so the way what I just interpreted what you just read is that hydrogen has a slightly more buoyant force. So according to that video, the buoyant force of the buoyant force of the balloon makes it go down. Whatever, if it's lighter than air, then it basically responds opposite of what you would think. So to me, a hydrogen balloon would go down slightly faster because it's kind of opposite of what you would think. Because it has slightly more buoyant force normally going up, to me it would go slightly faster going down.
Can I revise my answer from before? Just slightly.
Okay.
You are free to always revise at will. No worries.
Okay, because if I'm going to use the in the car example, I'm using the chair to keep myself from going backwards as the balloon is being thrusted forwards from the fluid dynamics inside of the vehicle. Okay, in this example, I'm not plastered to the ceiling. So even though everything's falling,
exactly.
You know what it is? It's my weight. My weight is the restraint. Okay, so if my weight is the restraint, then yeah, it would go to the bottom. Okay, never mind.
So
your weight is not really not a restraint when you let it go.
Well,
you're
Gio,
just holding onto it to keep it. You're just holding it as you're floating. It's just falling at free speed.
All I'm saying is that, like, if I'm in a car, I'm not worried about my weight going down. I'm worried about it going into the chair, so I'm hitting the wall. But because I'm falling, and I'm falling at a particular rate, my weight is taking care of that balance, that distribution. So my weight is the chair while I'm falling. You understand?
Yeah, but falling is not a downward. It's just it's a midpoint. Like it's not an actual. It's not being forced down. It's just at free. Like I'm just imagining. Let's say you had a balloon, hydrogen or helium, in some kind of perfect little capsule. Even if it's falling at free fall speed, if you release it, it still is going to act upon air in the same buoyant. Well, it'll be somewhat changed because it's dropping, but it's still going to, I think, have that buoyancy, that buoyant,
But
it does have it, but it's being fought off by all the other air.
So my question, Gio, I mean, the whole thing.
That's why it would be less. Yeah, that's why it would be less.
So our thing is, this video shows a lighter than air balloon, hydrogen, helium, whatever's in it. The balloon is lighter than air. It's floating there because there's a part where it shows everybody's, they haven't entered the 0G yet, the part of the flight. They enter that part of the flight. All of the people start floating. This balloon, which is lighter than air, now falls to the ground. I don't understand what your argument is against that.
My argument, well, there's not any arguments involved. I'm not trying to argue something so that you think something different. I'm just saying that from my assessment of the footage, the information, and everything, I don't think that's sufficient to isolate what any of that is in terms of what is even in those balloons. Because what I saw, yes, there is footage. You don't even really see the balloon floating up to the ceiling. You see it tied to some ropes, and there's some shit that it's tied to. And all I saw, unless you can show me different footage, but the balloon was up off the ground when the guy was standing. I don't even know what stage they're in of the 0G or anything. However, that did look to be the case. And then the other footage I saw is the guy is already weightless, and the balloons are kind of wafting all up and down. Looks like they're getting kind of blown by air. And yes, they do look to be somewhat going down to the ground. Sometimes they go up. They're kind of doing in between, which actually happens like if you have a helium balloon filled like 50-50, with air and helium, then you know how it'll do that, where you can kind of kick it up and it'll go down. You know what I mean? So yeah, to me, that just the footage does not seem to isolate what we're actually trying to go after here. So I would say that either more information or a further test would have to be done for me to see.
Basically, you're saying we cannot draw a conclusion.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. To me, that is inconclusive for myself. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the balloons would likely either just float level or be pushed to the floor with the air.
So Riggs takes that as evidence that they do go to the floor.
No, I don't know if that's evidence, but I'm not using the video to answer.
Oh, okay. So
I'm just thinking about it.
Would you agree? Would you guys both agree that if it was like half helium, half air, that would, like, you also have to consider if it was air that was captured on the ground level, because I'm actually just versus up at the higher in terms of the pressure. But I was just looking here. Like this guy says on that same Quora thing I was reading, in terms of whether a helium or a hydrogen balloon rises faster, he was saying here there are several factors at play when doing radiosonde experiments at university. It was found that the volume of the gas balloon envelope expanded greatly at higher altitudes. There reaches a point at which the materials stretch enough that rapid hydrogen loss occurs through increased porosity of bursting. So the point is that the altitude, could also affect all this as well. So are you going to?
No, that has nothing to do with it, because that's pressurized. That what you're talking about, altitude.
The plane is pressurized, so you're basically on the ground.
But then that would all have to be factored in, like whether that pressure is actually the same, or I'm just saying there's even more complexity to this in terms of the helium hydrogen buoyancy factors.
Okay, so no conclusion. Do what?
So what was the question? The original question.
The original question. There's a scroll up a little bit, but I always posed it to Jeremy, among others, that we were discussing earlier in Nathan Oakley's server. I had posed the question without even knowing where it was going to go. I just kind of randomly came up with the question. If you have a helium balloon or a lighter than air balloon, whatever it's filled with, on a vomit comet, which way does it float? I mean, obviously on Earth it floats up, but which way does it float when you equalize the G-forces? And then we had everybody guess. There was a couple of up, there was a side, a stay same level, and I think there was two people that said the balloon goes down. And then the answer is it goes down, and I linked a video that basically shows that. At least some people believe it does, some people believe it doesn't, apparently.
I personally don't think it does, but I'll see the video. I've seen this video before, but
well,
all right, Coach Joe. So how are you going to weigh in? Okay, so imagine this. Let's say that video aside. Let's say that you're in a 0G plane. Boom, boom, good to go. You have a balloon that is filled with pure helium, 100%, 100% virtually helium, and maybe it's a foot or two in size, whatever it is. And you're holding it like you're hugging it, like you're hugging the balloon. And then you go fully into 0G. So you're in the full 0G mode, you're floating. And all you do is release that balloon very gently. You're not sort of like a Foucault's pendulum, very gently release it. You're not trying to punch it or push it up or down. You're just going to very gently release it. What happens to that balloon? Does it go up? Does it stay in the same? Does it go down? What do you think?
I think it's going to, whatever was influencing it, the last moment or whatever. I mean, if there's nothing, if the air in the cabin is not moving around, if it's settled, then everything's going to be basically settled. Otherwise, I mean, there's random movements in the air, so it's gonna jostle in some direction. But I don't think it's not going to be influenced by the by the fact that it's not going to be influenced by what it's normally influenced by, like the downward force and all that stuff. So I don't think it's
keep in
going to
mind
go
what
down.
we're actually talking. Yeah, I mean, you're in a capsule, you're falling down, at free fall speed. Are you then claiming that helium attracts to the Earth at that point rather than up?
Everything is. That's what happens in free fall. Everything's being attracted to the Earth at the same rate. So it's like everything's falling towards the Earth.
Yeah,
that's why I don't.
We all know what would happen if you were skydiving and you had a balloon, a helium balloon. We all know what would happen if you let it go. It would shoot up.
Yeah, because it's not in free fall.
Yeah,
but if you're inside the cabin.
No, you're in free fall. Well, how about this? How about this? Even better. You're free falling. You have a helium balloon that is in a capsule that is isolated. So you have like a fucking metal capsule thing that you're holding onto. That helium balloon is in that. If you release it and you take the top off the capsule, that helium balloon flies up.
Well, the problem with that example is you're in free fall as a skydiver, but your environment is not in free fall.
No, in that case, everything is in free fall. What you guys would claim would happen if you're saying the thing would go down, it would stay in the capsule. I'm talking about you're free falling, you're just totally skydiving, and you have this little capsule. What you guys are saying, if you're saying the helium would go down, then you would open the top off and it would just stay in there, and it would keep falling with you.
Yeah, but the air inside of that capsule is not like the air. The air inside the plane is, it's not. It's falling with the plane, so it's not
I agree in a sense, but yeah, there is that. But I don't.
My point is, it's an isolated system in the plane.
Sort of. Well, it's kept away from air blowing it in a sense. But I'm saying you could actually do this skydiving as well, where, well, anyway, yeah, you could do it with like a capsule. I guess really like some of this would come down to the pressure that's going on as well. Like all that would be a factor. So I mean, that's what I'm saying with that video. That doesn't really conclude it. Like you'd have to be able to know what pressures are going on as well.
I mean, you're isolating the pressure. The cabin is pressurized to ground pressure so that your ears don't pop and you can breathe, right? But then what's happening is that the fluid's just going to the roof. That's all it is. It's pooling at the roof is what it's doing.
We're still discussing this.
No, I'm trying to imagine that. I'm thinking you're in this vomit comet thing. I'm just imagining it going down at an angle. Even the idea you're saying some air, some shit is pooling up at the top. How does that make that balloon go down? It makes it push down in the cabin?
It's because the air, okay, usually down on Earth, right? All of the air around you is way fucking heavier than the helium, but it's at rest on the Earth. So then it's going to push the helium up. But in that plane, all of that heavy ass air is being pushed to the top of the roof. So then the helium's like, well, fuck it, never mind.
Well, okay, that would be that would be a reason as to why the helium might rise slower or it might stay in the middle, or it might not do either. Because if you want to make that idea like the air is doing that, but
it depends on concentrations, right? So I agree with you on that.
Push it down in a new direction. So how would that push it down?
It's like a basketball in a pool. That's what's essentially happening, but with less dense.
But the pool is upside down.
Yeah, exactly. So the pool gets pushed up to the top, and just like a basketball would want to pop up in a normal pool, the helium balloon is being pushed down by the fluid that's being pushed up to the top.
Yeah, but once you stop accelerating upwards and it starts the parabolic arc, then there's no more. The air's not being. There's no discrepancy between the air and the plane anymore. Like they're doing the same thing.
So the air pretends it's not falling, is what you're saying?
No, the air is inside the plane, and the plane is no longer being accelerated upwards. It's now just starting in the arc of going upward then falling, and the entire time it's in that arc, everything in the plane is it's not gonna be pulled towards the back or the front. They're all in free fall basically. You're in free fall once you stop accelerating upward, and so that entire arc you're basically in free fall on the way up and on the way down.
Can you give me a
No,
picture
you're
of that
only
arc that you're talking about there, Kosha?
Say what?
you're only in free fall. Sorry, go.
Yeah. Can you give me a picture of what you're talking about, where the arc that you're talking about in your picture,
I
when
mean,
it's no
can you
longer
maybe
in
just
free
imagine
fall?
plane going upwards at an angle, and then imagine it stopped applying its thrust, and then going up, and then curving down. Same way you throw a football. You throw a football, it goes up, and it goes down.
Okay,
It's a parabolic
can you give me a
arc.
picture? I just
Yeah.
want to make sure where I'm at, what you're talking about, because I can't see it.
It's aiming upwards, and then it stops applying its thrust, and on its way upward, and then on its way upward, on its way back down, up until it adjusts the plane and starts applying the thrust again, so it can not crash to the ground. The entire time it's not applying the thrust, it's in free fall.
Yeah. So I still don't understand what you're talking about. Can you get me a picture, please?
I'm getting a picture right now.
She's not going to help me. But yeah, I guess for example.
Well, yeah, it's a parabolic arc, and after it reaches the apex, the plane is falling slightly faster than you are inside. That's all that's happening.
Oh, Dan Fessler's here.
Slightly faster, so that you're hovering around.
How can you hover down? What is a hover down?
Hover down, they're hovering around in the middle of the cockpit as the plane falls slightly faster than you.
Okay, that's why I want him to get a picture, so I can see it.
Can you perceive it though? Picture yourself getting
No?
put into a steel container and pushed off a very high building. If that steel container was to fall slightly faster than you fell, you would be like off the bottom but not hitting the top. So it would appear like you were floating in that container inside. Meanwhile, you hit the ground and then you would very quickly hit the floor of the container.
Okay, so I don't want to imagine stuff. I like to see stuff.
Okay, no, fair enough.
Redmond, do you see there's now been 3 pictures that have said the same exact thing in chat?
No, I'm talking to Kosho. I'm not talking to you.
Damn
Well,
it.
fuck me, I guess.
Yeah, Kool-Aid.
Not at all. I'm
Get
good.
back in your wall.
Have now been posted in the chat. I mean, it doesn't matter who says it, right? But
Stop breaking walls, Kool-Aid.
Oh, okay. 0 gets when you're parallel to the bottom, and then it changes when you go down.
it's better if you use the words I used, which is when it stops applying the thrust, acting upwards, and it goes back down. It's not when you're parallel to the ground.
Okay, so is the plane parallel, and when it says 0, your
No.
picture? No.
I can see how you can be confused by that, but no.
I'm not confused.
That's why I use the words instead, because hopefully the words might help you. But the picture
I'm
may
good.
confuse you. It may seem like when it's parallel to the ground is when it's 0, but it's strictly whenever it's not applying thrust anymore before it starts applying thrust again to correct itself.
Right. But the plane is parallel. What is it doing at the top? Right there in your picture.
It's at the apex of its arc. That's what it's doing.
Okay, so is the plane parallel or not? Okay.
So, like, according to this diagram, though, I would have to say that the effect of the balloons would change with the arc. So it's not just like one effect. It would be going from one to the next.
While they're in the arc that's supposed to be 0G, they wouldn't be affected by the air. They would just hover around. They wouldn't have any bias, any direction.
Yeah, I was thinking the arc was more along the way down.
Yeah.
So
screenshot that myself. Thank you, Kosha.
I can't hear you. You're kind of quiet.
Yeah. I'm screenshotting that. Thank you.
That's supposed to represent 25 seconds.
The arc? Yeah. Well, I thought it was like 45. Whatever the length is.
Yeah.
They say when they filmed Apollo 13, they did like 500. Seems like a really
Now we're going to rockets, not the plane.
So what?
I said now we're going to rockets, not the plane that we're talking about.
No, they
No,
did
talking about the
parabolic
movie.
flights in the movie. That's
Yeah,
what
so
that's how they simulated being on the space shuttle.
So
Or
like
not
it's
space shuttle, on the Apollo.
it's
On
at the top of the roller coaster then. So if that's the case, I'm not sure that I'm talking about the pooling effect of air until it starts to fall slightly.
No, but a roller coaster is pulling you up all the way and then leaving you at the top so you can fall down. It'd be like if a roller coaster did that and then had a second hump, and the second hump was strictly, so it's like the second hump is you still have the speed from the last hump, and it's not pulling you up. It's like you're being propelled by the speed from the last hump, because what that does is as you go over that second hump, strictly from the speed, not because you were being pulled.
Right, that's what I meant. That's what I meant though.
Yeah.
It's like that funny feeling in your stomach when you're going down a hill almost. Huh.
Yeah.
That transition. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would have to. It would have to pull up at the top for just even a moment, and that would be enough for it to hold the effect for, I don't know, I guess a few seconds.
You know, this sort of stuff. This is something that we could test and try to observe, because if you have a water bottle and like a ping pong ball at the bottom of the water bottle, you'd have to drop it and observe it carefully. But if you were able to observe it and drop it carefully, like
Ping
as soon
pong
as you let
bottle
go of it
at the bottom of the water.
yeah, you could have the ping pong ball at the bottom of the water and squeeze it or whatever. You'd have to make sure that as soon as it started falling, or it didn't stop being squeezed until it started falling, and you'd have to be able to record it carefully, but you can see if it shoots up before it hits the ground.
Okay, so the ping pong bottle itself. Well, no, ping pong. If it always starts at the top of the water, when does it go down to the bottom?
I'm saying you would put it at the bottom and squeeze it so it didn't shoot to the top. So you're artificially making sure it stays at the bottom, and then you would let go of it, drop it from like a 2-story building, and then after it fell, it would have to be so maybe as soon as it fell or after it fell, you'd let go of let go of the squeezing it so that it would shoot up normally, but you would just see that, you would just see if it shot up like the way it normally does, or if it stayed there before it hit the ground.
So, who's gonna jump off the building, squeezing the bottle to make sure the ping pong stays down?
You don't have to do that. You have to have a camera. That's all. And then you have to, when you drop it, you just have to make sure that it could even be the thing that's holding it. Could be the but I don't know if it would be it would. I don't know if that would happen quick enough. I mean, I think that might happen too quick. Like if you were squeezing it, but by where the ball is, and then you let go so that the bottle falls at the same time that the ball's released. But I think that you might want to have the ball released slightly after the bottle starts falling.
You got a demonstration of that?
I have a demonstration similar to this, but not not this exact thing, or not even showing
What
buoyancy,
about
but there's
what
demonstrations
about
of
spinning the bucket of water over your head? You know how you got the bucket of water, and then you do the big circle. If you do it fast enough, the water stays in there.
No. I want the ping pong down at the bottom of the water. Coach, you got a demonstration of that.
So there's a demonstration similar to that, but not the way I described it, since I just came up with it. But
okay, you just
there's demonstrations where they poke holes. They poke holes at the bottom of water bottles and then drop them before the water starts falling out. And then you see as it's falling, none of the water falls out until it hits the ground.
I've just suggested how to do it. If you have a clear bucket and you fill it 100% with water and put the ping pong ball in and spin it, you'll see it stay at the bottom and not go to the top. It should pop to the top at the top of your spin, but it will stay at the bottom.
Yeah, but there's a force acting on it in the case you're describing.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's the same in free fall, isn't it? There's a force
I'm
acting.
looking for this transcript of this.
The centripetal force and the centrifugal force are acting on it at the same time. So in the case you're describing, in the case of free fall, there's only a downward acceleration. It's happened to everything in that frame. So there's not going to be any forces acting on it. There's only going to be one force.
He would see what he's asking for, though. He would see the ping pong ball staying at the bottom of the water. Obviously, when it's on the ground, it's staying at the top. But as you spun it around, the ping pong would be at the bottom of the water. Not the bottom of the bucket, but the bottom of the water. When in any other situation, it would want to rush to the top. It's the same
No, I don't think that's not true, though.
Why not?
That's wrong.
Because the water's still heavier than the ping pong ball, and it's going to be pushed. It's going to be like the centripetal force is going to force the water outward more than the ping pong ball. So the ping pong ball is still going to rest on the top of the bucket, even as it's spinning around.
No, the top of the bucket, but the bottom of the water. Because when the bucket's upside down, and the water is essentially pushed up, the ping pong ball is now at the bottom of the water. Yes, it's still at the top of the bucket.
Everybody's talking over each other.
I can't hear anything else.
No, I couldn't hear anybody else.
Yeah, I didn't hear anybody else.
Out of control now.
Yeah, but my point being is it'll be at the top of the bucket still, but at the bottom of the water, as opposed to what would normally happen. The ping pong ball would want to rush through the water and pop out the top, wouldn't it? Or the bottom of the bucket when it's above your head.
I think your microphone is real bad, bro.
It's only above your head for a split second. I mean, it's going in a circle, so I mean, it's not really just above your head. It's making a circle, so it's in all directions around you, and obviously it's a centripetal force, so it's not really. You wouldn't expect it to be doing anything different. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand why there's a confusion in the airplane, because obviously the fluid in the airplane, being the air, just shifts, and it changes the dynamic of the buoyancy. So I don't understand the confusion. So I was trying to come up with a way for people to think of it a different way.
Yeah. I was trying to get Kosho to give me the demonstration of that, or give me the YouTube video of that. Get close to
I said there's a way we could test this for ourselves. We can do this. I just suggested that. I'm not going to show you something I just suggested that we could do ourselves. What you could do is you could take my suggestion and try to do it yourself. I mean, that's the best thing.
You can jump off the building and squeeze. You can squeeze the water bottle and make the ping pong ball go down. You can do it yourself, not me.
Oh, well, if you're not interested, I suppose you're not interested. So yeah.
No, I'm interested. Not me jumping off. He can jump off.
How would you need to jump off?
You said free fall.
Yeah, you can drop a bottle for it to be in free fall. You don't have to jump off with it.
No, I mean somebody got to squeeze it, right?
Well, you can squeeze it while it's up in the air.
Somebody got some.
And then as soon as you let go of it, it'll fall.
Issues right now. Hold up, Coach. Somebody got some mic issues.
It's Strella.
Hello.
You're hot making so bad. There you go.
Thank you. Go ahead, Coach.
No, that's it. You mean you can just drop it. You just squeeze it, and then you drop it, and then that's it. You're squeezing it by the ball at the bottom of the bottle, and then as soon as you let go, the only problem is you probably want some delay in the when the bottle starts falling and when the ball's released. But you just have to come up with some clever way of doing that. But yeah, if you were to do that, you could test and see if this happens that way, if it occurs, if that buoyant effect occurs while it's in free fall or not, or what it does to it while it's in free fall. I suspect it will not happen if you do it carefully, but
Okay. So just squeezing the
I'm
bottle
pretty
will
sure
make
spitting the bucket over your head is a parabolic
gracious.
thing, just like the plane.
So just squeezing the water bottle will make the ping pong bottle drop, right?
the only reason you're squeezing it is to make sure it doesn't shoot up until after it falls. That's the only reason you're squeezing it. You're only squeezing it because you want to see if it'll shoot up after it falls.
Okay, that's what I'm asking you. If you have water bottle, ping pong, and you squeeze the bottle, would a ping pong bottle drop into the water?
I don't understand what you're asking, man. I mean, just to be
Oh my
clear,
gosh.
you're squeezing the bottle so it remains at the bottom only until you drop it. That's the only reason why you're squeezing it there, is to keep it there only until you drop it, because the test is to see if the ball shoots up the water while it's falling, or if it stays down there while it's falling.
Okay, cool. I got you now. So is there a demonstration where somebody squeezed the water bottle with a ping pong ball shot down to the bottom?
He's just trolling, guys. Seriously, if you're gonna keep going around and not realize he's just trolling, I don't know what to do. Shit. I mean, if I was trolling, I would say that same shit.
I mean, that's a clear question.
Clear question. Now you can go and get a bucket and you can spin it and you can watch that ping pong ball stay on the bottom, mate. It won't pop to the top like it should.
Squeezing.
You can verify yourself.
Squeezing. He said squeezing. Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, so but if you're interested, you'd verify it any way that you could.
Dead silence. Let's just make it up as we go. But I'm gonna say for everyone here, happy Thanksgiving is on the way.
Likewise.
You too, Red Man.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
You know, I got some ribs that's going on tomorrow. Ooh, I done rub them down. Ooh, yes, sir.
Nice.
It's
Are you
going
getting together
down.
with family?
Everybody's not gonna be able to come over because everybody's going to everybody else's house. It is what it is. You know what? I got 6 slabs to cook up, and I'm smoking them guys. It's going down. You know, I'm gonna have my own party to myself. It is what it is.
Just get on Discord, mate. We'll join you.
Huh?
We'll give you.
Jump in. That's Awakening. Could be someone.
We'll send out thanks through the ether.
No. I can show you the I can show you my labor. Well, I can't show you my labor because I ain't start cooking yet. But that lay down is gonna be nice. Hold up.
Right on. That's awesome.
This is lay down.
Thanksgiving is I always enjoy the energy in the air around this time.
Well, I know what it's about, but in my mind is refocused on having family time, not what they preached it to be about. It's about spending time, family and friends, you know.
Yeah, just like Christmas.
Yeah, you see my labor, and it's gonna taste good. Mm-hmm.
Enjoy.
Of course. I'm going to enjoy because I know what I stand upon. No worries on that. I know that the stuff, everything that I speak about is hopefully I can help the next person to the next stage for them. And it is what it is. If they don't get it, cool. But I got 6 slabs ready to go. 9:30 in the morning, smoke for about 3 hours, and a little bit of hard cook for like 2.5, 3 hours. And we're done.
Just go to bed now, mate. Just shut the blinds. Just go to bed now so you can just have tomorrow come early.
Who that? Nah. Mm-mm. I'm gonna get you another picture. Hold up. Get you another picture. Oh man. Oh. Go to the other.
Redman, for you, was it a relief when you found out that you weren't spinning and whirling at millions of miles an hour through a vacuum into nowhere land? Was that
No. What it was is, it's a tragic thing for me. It is what it is. When I realized this thing wasn't rocking and rolling and spinning, is when, I'll just say my stepdad, I love that man to death right now. But at that time, he was a hard dude to deal with, and he was just trying to teach me how to survive in this world. And once I figured it out, I sat in my room a long time. That's the reason why I figured out how to draw, because I got shoved in my room, no TV, no nothing, and I figured out how to draw because I figured out how to entertain my own self, and I can figure out perspective itself. Perspective itself, once you can figure it out, you realize this ain't what you live on, and that's what people hadn't figured out.
I posted I told you probably want a clever way of making sure it stayed at the bottom, so it was released afterward. And these people in this video, they've got a clever way of doing it and demonstrating
Real
it.
eyes, real
And
eyes.
the evidence is occurring there in that video. 30 seconds if you'd like to witness it.
I go check it out. It's something I can do myself.
Yep, looks like it.
Spin the bucket. Spin the bucket.
Imagine a normal adult could guess.
That's
What do
super
we mean,
cool. Yeah,
normal
ping pong
adult?
balls sinking
Wait.
when you drop.
Wait.
Awesome.
Wait. Coach, this is something I can do. When you say a normal adult, what do you mean about that?
A normal adult, just like, a person who's capable of doing the regular other things. They can, just one of the things they can do. I can imagine there would be adults who cannot do this.
Okay.
So if you think you can do it, I can say go for it.
Okay. It's something
we believe in you.
You did, they did. Let me go look at what you're talking about. Because I'm talking about family time right now, but it is what it is. Which one was it?
Yeah.
You posted 2 videos. Which one?
That's the most recent one.
The second one has a better demonstration.
Okay. Let's see what they're doing. I'll be back. You can look at that food. We're living on the ground.
I don't think anybody debates that.
I live slightly above the ground.
Okay, only Whites debates that.
Yeah, they actually, I like the way they did it. They did it in a very clever way, using attention, something with tension. Because you can imagine that if you had a rubber band and a ball attached to it, and you put it in water, such that you'd have to use a ball such that the buoyant force is stronger than the tension, so that when it's resting normally, the ball would be at the top of the water. If it was in free fall, that force would be gone, and the tension would be the only force acting on it. So, as in this, as is what they're demonstrating here, the tension overcomes the non-existent other forces. So, the tension always compresses in all three of the examples.
Okay, so I watched your video twice.
Nah, this video is shit. I don't like that.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Fantastic.
As much as I completely
wait.
no, but as much as I completely agree with the principle that the ping pong would go down, I think that's just a shit demonstration. They shouldn't have the spring there.
No, this is perfect demonstration. It's doing exactly what I was suggested to do, and it came up with a clever way of making sure that it didn't, that you could actually witness what it was doing in the free fall. It actually is a much more clever way because it shows you that the tension is the only force apparent in free fall.
Coach, you had, I don't know how they attach the ping pong with the spring and all that. The ping pong ball is not free to itself. Do you realize that?
Just do it my way, mate.
That's the point, man. The point is before it falls, the ping pong boy is buoyant enough to not be at the bottom, right?
No.
Whenever it's in free fall, now that it's in free fall, so what? You said something?
I'm saying right now, with the spring inside the water, is it not helping the ping pong ball to go down?
Yeah. That's exactly
what Kosha was saying. Is that there's a number of forces that are involved, and when it's not falling, there's a buoyant force. That's why the ping pong is floating, despite the spring being attached to it. When it's in free fall, you're removing that force, and the only force that's acting on the ping pong ball would be the force from that spring. So that's what is pulling it down below the surface of the water.
Cool. You
it's
wasn't
pulling it
here.
down the entire time. It's just not.
You wasn't here for the discussion we had before. He said squeezing the bottle and the ping pong ball will go down. We're not talking about a stupid spring.
What? But see, that's the problem is you didn't understand what was being said before. I didn't say squeeze it and then the ball will go to the bottom. I said hold the ball at the bottom by squeezing it. This is what I said, dude. I said hold the ball at the bottom by squeezing it. And then what you want to do is you want to drop it in free fall to see if in free fall, if it shoots up or if it stays there on the bottom. But I said you might want to come up with a clever twitness so that you were sure that when you let go of it, it was already in free fall. And this right here is a perfect way of doing that exact same thing without making the mistake of letting the ball go before it's in free fall. But yeah, so the way they did this is exactly the same demonstration.
No, it's not. Because the ball started at the top of the water and then it shot down once it fell down, right? I watched the video. The ball
this one,
started at the top of
Kosho.
the water.
Yeah, this is akin to the helium balloon in the minivan. It's akin to that in a way because you have something that's actually attached to the vehicle that you're dropping. So it's going from the container that you're dropping. Like it's going from, being held stable to being dropped. And then that ping pong ball is connected in the same way the helium balloon is tied to the floor of the van with a string. So I see it as similar to that in a way, although this is more the buoyancy force going vertical.
It's there's so many things that in the car, the balloon being attached to the floor has nothing to do with the demonstration. And this demonstration, all the spring is doing is it's acting as as my fingers would have been acting if I was holding the ball at the bottom. And if I was holding the ball at the bottom of a water bottle, plastic water bottle, like squeezing it, and I let go of squeezing it, and it was still sitting on a table, the ball would just shoot to the top of the bottle. Okay, and that's all that's happening whenever the spring's attached to it. The spring's attached to it, but it's strong enough to still shoot to the top of the bottle or whatever it's in. And so, if it's the same thing as if it was in free fall, if I let go of the bottle that I was holding while it was still at the bottom, it shouldn't go anywhere. And that's all that's happening here. The ball that would normally be shooting upward, with the spring attached to it, it's now only being compressed by the spring, and the spring's allowing it to. And the like there's no other forces is allowing it to only act in that direction. But it's not like the car thing at all, because the car is experiencing a force. Acceleration.
That's what I'm saying. I watched your video twice, and okay, so I didn't know that you was gonna squeeze the water bottle and then let it go and drop. The ball is attached to something. It wasn't nowhere near what you was trying to explain before. But
get the fucking bucket, put the ping pong and spin it. Seriously.
And this is the thing that you keep picking up about spinning the ball is even further from what we're talking about, because the centripetal force is an acceleration. Once again, it's not the same thing.
What do you think's happening with the plane?
It's in a free fall. It's in a free fall. That means that the forces in it are not. There's nothing to counteract the force. The fact that it's accelerating downward, whereas the centripetal force has the centrifugal force to counteract what it's doing.
The plane is doing a parabolic curve. It's not vertical, straight up and down. There are other forces, mate.
What are the other forces? Why is it that you can go in a parabolic arc? Why is it you can go in a parabolic arc and not be flown and pushed in any direction? And act as if you're in a free fall.
You are. The plane has to physically move forwards to have lift at a certain speed. While it's moving forwards, it goes through parabolic arcs. So it's actually going forward and up and down. It's not just literally straight up and straight down.
That's right, yeah. But it's not accelerating in any of those vectors. That's the difference.
Yeah, as soon as it finishes its apex, it's accelerating down. The plane is accelerating down slightly faster than everything in it.
You just said it right now. You just said it yourself.
The acceleration acting because of gravity is always acting on the plane the entire time, while it's flying, while everything's happening.
No one said it's not.
I know. Yeah, the fact that the plane's not thrusting. It's not thrusting up or down. It's not doing anything except for only being only being affected by gravity, and then in that time means that it's not.
So when you spin the bucket, just at the apex, you stop. You stop swinging your arm. There you go. The bucket's in free fall on the way down from the apex, and then you thrust again from the bottom. Swing and thrust, and then
that's not true. Though.
Sorry,
that's not true. It's not. The bucket's never in free fall in your example. You're spinning it around.
It's free fall from the top. No, you're only spinning it up. You're not pulling it back down again.
You are when you're swinging it.
No, you swing it up,
on the rope the
and then you can let it free fall down, and then do it again, and the water will stay in the bottom of the bucket the whole time. It's free falling down. I'm just suggesting you'd be able to watch
there's tension on the rope the entire time. It's never in free fall.
Oh, what do you think the plane's doing? On the rope the entire time. It's coming down. You think attaching a spring to something is a better way to do it?
No, it doesn't. The string doesn't have to be stretchy. It could be. It doesn't matter if you're swinging something around and there's tension on the string. That's not in free fall.
The spring is under tension at the start. The spring is under tension at the start.
And the ball is buoyant enough to float as well as be attached to it.
Yeah, I'm saying the demonstration you're describing, I'm saying, is unrelated to this. It's unrelated to this entirely. You're talking about a centripetal acceleration, which is not free fall. It's never in free fall if that's happening.
It is actually from the apex down. It's in free fall. I could let go of it completely. I'm not thrusting it down. It is in free fall. I don't understand why you don't see that.
If it was in free fall, there'd be no tension in the rope, and the rope would loosen up, and it wouldn't even make.
There is no rope. It's my hand on the bucket.
It's the same thing. Your tension between your hand and through your arm would loosen in that moment if it were in free fall.
Exactly. So at the apex, I could let go of it. It would free fall down, and then I could theoretically grab it again and then thrust it back up. In that period that I let go of it, what is it doing? Is it free falling or not?
You're providing centripetal force the entire time, centrifugal force as well. You're providing forces the entire time. When it's in free fall, you're removing forces. You're kind of doing the opposite of what's being explained with a free fall plane.
So when it's in free fall, you've just admitted. So when it's in free fall, from the apex down, because there is no force being applied.
You're giving it a force in the form of a centrifugal, and then your arm is acting in the centripetal to keep it in line. You're providing two forces when you're swinging something around like that. If something is in free fall, you have removed the forces if it's in free fall.
Yeah, it'd be in free fall if you were to let go of it.
Thrusts up. The aeroplane thrusts up, doesn't it, to get to the top of its apex, and then what? Does it keep thrusting down? No, it backs off. So what are you talking about? It's not straight up and straight down. The plane's doing the same thing, essentially.
No, it's not doing the same. If you were to let go of the bucket at any point while you're spinning it around, when you let go of it, you could describe it being in free fall. But if while it's still going around, and while it doesn't matter where it is in that circle, it's never in free fall. If you were to let go of it and the tension was not
So I thrust it up to the top. It's upside down. I let go of it. It starts falling down in free fall. And just before it hits the ground, I catch the handle and then thrust it back up again.
Let me ask a simple question. Let me ask a simple question. Do you think when a plane is
free fall?
Do you think when a plane is gaining? Hold on, man. Do you think that when a plane is gaining altitude, that you could describe that as adding centrifugal force to the plane?
No, but on the apex.
Right, there you go. If you're trying to describe the increase of altitude of the plane with you lifting the upward movement of this bucket that you have as the same thing, and you just said it's not centrifugal force when a plane is gaining altitude, right there, that's where the analogy breaks down.
No, it's not. You're trying just to pick it apart for no reason. It's a perfect analogy because the same thing happens with the ball. It stays on the surface. And why do you think that is?
The forces that are involved, that they will dictate the interaction.
What are the forces that are different if they're both in free fall? The plane and everything inside of it free falling. The bucket and the water and the ping pong free falling.
Right. There'd be no bias. There'd be no bias in any direction if it was in free fall.
No bias.
No bias at all, because you've removed the forces. You've removed the forces that provide a bias. So in free fall, you have no bias.
Yeah.
So what's happening in the airplane?
I just said it. There's not going to be any bias. As far as the airplane, the zero G plane, when it's descending. Come on, man. Come on. If you're going to ask a question and I'm trying to explain, please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. If you're going to ask a question and I'm in the middle of an explanation, don't interrupt. In the plane specifically, I think what's happening is that it's not true free fall. I think that there's a free fall plus the thrust of the plane. So when it's pointed downward, you're going to have a negative G. So the denser material is going to rise to the top because that's a direction of the force that's being provided. So the less dense material is going to go downwards in that example. But true free fall, there won't be a bias.
With the helium balloon then? What happens in a vehicle with the helium balloon when it moves forward?
It'll appear to go in the direction of where the force is incoming. So essentially, like on Earth, the way we explain it is that there's a bias downwards. So helium rises because the heavier material is going down, and then the helium is opposite from that force. So when you're in a car and you come to a quick stop, you get jolted forward because you're a heavy mass within the air, but because the helium is lighter than the air, it will appear to go opposite of that force and go backwards. The same if you accelerate very quickly, you seem to get pushed back because you're a heavy mass within the air, but the air is heavier than the helium, so the air goes back as well. The helium goes forward, opposite of that bias. So when you're in a plane free fall with thrust, you have a force upwards. So that heavy material of air goes up. The lighter material goes down. You have that bias.
But it's at the apex that the shift happens. Right at the apex, there's the shift. Boom.
Sure.
And then from then it stays because it's free falling.
Sure. In true free fall, there won't be a bias because you're not accelerating more than anything else. When you're free falling, you're accelerating with gravity. There is no net force. There is no net bias. So you will have that interaction of two densities freely mixing. There's no bias for the heavier medium to go in a particular direction and the less medium or less dense medium to go in another direction. They will freely float around together because there is no bias.
You're in 0G. You experience 0G on the way up and on the way down though, and on the apex. That's why I was saying the demonstration you just described before with the bucket and letting go of it and picking it back up, it'd be equivalent if you could perfectly swing the bucket around, and then as it was on its way up, you let go of it so that it went up as far as it was going to go, and then it comes back down. And as before it hit the ground, you were to catch it and swing it again, and then do the same thing. Then it would be similar to the parabolic flight of the airplane. And the entire time that you're not touching it, like from the time it's going up and the time it's going all the way back around and then coming down before you catch it again, the whole time it's going to experience this free fall.
So I've obviously misunderstood the parabolic flight. So they decelerate, and like before they even hit the apex, they're decelerating and creating like floaty environment, are they? Or is it only after the apex? Have I just misunderstood you?
Wait, so repeat that. Say it again.
How are they creating the floaty environment in this plane before the apex? You said it happens on the way up as well.
It happens the entire parabolic flight that they're not applying the thrust.
Okay, so
like in this picture here.
Look at this horse shit.
Here, this might be the best way to explain it. When you're climbing in altitude and you're using thrust, you're either accelerating in that direction or keeping the same speed, but raising in altitude. If you turn your thrusters off or you lower them a great deal, gravity is going to slow that down. That's a deceleration, which means that there is a force that's involved. That deceleration, just like in your car when you decelerate, you go forward. Like you brake real quick and go forward.
Okay.
So it's the same thing with the plane.
It's
So when you're
just
going
momentum.
up,
Right.
so when you're going up, there's a force that's going up that's decelerating, and you have a constant force down. At a point, those forces will equalize, and it'll feel as though it is 0G, essentially. It's just that net force
like
that's acting on your body.
They stop thrusting on the way up to create the floaty environment prior to the apex. Where is
I'll
I'll
tell you how it works because I do motocross, right? And when you get up and you're riding your motorbike and you fly up over a camel hump and you're way up in the air and you're at that apex, you have that floaty feeling, and that's how you can do aerobatics, and you can flip around and change your position, and then on the way back down it becomes so much harder. So it's that apex between rising and falling.
And you would agree from doing those jumps, Carlos, you start experiencing that like feeling of weightlessness pretty much the moment your tires leave the dirt.
Yeah, but it's difficult to do anything because you're still within that same vector, same conservation of momentum. But once you reach that apex, you've changed your vector and you're in that sweet zone.
Because you can,
right,
you
it's
can watch it. It's
maximized.
actually a good trick. Like just find people doing motocross. What do you call it where they do MX, but they're just mostly stunting rather than doing it? What is it?
It's just stunts. That's all it is.
Another good example that might apply to most people would be like roller coasters or the drop ones where it's a big tower like 200 feet where you get that weightlessness going down, but some of them will bring you back up, and you can still feel that weightlessness while you're rising up, but you're decelerating as you're moving upwards. So you still get that sensation despite moving upwards. So that'd be a good example of anybody who can really do that.
Never felt that on a roller coaster, but I've been on a lot of roller coasters in my day.
Right. A lot of roller coasters accelerate you at all times.
Through deceleration.
Yeah,
major deceleration, like a brake, before a car crash.
Right. Most roller coasters will accelerate you before the hump or as you're going up the hump as well to keep you moving over it. That's why I mentioned the drop one, because there's one here in San Antonio at Fiesta, Texas. They have one that will drop you, but it will also shoot you back up, and it'll do that a few times, and you can experience that weightlessness as you're going upwards as well.
Exactly.
How do you feel? How do you feel? Wait. How do you feel weightlessness when you're going back up?
That's what I'm telling you.
Wait.
The entire time you're in the arc.
Get it out. Let me get it out. Once I'm at the top, and I know I've come down on a free fall. That's what it's called in Six Flags. When you're at the top, and you waited for them to drop you. You could put pennies. You could put a penny on the side of you, and you can drop, and you can see that penny go in the air, and you never go back up, feeling the same way. You got a roller coaster like that? Because I'm coming there.
Yeah. The drop zone at Fiesta, Texas in San Antonio. Yeah, it moves you up and down a few times, and you do.
Let me look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find a video because I'm almost certain there's videos of people fucking around and holding things on these drop rides. Almost certain.
That almost sounds like that slingshot thing, where you sit back, and two people in the cockpit, and you get shut off, and it shoots you up in the air, and it comes back, and you get bounced all around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's because you have the conservation of momentum moving up yourself. So when the plane does a dive back down, you're still wanting to go up, and the plane's wanting to go down, but they found that sweet spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I want to see this roller coaster he talking about. I'm going. I want that ride, son.
This link, I think, shows it.
I like riding on roller coasters. I don't know about everybody else.
Oh, Blackwater! I
ain't never too old for no roller coaster.
My favorite is Blackwater rafting.
There you go, Redman, in the chat.
Scream. I don't do water. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Blackwater rafting, man, and you go into the deep caves, and you just got to jump into the abyss, and you don't know how far it is down, and you it, and you got your black donut, and you sit in your donut, and you go through underwater rapids. It's just freaky as hell because you can't see your hand in front of your face.
There you go. You can see it going up and down a few times.
Okay, appreciate it.
Why in that jar experiment didn't they just fill the jars with water completely and not have the spring? So the ping pong ball starts off at the top of the jar, and then they take it down, and then it goes to the bottom of the jar. But why didn't they just do that?
It wouldn't go to the bottom. What happens is, like we said, the no bias thing. So when it's in free fall, there's no bias in any direction. So if it's floating and you let it go, it will continue to be in that area. The reason why they add the spring there is to show, despite under normal conditions, it will be buoyant and float under normal conditions. When we remove essentially gravity from the forces involved, we can see that the spring is the only thing acting, and that's the only time it's able to pull it down.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but how did they make sure they mimic exactly gravity, like encountered just gravity and nothing else? Because my example is, if you just bring it down a bit faster, encounter a bit more, it will go down to the bottom of the water.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Well, here's
because you're adding a bias to it. When you they
don't claim with they're imparting action on a spring. They don't claim they know the absolute reason why. They just know it's a force. So you're actually applying too much to what they're saying with that experiment. Not you, Bio, but all they're really saying is no. You are because they're not saying that it's gravity due to a specific space-time fluctuation. No, they're saying it's a force imparting an action on a string.
Separate topic, kind of.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's two different things. It's not as if it's not showing an action. Like when you're imparting action on the spring, you're demonstrating that there is a force being applied. So what the cause of that force? I mean, you might have an argument, but you don't have an argument that there's not a force there.
Well, no. So that's not what we're talking about. So perhaps
I'm
you
sorry.
can get context.
Let
You're
me
fine.
yield. Yeah.
It's always, it's a lot of typical stuff. I think this is a nuanced conversation, but
I just want to say real quick, Bio, you can go, but I just want to say, remember that night when we were talking about the source of the force?
Yeah, I've said it a few times. I feel weird saying it, but it's descriptive enough.
And what's the other one? The what was the other one that we were saying? It was the core, the core of the core or something. Yeah, the core, the Tor of the core.
Tor of the something. Yeah, the force of the Tor or the I can't remember.
No, it's Tor and core. We're
Force of the force.
The core of the earth. So what would the Tor be at the core?
Oh, maybe something like that. But yeah, White's word. So I heard you say if you were to like throw it down. So it's not just free fall. If you throw it down, you're giving it more force than free fall. So if you throw it upwards, let's just call it a positive force. Just upwards is positive. If you just let it go, you have not imparted anything to it, so it would be 0. And then if you throw it downwards, let's call it a negative force. So if you were to throw it down, now there is a bias because there is a force that's acting upwards because you threw it down. The same way if you throw something up, there's a force down despite you throwing it up. So if you throw it down, there's a force that's acting upwards. So yes, there is a bias in that situation in which the water is now denser than that ping pong ball. The water would rise to the top. The ping pong being less dense would go to the bottom. So yes, in that example, the ping pong does go to the bottom because you've given it a bias, a force.
Okay, well, I propose that it would do that just in the shift, change in direction, and then free fall, just like in the plane.
Sure.
Changing direction now.
If that happened,
no, it is. You decelerate. That's essentially a change in direction.
If that happened, though, there would literally be no reason for that group to have attached springs. They attach springs strictly because in free fall there is no bias. They gave it a bias by providing a spring to it.
Okay. Well, I would suggest for credibility's sake in my book, they should have done the same thing without a spring in the same video, just for comparison's sake. Personally, filled it completely with water.
The video I posted right before it doesn't have a spring in it. It has somebody dropping it without putting a spring on it. That's why I posted that second one, because the second one, the one with the spring shows you, that it actually, it's only influenced by the spring's influence is now controlling where it's moving rather than the buoyancy, which was overcoming the tension in the spring. So that second one's more definitive than the one where you're just dropping it, because he drops something that's buoyant in the first one, and it doesn't do anything.
Here, Grim, I'm gonna tag you so you kind of know what the context is.
Okay.
But yeah, just to be clear though, whenever you said something about throwing something down. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Shows.
Bio just posted my free fall at my Six Flags. I love it. I wanna ride the one you're talking about.
Who was I saying I should thank?
Oh, that looks scary as fuck, Redman.
No, it's not that scary, man. It's fucking
it looks like an iron. It looks like a metal coffin.
If you ride it, you can see the penny rise beside you. It's freaking awesome. So that's free fall.
What do you reckon then is happening, Redman? If you watch this clip that I posted with the motocross drum jumps, when the guys,
I'm not looking at your clips. You're good. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. Bio.
Jesus. Okay.
I think we reached the end of that. We agree that's free fall. What you posted, what I posted was up and down.
Yeah.
Okay, so hang on. I'm just watching this video prior, and it looks to me as though they are starting to come down. The duration just wasn't long enough for them to get to the bottom.
But I want to ride that roller coaster. I love roller coasters.
So it looks as though what I described is actually happening. It just doesn't eventuate because it didn't happen. Like the boxes only dropped for so far. Anyway, I'll leave that for everyone to discern themselves.
I'm here to enjoy life.
You said I was not just motocross
in the tournament. What?
What'd you say about the box one? The box one's just showing something falling, something in free fall. The parabolic flight is going up and going back down the same way as if you were to throw something up in the air and it do an arc and fall back down. The entire time that it's on that arc, if you can negate the wind resistance, then that entire time, everything in the contents of that ball, everything inside the ball or everything inside the plane, it's going to be experiencing zero, simulated 0G.
Yeah. I'm gonna point something out to you, Kosho.
From the point of deceleration.
Wait.
In that.
Well, it's just deceleration, just to be clear.
I'm gonna point something out to Kosho right now. You've been quiet for a while. Me and Bio we was talking about just roller coasters and how things is going on. I want to ride the roller coaster he's talking about. I just showed him the roller coaster I've ridden before. I don't care nothing about you talking about.
That's fine, man. I got news for you. I got no care in the world for anything you just said. Right? But
I know
the thing is,
because
I normally say
brought
because it doesn't add
Fucking
anything, but
newsflash.
it doesn't matter.
attached to it. It didn't even matter to me because you didn't bring ping pong ball squeezed with a bottle. You brought ping pong attached to a spring to demonstrate something.
You remember whenever we described all that, we found out after I showed that to you that you didn't even understand what was being explained?
No, I asked you.
You know that I was saying you squeeze the bottle and that does something.
I said, why is the ping pong ball attached to the
Well, that
spring
will do something.
throughout this?
Change the pressure.
You said, no, I'm
it wouldn't surprise me for something if you
attached.
squeezed it enough, it would crush the ball.
Yeah, there's an effect like that too.
So I'm gonna get back. Get back to Bio. Hey, I want to that roller coaster. I'll be checking that out.
Sweet.
Thank you.
I do not have the balls to do jumps this big.
I'm watching your video right now with the jumps.
They are incredible, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
What wasn't there a video of a density tower attached to a rocket, and then it did experience that parabolic flight, but we had a shit ton of data as far as what it was doing in space.
Well, I mean, I've seen one.
That, but I remember the density tower on the vomit comment.
I've seen one where it was attached to something that was it was like a parabolic flight created. I think it might have been a homemade rocket or something like that, but
like a bottle rocket or something.
Yeah, and it shows it on the way up and on the way down. After the thrust is gone, it shows it's a free fall the whole time.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Because that would, from what I remember, it was visually pleasing as far as the interaction of the liquids while seeing it still moving upwards and then eventually downwards. But it was visually appealing, but I no idea where or what it's titled.
Then the one you're talking about is not the one I found, because the one I found is on the vomit comet, and it's really not visually pleasing, like because he wobbles a bit and you're like, did you just shake this tube or did that actually happen?
Right. No, I like this and I love it. I have no problem with it, but as far as the context of this conversation, you're right, it's not very visually appealing, and then we don't 100% know the orientation of the plane when it starts to experience 0G. I mean, I think we know, but the context of being here. But yeah, him holding it. If you're in 0G, any bump will fuck it up and kind of mean less.
Yeah, it's just that thing. I wish if they had those straps there, they could just strap it down.
You've seen the demonstration where they use electrostatics to, get different various things to float up to the top plate, haven't you? As opposed to, counter gravity. So, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like they get bits of foil and stuff to float. Yeah.
Right.
All sorts of stuff. Iron, fucking hair, feathers, fucking wood, plastic, all sorts of shit.
Yeah, reality is pretty interesting.
It is
like, because we are in one, aren't we? We do have a static potential. We do have a gradient, higher voltage going up. So we are in one, and when they reverse it with technology or machinery, they can get things to do the opposite to what we see. So that is pretty interesting, isn't it?
Well, I mean, we can get things to do the opposite from what we see without doing the equal thing, right? So, like, something can go up for one reason and I can make it go down for a different reason, or vice versa.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities between a lot of things. It's hard to find one phenomena that does a thing without another phenomena also doing that thing. I find that very difficult to find.
Countering, opposing thing. So it's a little bit different. We know that we're living when you produce a micro one that you can actually control and reverse the polarity, you actually see the reverse of what we see in reality. Things go up instead of going down. So that's what I'm saying is interesting. I mean, if you can present another scenario, like other than what we're discussing, obviously, that's why I brought up the static, because it's another way to create the opposite of what we see, i.e. a parabolic flight. Is there another way to do that? But, I mean, I can't think
to
of
do
one.
what specifically? What?
To have things go in the opposite direction, like the parabolic flight, doing what it did, and things floating instead of going down, and helium balloon going down instead of normally floating, etc. So, is there anything else that can replicate
I could
that?
if you have a vacuum chamber and you don't evacuate it, helium balloon will rise, and then when you evacuate the air from that chamber, the helium balloon goes down. So yeah, that's one way. I didn't do shit for forces. I just removed the material.
Yeah, but that's like if you get a whole heap of different material other than a helium balloon, will it do the same thing? Does the same thing happen? Does it float at the start?
Anything that floats in air. You could do the same with water. It's something that a basketball that floats on water. It's when you put it in the water, it's gonna move to the top. Remove the water, it goes down. I mean, that's kind of shitty, but it's the same principle.
Well, not really.
No, it is. Remove the medium, and it goes down. It's the same with helium. Helium goes up just like a basketball goes up in water. Remove that medium, it goes down.
No. That's not what I was suggesting with recreating what we see. Because what we see, like everyone understands, has a bias. So just removing medium is not going to have a bias unless you try and do it on Earth where you claim there's already the gravity as the bias.
You're talking about like introducing a different direction bias? Is that what you're saying?
Well, like we're saying with the parabolic flight, right? How you might have the density gradient switch upside down and the helium balloon sink instead of float and things like this. And the same with the static potential that we're in now versus when you reverse it with machinery with the two plates and create electrostatic difference with the negative on the top and the positive on the bottom. You can get wood and plastic and iron and hair and all sorts of shit to float up instead of down. So I'm just wondering, is there another thing that presents that situation, that dynamic, reversing gravity essentially?
Oh, anti-gravity? No, I don't think today that there's anti-gravity.
Okay, so does a parabolic flight produce what perceives to be anti-gravity momentarily or not?
Anti-gravity, no. It does remove it does seem to remove a downward force, but you're really just adding an upward force that's equal to the downward. So you have a net force of 0. So the effect seems like you're removing gravity, that it's anti-gravity, but what you're doing in reality is you're introducing a equal force in the opposite direction.
Right. Is there anything else other than the parabolic flight and electrostatic potential that can do that?
Centrifugal and centripetal force can introduce that bias in which you're not experiencing up or down. The bias is horizontal.
Hey, Bio, are you able to explain to me what I just posted into the text chat about 1G?
Yeah, I replied to you some minutes ago. I'll just copy paste that and reply.
What does it mean by resisting the reaction of the Earth's surface bearing upwards? What's the reaction in that? And what's it resisting? And why is the Earth bearing upwards?
The Earth isn't necessarily bearing upwards. The 1G measure is that upward force required to match Earth's downward. If you continue to read that definition there, equal to an acceleration of 1G and is equal and opposite to gravity. So you're talking about the upwards value of 1G that's equal and opposite to gravity. Gravity would be downward.
Yeah, well, if gravity is in one vector, then you've got something that's equal but in the other vector, right?
It's called the normal
So
force.
that would counteract gravity.
Yeah, that's a normal force.
I will say, y'all have a great night. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. I hope everybody eat good.
Happy Thanksgiving, man.
Good.
Your food looked really good.
I'm trying to make it good, man. Y'all see it tomorrow.
All right, man. Yeah, you too, bro.
Yeah.
Carlos says that there's a normal force that's acting in the opposite of gravity. That's what you feel right now when you're sitting in your chair. Force acting upward on your legs and your ass. That's the normal force.
That's why there's that force and you're counteracting it. If you hold your arm out straight and you just keep it there, after a while it will hurt. It will be difficult to hold up because you're expending energy to counteract that force downwards.
Yeah, but the Earth is supposed to be static, and the gravity is supposed to have a vector with a bias towards the center of the Earth.
It does. The measure of 1G is essentially you have to impart 1G to maintain your arm level to keep it from going down or up. If you maintain 1G, you're counteracting gravity and keeping it level.
Well, everything in that case is experiencing 1G, right?
At all times, yeah. Unless you're free falling, accelerating up or down. But yeah, if you're just sitting there, you're experiencing 1G. Yeah.
I think there's something fishy going on about that.
Yeah, this is a great video, by the way. The one that Kosho just posted is what I was talking about before. If you go to 240, you'll see the graph of its altitude, and then you'll see the interaction of the liquids. And you can see before takeoff, I'm going to use the word perfect, but it's not perfect, but I don't give a shit. They're perfectly separated. Dense around bottom, less dense on top, But as it goes up, it still exhibits that relationship. But as it approaches the top, it hasn't reached the top yet. As it approaches, still increasing in altitude, you see as it decelerates, you see them fuck around with each other. That would be the free fall when they're fucking around with each other.
Yeah, because the thrust, there's no more thrust at that point.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And the only reason why it's so that the problems that don't occur in a parabolic flight are because of the drag and the wind resistance. Whereas in a parabolic flight, they counteract the wind resistance by actually continuing to accelerate when they go up and back down. So I forget which way they accelerate when they're going up, but when they're going down, they don't just free fall. They're applying some thrust so that it does it so that the drag doesn't cause some sort of
that doesn't throw you to the front of the plane. Yeah, see, that's what fucked me up when Extremisys initially brought forth that question about the helium balloon. What direction would it go, or any direction? The way it was presented was in 0G. In 0G, it wouldn't have a bias any direction. But as you said with the vomit comet, there is a bias because it's not perfectly zero thrust. it's free fall plus a bit, so it has a bias.
I mean, when they try to do it though, they try to do it so that even though they're applying thrust to the plane, they're trying to counteract the drag so that it's as best they can simulating like it's zero thrust.
Oh, I see. Like, it kind of will give it thrust to balance out air resistance, as if a perfect world, a free fall with no air.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know exactly.
You see them bouncing all around, going up, down, left. So yeah, I mean, obviously it's not like a perfect free fall situation.
Right, that too. Yeah, I mean, especially when we're talking about an airplane in our atmosphere at a high altitude. Yeah, it'll never be perfect. I don't think you can ever achieve 0G for a sustained amount of time in that situation.
Have you seen that footage? It's kind of a classic one. The woman astronaut who's apparently supposed to be on the ISS, and she's like doing some interview with like Oprah, and she's sitting there and her hair's all like frizzed up or whatever. But it's not. Well, it is actually one of the ones where she frizzes the hair, but she basically just starts tilting sideways, and she has to like hold onto a bar. That's because the 0G plane that they're filming it in was like going at an angle, and so her 0G became like off kilter. Have you seen that one?
I have not seen the one that you basically claim an explanation to. No.
It's pretty a famous one. I maybe if you haven't looked into some of the footage and stuff, but that one's it's very commonly spotted out as being clear evidence of a 0G plane.
It's possible I've seen it without knowing it, because I've seen a lot of the claimed ISS shit, wires, cuts in video, transitions, blah blah blah. I've seen some hair stuff, but I don't know exactly what you're speaking to.
I might have that one saved. I'll look see if I do, but
Anybody know how long these parabolic flights usually last?
20 seconds. About 20 seconds. The
The
entire flight,
entire-
the 0G part.
Yeah, like the experience, the 0G part. How long does it actually last?
Yeah, it's 20 seconds because there's a minute long. So the first 20 seconds they're climbing and they're tilted and accelerating, so they feel, I think it says 1.8 Gs, and then once they stop that, when they're still climbing, but they're not thrusting, they're at 0G, and then they get so for about 20 seconds they do their arc and they're falling, and then when they apply the thrust so they don't crash, they're doing about 1.8 again. So and then at 1 minute time they're going 1.8 for 20 seconds, then 0, then 1.8 for the 20 seconds.
So from the time that they leave the ground, that they get to the altitude that they're able to perform these parabolic maneuvers, right? And the time that they go back, you said it's 20 seconds, or between
Not from the ground. What happens is they'll do like a series of them. So once they're at the altitude they're supposed to be at, like flying level, then they'll start the humps. They're gonna go up then down, like a roller coaster. Basically, it looks like it's going like a bunch of humps, and each of those humps are 1 minute long in total. But that 1 minute is the 20 seconds of 1.8 Gs, and then 20 seconds of 0 Gs, and then 20 seconds of 1.8 Gs. And that's one of the humps, and then they do that again 5 times.
I posted a link for you, Jay. Go0g.com. They say the entire flight itself is about an hour and a half, and then during which you do 15 iterations of the weightlessness. So in total, by the end, it's about 6 or 7 minutes of weightlessness, but about 30 seconds each time that they do it. But the entire
but
flight
in terms
is
of
about an hour and a half.
in addition, in terms of how they might be doing it with the ISS, though, they could have longer, technologies to do it for longer as well. I'm just saying, in terms of, compared to what they give us commercially.
Of course they can, but I have no evidence of it. But yeah, there you go, Jay. The frequently asked questions is there. I don't know how much it is.
Well, there's a ton of evidence that they're using zero-G planes, so that's for sure.
I tried to calculate it though, which was my reasoning is you get the top of the parabola, and then you've got to drop. You've got to be dropping at 9.8 meters per second, right? And so I tried to calculate because somebody was saying it's 4 minutes. The average shot is like no longer than 4 minutes on the ISS. I forget the number I came out with, but it was pretty extraordinary. It was whatever it was higher than the altitude of the ISS you'd have to be dropping from. I might have done my maths wrong though.
BioDual, thank you for the link.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting calculation. Interesting to do that. Let me see.
Actually, what you just brought up, that's why I was asking the question on the duration of the parabolic flight, because I was going to make a correlation that a good editor or somebody that likes to analyze videos, they can see how many cutscenes these people have, and it's somewhat compatible to the timing in parabolic flight. That means that could be evidence that they're faking it.
Yeah, the one I looked at, which I quite liked because her hair and more importantly, her necklace is dangling the whole way through. It looks pretty convincing that she's in zero G. And she's got some very long shots in there. They're like 3 and 4 minutes, most of them. Like there's some longer shots, but they're like, I was having quibbles with the person as to whether they look zero G.
Well, I think there's several different ways that they fake that ISS footage. The zero-G planes is one of them, but yeah, they're not all zero-G.
But to me, that would create a problem, I think, because to switch between different kinds of footage is super difficult, right? Because if you're doing stuff in water, you're going to have a different temperature to light, a bunch of different effects, a bunch of different equipment that will behave in different ways, right? When then you go into zero-G flight, all of that, you're going to have to try and get exactly the same kind of a shot for the same video, unless you're saying they do one entire video underwater and the next entire video.
Yeah, I mean, I think they do both. I mean, it depends on what scene they're doing. You know, it could be a whole scene that's not zero-G, and you know what I mean, where they're using green screens, and then another one where it's a shorter cut that they are. So yeah, it's different scenes, different little Hollywood setups.
What do you reckon they do with the hair to make the hair all frizzy? And the necklace float.
Well, they do. There's a couple of different things with the hair. You've seen the old ones from like the early days where they literally use hairspray. That's one.
They would use hairspray in what way to simulate floating?
Great, clean question.
I think they were using the hairspray. Let's just say they are faking it. You know, in this scenario, the hairspray was supposed to simulate like free flying floaty hair, which came off as like obvious hairspray.
Is that what happens when women here on Earth use hairspray? It appears that their hair is weightless.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. See, there's different ones that we might be referring to. So some of them do look more convincingly weightless in that sense, or like zero-G, but other ones are literally hairsprayed, where it's not flowing freely, but it's like stuck up.
Here's the reasonable response to that, in that if you are in a weightlessness environment and you have a lot of hair, it would be useful for that hair to not fly around in all directions all the time. I think that I would use hairspray or gel, perhaps put a hat on to keep that hair from fucking up
down to your skull. Yeah.
Something.
But hold on. Don't do this. Don't do this. Right? I'm gonna give you credit.
Response?
No. I'm gonna give you credit because you almost made that sound reasonable, right? But to avoid the whole gel and the whole, why not just tie your hair? Why go to the extra? All right, but he tried to justify. In this case, he's trying to justify them possibly using gel. You understand what I'm saying?
It sounds to me trying to split the difference between, are you saying they're using gel to keep their hair down or to frizz their hair up?
Right, I'm only offering a reasonable a reasonable explanation. I could then come back and one up you and say, why don't they all just shave off all their hair? And then they don't even have to use any product.
Hold on. Being on the
There's
thing
a
you requires
difference.
you to have no hair.
Right, it's
Hold on. There's a
personal
difference
preference, perhaps,
between.
man. I don't know.
No. There's a difference between having to deal with gel. You know what I'm saying? First of all, how do they get gel from down there? Do they ever run out of gel? Like that's a whole question in itself. But to have
Where's
to
the
put the
they
gel.
do use hairspray?
Hold on.
We're arguing whether it's
To have to use the gel, to have the gel put it in your head, it seems like a more longer process than just taking a band, right? I don't know if you've ever had long hair before, but it's real simple, bro. You just put your head back, tie it up, and that's it. It isn't.
So
The
why do
gel
people?
seems
Why do
like it's such a process, and you're trying to pass it as reasonable, rational, and it isn't rational.
Oh, okay. What about people here on Earth? If it is so much easier and so much better, why do people here still use gel and hairspray? Why don't people down here always use a hair tie?
Well, hang on, Bio. Are you suggesting that this ISS, quote unquote astronaut, are you suggesting that NASA and her are admitting, like, hey, I'm gelling my hair all frizzed upwards because so it won't get in my eyes? Is that what you're suggesting? That they're admitting
I'm
that?
providing a reasonable explanation to counter the unreasonable assertion. That's
Well,
all
because
I'm doing.
one of them where her hair is literally like gel up, like where it's not free flowing at all. So as she moves her head, it's like stuck up. And at the beginning of that footage, this is some of the early stuff, but she's on TV and somebody asks her, they literally ask her, how do we know you're in space and that you're not just in a studio on the ground somewhere? I'm not even kidding. They say that. They throw in that they're fucking lying, right on the actual footage. And she goes, look at my hair. And she puts her finger to point at her hair.
Sorry?
Okay.
So she's literally using her hair
being. Getting at, Gio?
So she's using
you're
her
providing
hair.
nothing right now.
She's using her hair being stuck up as proof that they're in space.
That's great, Gio. People are allowed to wear hairspray one day and not the next day. People are allowed to. People are allowed to. They're allowed to sensationalize what they're doing when they're being interviewed on TV. The way that I operate daily, not being on TV, is probably lazily and whatever. I'm not hyping anything up for anyone. If I get interviewed tomorrow on TV for, let's say, my job, I might sensationalize the shit out of my job. Who fucking knows, man?
I do have this
Bro,
gift
there
because
would
this
be
is
no
from the
logic.
same one. Hold on, Matrix, just real quick. I just posted this GIF. This is from the one I'm referring to. It's also the one where the guy's on wires and he grabs the wire. So that's what this GIF is showing. However, this is the woman I'm talking about. So at the beginning of this, like I said, her hair is stuck upwards. And at the beginning of it, they literally say, how do we know you're really up in space and you're not just faking it in some studio somewhere? And she points to her hair as proof.
That's great, man. People sensationalize shit all the time.
I mean,
Can I suggest something else?
Fair, I just found that clip. He then does a backflip.
And his wire, his wire
justify
gets
it?
caught. His wire gets caught, and the other guy grabs the wire. That's the whole point. That's what it's showing out.
Does he?
How would
Okay,
you,
let me watch again.
Fire do it. How would you justify them even having hairspray in the ISS? Tell me what purpose would hairspray actually serve in that environment?
Which
I would assume they cannot. I would assume they're not allowed to have hairspray in the ISS, man.
Yeah, I'm going to say no hairspray in the ISS.
Yeah,
if they're up there, they may be allowed gel, but you're not going to be spraying weird sticky substances around a zero-G environment.
That would be crazy.
Can I suggest something else?
Whatever the case may be, if there's something that they have that goes into their hair as far as a product, it most likely could be to keep their hair out of their fucking face while they're doing important stuff. The same way that if you're operating heavy equipment, that you're gonna put your hair back so it doesn't get caught up in anything. If you're performing a job and you have long hair, it's best if your hair isn't in your eyes.
So he is suggesting that, Gio, just like you said, he's confirming that that would be the reason to keep it out of your face rather than tying it back. It would make sense to frizz it up with some kind of product.
No, I'm not. altitude, all these things. The ISS is little to zero air resistance. It might as well be zero air resistance. So if it has this constant velocity, that's as close to zero G as we can get. If you're going to try to experience zero G within a thick atmosphere, sorry, you're not going to be able to do it, at least for a duration of time.
Can I make a suggestion real quick about this whole thing, this whole discussion, as far as the hairspray or the tours that they're giving? I would suggest that it's not only does it look like they're using hairspray, but a lot of the things they're doing up there are just to create the argument. In fact, gaslighting us and showing how ridiculous it is. Because if they really wanted us to believe it, they wouldn't do the thing with the hair. They wouldn't show us the toilet that seems ridiculous to use. I mean, these things are just there. I think they're done on purpose.
What would
they show? All of us.
Do you get that? That sounds like this is why I think how I think conspiracy.
That's my take on it. That's all.
Which is, if there's evidence on one side, or the other side, both become evidence for you. So half of flat Earth evidence is why haven't they shown us X, and the other half of flat Earth evidence is they've shown us X and I've decided it's fake. So. Like the best one I've seen is the one I posted, which at 26 minutes past the hour, which is the ISS. None of that looks fake to me. It looks like it would be super difficult to do if it was wire work. Plus, you've got the hair problem and the necklace problem. She gives like a really long, they're extraordinarily long shots as she gives you an entire tour around this thing. And she seamlessly flows between like this way being up and then suddenly like turns around like she's doing it, hang on, at like 44 seconds. And then the wall becomes the floor. It's like, I don't conceive of any way you do that. And if you time these shots, you're talking about thousands and thousands of feet that they'd have to be free falling for.
If that's good enough for you, I mean, that's fine. I'm not trying to say it shouldn't be. I just think that it's more interesting maybe to think about if it is faked, why did they do it this way? Because we've all seen Gravity in these other movies, and it can make it look like super real, like super good. Like you wouldn't question it whatsoever. I mean, like, everything about it's natural. There's no like hokey, like, bathroom tour with like the no toilet seat and a little 3-inch pipe hole that you have to aim for. And all these ridiculous things, like replacing the pouch, and then the little comments she makes about like having to wipe up afterwards and things getting crazy. The way she puts it, in my opinion, is like obvious duper soleil.
So wouldn't the counter argument that if we're asking for all these millions in funding every year to continually send people up into space, and we should show people sometimes how they live, that they're there, what your tax dollars are paying for, and give a tour of the facility? Like, this is the thing, like, come at that exact same argument you just made, that they show them how they poop, and go look at that from a glober's perspective, and there's nothing questionable about it at all. You're like, yeah, of course, I want to see what happens on the ISS. And if you were taking money off me for 20 years going, oh, there's a space station up there, but we won't show you what it looks like on the inside, I'd be like, well, fucking take it off the bill, thanks. I don't want to pay for it.
It wouldn't be your decision anyway. They could use the money. That they don't have to ask for your permission to take the money.
Right, but that's a separate point, right? The point is that they show me how they poop is interesting to me. So it's not.
Well, that's fine. Yeah,
really
I think if it was actually happening, it would be interesting. If it was actually happening, that would be interesting. And if it was actually happening and they're using that toilet, it's even more interesting and more ridiculous and crazy. Like, how would you want to be up there for months and months and months using that toilet? It doesn't even have a seal to the door. I mean, I think that it could be, this is my opinion, I think it's so bad that they must be doing it on purpose to gaslight and cause the question to be put out there and have this argument.
They are. They're doing it on purpose.
During winter.
The whole thing is a joke on us. It's a joke on us, all of it. You're right. They're absolutely doing it on purpose.
That's how bad it is. The one that I posted with the hairspray and also where the guy's on the wire. See, I would say that one was filmed. There's no zero G involved in that one, and that was one of the early ones. So it's almost like that was just one of their early ways of doing it. Like one of their little Hollywood skits was just to basically have them on wires, have the woman's hairsprayed, and boom, that was the effect for that one because it was one of the early ones.
New perspective. I have a specific question. What would you expect if what's being provided is something that you wouldn't expect and you find it to be ridiculous? What would you expect if it were actually occurring?
like I said, with the movies, I mean, they make it look really, pretty believable.
No, we're
And
not talking about movies.
the
We're talking about reality.
accommodations for the bathroom, like when she gives the tour and stuff, with her hairspray or whatever it is that's making her hair stand up like that, and the way she like talks about wiping up and things getting out of control. And if you can't see it, I can't help you, I guess.
No. I'm not talking about what you
obvious
disagree with. I didn't ask what is it that you disagree with what's being provided. You said it's ridiculous. I'm asking you, if it were in reality, the ISS, they gave in a walk around or some type of interview, and it was really happening in reality, what would you expect them to do or talk about?
Well, if they spent, what do they say they spent on the toilet? It was like ridiculous.
Again, we're not talking about what they have said.
You're asking what I would expect.
What would you expect to see? Yes.
Yeah. So if that toilet cost as much as they said it did, then I would be surprised that that's the toilet that.
And again, we're talking about what they have provided. There's no progress being made. Talking to you.
So what would you
are you talking about? I'm just giving you my opinion. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's so far-fetched that it must be a put on. If you don't see it that way, I can't help you. That's fine.
You're not answering the question, though. That's what I'm saying, is that I 100% understand. Everyone here understands the problems that you have with what they are providing. And that what they're providing, exactly. That's the problem. You find it hilarious. You find it unreasonable. You find it to be gaslighting, as you said. You find that what they're providing is all these things. I have asked, what would you expect? But all you're talking about is what they are providing. This is why we can't move the conversation forward.
Wait, I'm answering you every single time. I'm saying what I would expect is a lot better accommodations, a lot more realistic wording in what they're saying, a lot less showing us these chords that they're supposed. Now there is a reasonable excuse that I've heard for why they would be on these wires, and it's a pretty good one. That the wires are to stabilize them for the camera, right? I don't believe that, but it's a good excuse. It's better than like these other things, But why are they showing us the wires all the time? I think that's evidence of the gaslighting and the people fading out and the CGI mistakes, the glitches. I mean, these things are shown to us on purpose, in my opinion. I don't know what you want from me other than my opinion.
Just
it's not like you're like the
specific
person
question.
I need.
Not a response to a question that wasn't.
What I would expect is something that looks real.
I'll just wait until I'll wait till later. It's all good.
I just answered you again. I would expect something that looks realistic instead of fake as fuck. That's all. I don't know what specifics you want. Something that looks like it's actually like they're actually doing what they're saying they're doing in every way, rather than in no ways.
It totally costs $23 million, I believe, and it's because
$23 million. Did you see it?
It has a lot to do. It has a lot to do with the way it filters the water, though, because they filter the piss and drink it again. So,
right, they filter the piss and drink it again. They have to tell us that, and that the Americans are drinking Russian pee, and that they're 3D printing their poop. And
so when you're saying they have to tell us that,
I mean, it's all funny. It's all funny. If you don't find it funny, it's like a joke, It's like a joke. Either you get it or you don't get it,
Listen, perspective, listen.
It is like that, dude. That's a good point. It is like a joke like that. Also like a magic trick where it's like you either get it or you're fooled by it.
Right. You either want to believe it or you just don't.
Yeah, nobody was talking about the joke, though. That's what I'm saying. I was only just giving you information about what the cost was and where that money went to. That's why it cost.
You don't find that surprising that toilet cost $23 million?
Not based on what I said afterwards, which is why it cost $23 million. It's not just because it's a nice bathroom. It's because it's got the technology in it that filters the water, and a lot of the cost goes into that.
Okay, so then let me just ask you this honestly: would you be happy if you were up there for like even a week, maybe months on end, having to hold the cone to pee in while you poop, hovering over a 3-inch pipe hole with no seat? Would that be accommodating for you? Would you be like excited about that part of the whole trip? Or would that suck really bad?
If I paid for the experience and I felt I wasn't getting my money's worth, that'd be something. But they're getting paid to be up there, and that's their job, and they know what the accommodations are. When they set out to do that.
I'm asking you personally. Would you be like, would that be cool?
It's not something.
Would you be like, oh shit, I have to. I'm just saying, like, just on like a, like an objective, like look at the toilet. oh shit, I have explosive diarrhea. Do you think that would like the toilet would totally be working with explosive diarrhea and all
No,
that
they
kind of
say
thing?
that.
You know what I mean?
They say that people have accidents. Like, but the question still stands, which I'd encourage you to like pause and think about an answer, which is, if the ISS was real and in a free fall orbit around the planet, and there were people on board this football-sized, multi-armed, whatever, what would you expect to see? Not whether it be stuff we do see, stuff we don't see, or stuff you're making up. It's an interesting question to ask, I think.
Okay, I would say
just go through every detail. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just going to answer it quickly as well. Although, yeah, if you were asking it to a new perspective, then yeah.
Gio, go ahead. I don't want to go through every detail of what I'd expect to see. It would look real or it wouldn't look real, and it doesn't look real. That's all. And
if you ask me that same question about the flat Earth, I can 100% answer you straight away. I can answer you. Right?
Okay. Well, you're better than me, I guess. I don't know.
But no, I don't mean to be better than you. I just mean to like demonstrate what an answer would look like. Where I would say I would expect to see flatness. So as I went up, I would see further and further and further and further without limit. I would expect to see a dome. I would expect to see lines of longitude getting wider towards the south, barrier or whatever it is. There are things I would expect to see. Now, I'm not going to be able to label every single one of them because, I would agree with you. There's millions.
I could think of
like, off the top of my head.
I don't want to waste time. I don't want to take away from the conversation by listing everything I would expect to see. It's more
so top
of
five.
General
Give
statement.
us your top five.
You know what? I'm driving right now, and I want to hear Gio's response. I've talked enough. Please.
Well, I was just going to say, in terms of what expecting, I would say one thing that I would look for is consistency. There should be, if they were in space, in an ISS, floating around up there, from day one until today, there should be a consistency of how things function and what the setups are. Whereas instead, I see numerous flaws, and I'm talking hundreds, if not thousands, that I've seen of things that are inconsistent with each other, to where it's clear that to me that there's multiple different techniques that they use. So I'm just saying the one thing I would look for would be consistency.
Okay, so so consistency could be a good one. That's great.
Well, yeah, like if somebody, like I've never been to China, but if somebody wanted to prove to me China exists and they gave me a bunch of footage, that's one thing I would look for is consistency. Okay, does this look like a real river? Does this look like a real forest? And have there be consistency.
Like obviously and you'd be accepting like changes in the camera quality and filming in different places and stuff.
Yeah, no,
I wouldn't expect to see a bunch of white people pulling their eyes back and going, "Hey, I'm Chinese."
Sure.
Like just a total parody of China. It shouldn't look like a total parody of China, which is what it looks like.
What would you say is the starkest inconsistency?
Yeah, it shouldn't look like a B- level Hollywood makeup thing. But the inconsistencies are numerous.
Sure, biggest one. The clearest, like most obvious one.
Oh man, there's inconsistencies and the different all the ISS fakery evidence.
No, inconsistencies we're talking about.
Oh well, yeah, but I'm just saying. Well, okay. I mean, there's entire like categories, and then each category branches off into multiple different things. So, like we mentioned, I mean, the hairspray is one, but it's not only that woman. There's many others that have that as well.
What's up, eggshells? What's up, Gio?
I have a question.
What's up, Jerry?
Yo, what's up? What's up?
You may not have heard the question because, but he was asking for the biggest one, the one that you think is the number one. If there was a ranking, and this was the most obvious number one inconsistency, please say.
Right. Well, for example, like let's just start with the way that they do flips. When they do the flips,
So they've changed the way they do flips.
There's multiple different flips and different forms of flips. Yeah. And what happens?
You would expect consistency in the way people flip. Different people flip the same way in 0G.
Well, no, there's like there's smooth ones, and then other ones where like you can see that they were like having trouble getting over, and it doesn't look natural whatsoever.
Dude, whenever Eggshells questions shit in his accent, it just sounds so much more condescending.
Every word.
You sound condescending. People have said that before.
Because you're like
the inflections.
yeah, you're like, you reckon that when people flip, it should be the same thing every time, and it's like this. It makes it, I don't know. It's just funny.
I mean, I think that was supposed to be.
I mean, yeah,
that was supposed to be a pointed question.
Yeah, it was meant to be a pointed question that different people would flip the same way. Like consistency, I could see if like the hair frizziness we were talking about, like they just didn't do it, and then suddenly they hit 2002, and suddenly somebody went, Jesus, we haven't been focusing on the hair. Fucking get the hairspray, we'll sort this shit out,
Well, no, it seems like
we started a plane or something like that, where like physics is inconsistent rather than human behavior across. Because like, what's the longest they spend up there? Is it like isn't like 6 months a long stint in the ISS?
Longest was a year for some one guy apparently.
Yeah, right.
So that toilet, I would hate that toilet so much.
Yeah.
Well, I mentioned
across
using that thing.
20 years or something, we're gonna have different people who are up there for a maximum of a year. I would expect a bit of inconsistency in behavior.
Okay, so I mentioned the flips, right? So have you seen the one where what's his name? Which is the astronaut's name? I don't know if I remember. I mean, he's one of the somewhat main guys, but he does one of those. He does one of those flips, and in the middle of it, he falls flat to the ground. Have you seen that? It's like the wire system, and he falls down. That's not consistent with the way physics should work. He literally he falls downwards instead of just spinning.
Yeah, I've seen that one. It does. I mean, he does seem to move down. It doesn't to me look like he's
And you see his body language, like you can even hear him like flop on the ground, and he stands up like he's all embarrassed and like he just got caught. He's like, oh, it's pretty obvious. Like, look at his body language.
It doesn't look very conclusive to me that he's actually in gravity in this.
Well, I'm just pointing it out as an inconsistency. Yeah, and then there's other flipping inconsistencies where the guys actually are getting stuck in the wires and they can't complete the flip. That's another inconsistency just for the flipping.
Mr. Eggshells, I was trying to answer you a long time ago, dude, when you said the thing about the time in flight, the parabolic flight thing. Yeah. I did the calculation when you said that, but I was just trying to get in the moment, but I got to go in a second. But yeah, just to answer, so I did the calculation for a parabolic flight that was 4 minutes long. One that was they could free fall for 4 minutes. First of all, the plane would have to be, or once you stop thrusting, like once the thrusting stops, you'd have to be going 333 miles per hour, and the entire and so whatever height you started at, you'd have to climb 44 miles at the highest, and then fall back 44 miles for that arc. So it'd be an arc that was 44 miles.
Okay, but the speed there is a huge problem.
Yeah.
How fast did you say again?
About 3,400 miles per hour, and you'd have to be going that speed in order to, achieve that height, to achieve that arc at 50 degrees, which is the angle.
344,000 kilometers an hour. Isn't that like approaching
miles per hour?
344.
No. Speed of light is about 186,000 miles per hour. This is only about 3,000. So it's a lot less than speed of light, but it's almost it's about like a fifth of what the ISS does. What the ISS supposedly does. Like ISS supposedly goes 17,000 miles per hour. It's just about 3.5 thousand miles per hour. Something that no plane currently can do. Like I said, the arc that it climbs has a peak of 44 miles. So 44 miles from where it started. So if it was already 5 miles level, then it has to climb 44 more miles and then fall 44 miles to complete that arc. But that's all.
Some good maths.
Yeah, so it's impossible.
Yeah, what's the fastest?
I don't know, but what is that plane called? The X1 or whatever it is.
Yeah, so that's that's going almost 6 times, not like 5 and a bit times faster than the 747-8, which is the fastest commercial plane in service today.
And 44 miles is almost to the carbon line. Not quite, but almost.
What are you calculating, Coach?
How,
Well, we were
you
talking
could create a
parabolic flights.
4-minute, yeah. Because a lot of the claim is like that I mean, I'm just basing it on a bunch of assumptions. One is you're not going to cut from wires to 0G vomit comet shots in the one shot. So if you can find a 4-minute shot, which I've found plenty of, or at least one of, on the ISS, what kind of parabolic flight would that need to be? And it seems like it is a plane going 5 and a bit times the fastest that passenger airplanes can fly.
Well, but they do different. Yeah, they do different kinds of cuts though. Like some of the cuts for the ISS are much shorter, where they're doing like some of the pass-throughs, you know, where they're going in and out of different sections or whatever, where there's shorter cuts. Also, those can be edited together as well. That is possible to do that, to make it pretty, to make it very seamless. Yes, that can be done.
Do you reckon you could edit wire work in? So you're supposing for the viewer that you're staying in the same shot, but you're going from wire work to actual 0G.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm not saying they don't do that, but I'm not suggesting that at the moment. What I'm suggesting at the moment is that there's different scenes and different cuts they do. So the ones that there's ones that are shorter cuts. And actually, you can hear the engines of the airplane, especially in the early one. You can literally hear the jet engines where they're doing shorter cuts where it looks like it's 0G and they're doing things. But then there's other cuts where they're longer. There are other scenes, I should say, where they're longer and they're standing, you know, pretty still, hardly moving. And for those, they're often just hanging on wires and there's just sort of a green screen setup, you know, where they're not actually in a 0G. So I'm just saying that they're, like I was saying earlier, there's different like length times and different kinds of scenes that they do, and I think they're using different. So I'm just saying it's not all done with 0G, but it's just that 0G is one of the things they use.
Right. Yeah. What I'm talking about is whether they would cut within a single shot. And I think the cuts in single shots are extraordinarily hard to do. Nigh on never done. They're almost always done with a whip pan. You just cut in the middle of a whip pan and then do a wipe and cover the whip pan with a wipe in editing. But that's where I was going on the longest shot here. So you're saying a 44-mile arc with a plane going that fast, or it's got to drop further, right? It has to start from higher and drop at 9.8 meters per second.
For longer, yeah, it's all possible that they.
But both just end up with something containing people, basically at close to the altitude of the ISS. Like at a certain point, it gets easier to just have an ISS.
Not if you can't.
Considering you've also,
not if space.
Well, but considering you've got something that travels across the Earth that you can look up and see with your naked eye out in your backyard, even oftentimes from the city, that goes rocketing across the sky at 24,000 kilometers an hour or something like that. And you can get two people in two different places to watch it go across the sky and confirm that. So there's something up there that they're claiming, not even they're claiming, there's something up there you can see with your eyes that is following the path of what they tell us is the ISS, that is going at extraordinary speeds.
In terms of editing, have you seen the footage that Jaron had found and has looked at? I remember in particular he had spotted it out where they were doing on-the-fly editing and editing out scuba divers in some of the spacewalks, and they're doing it on the fly. That was a good catch that he found, where they literally are doing.
I'd love to see it. If it's anything like the mouse or whatever it was on that rocket booster, it's a bit of a fun watch. Send us a link. Do you have it? Maybe I can Google it.
I would probably just try to find the Jaronism video where he breaks it down and shows all, because it's like video that he's showing frame by frame, and basically how, you know, the spacewalk astronaut is basically getting help, like he's being lifted, his arms are being moved, the equipment is being like handed off to him and stuff, and it shows like he shows the actual scuba diver, and because there's parts where this was like on the fly editing, and it was a little bit earlier, in the early stuff. It's not as recent, they've gotten better now, but this was where they were doing like on the fly editing, and they kept like, they missed some spots. When you do that on the fly editing, you can't get it all. So you can see like the scuba divers like flippers, and you can see him handing things off. Like you can clearly see other people around the guy. It's pretty.
Is this ISS or a spacewalk or what?
It was a spacewalk. I think, does he still have every channel up on his YouTube? Or
spacewalk? I don't know. I'm trying to search through his YouTube. I mean, the funny thing is, when I do look at that, I'm like, it does look like a green screen. There's nothing to me, like I've got no idea what people should look like floating around in a vacuum. So it does look super weird.
This is an older video, the one I'm referring to. I think Jaron, where did he backed up all his videos. What is it on? Because I don't think he has all of his videos on his YouTube anymore. But there is somebody who backed them all up. I forget if it's BitChute or maybe Library. But yeah, there's a place where I know where all of his videos
lots of places are super brutal about like copyright claims nowadays. Like I showed without sound a clip and was in front of it talking over it, and we're like using it to discuss it, what do you call it, critique or whatever it was, and I still got a copyright strike from the BBC for talking about the bowling balls in a vacuum, bowling ball versus a feather in a vacuum.
I might have found it. I think it's on his Odyssey page or channel. So, Riding, you agree it does look like they're in front of green screens then?
Oh yeah, it looks weird, but I just don't know what actually being in front of, like, what a spacewalk from the ISS would look like. Like I don't think it is, but it looks just otherworldly, right? It's weird watching somebody orient themselves and have to sort of figure out which way is up.
Platform. Where? Yeah, move the camera, and I'll do like this with the sword. Does everyone see the sword? It is a very important sword. From the beginning again.
I think is your mic hot? Riding, or is
that was the video.
It's crazy when you think about it. It's easy to forget. The length of the time that a lot of us have been in this community. It's easy to forget that all this evidence, like the evidence that I'm aware of, that Gio's aware of, like we've probably seen so much of these arguments that like somebody who hasn't heard any of these arguments at all, it's probably like it's a giant collection of. It could be overwhelming, I'm sure. like like for the people who see this stuff and then they become flat earthers, or for the people who first come across a flat earther and they can't answer it or whatever. There really is a lot of there's a lot of claims or a lot of so-called evidence for the flat Earth in this regard. But if you haven't been through it, and dissected it or whatever, yeah, you could easily be impressed by it, or influenced to think that the Earth was flat because of it, or NASA was fake. Actually, to be honest with you, that's how I remember how I got into flat Earth the time when I actually was really getting into it, like trying to learn about it and like find evidences to see if there's people and they have like legit evidence for it. The reason the way that that pushed me towards that was I was showing my friend a video about 9/11. I couldn't find the old videos that used to be there, and so I played some video I found, and then it was on autoplay, and then I woke up after a while. It was still on autoplay, and it was moon landing fakery. And at that time, I was also in doubt about the moon landing being fake, and so I was actually interested in those. I was thinking those stuff that they're showing those videos were actual fakery. I thought I was witnessing fakery, and same thing, they were showing ISS shit too in those same videos. And I remember thinking that that's evidence. I was like, oh wow, they have more. This is evidence of more fakery. So I could see if there was ever flat Earth videos that were attached to that, I could see myself possibly still being stuck there, where I was still convinced that maybe, even though I know we can go to space, maybe some of the things that they show us from space were fake. But of course, I've seen so much evidence to show why it's not true. It can't be there anymore. But I could see myself being there.
Well, I mean, for me, it's so overwhelming on the side of a complete inauthenticity that even if I instantly somehow came to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe, like I found curvature and all that stuff, right? Like if that was the case, I would still think that they're faking the footage they're giving us. So,
right. Gio, it's like when you go to court, if you lie to the judge is not gonna like really take you seriously after that.
Yeah, but he's also not going to think everything you say is a lie.
I mean, I might just think that they're hiding the real space. I might perhaps think that they're just hiding the real stuff and giving. I'm saying, like, in the idea that I come to the conclusion the Earth was a globe, or in that sense, it would like clearly what they're giving us is fake, and maybe it could be possible that they're actually going there. Like they actually went to the moon. They just gave us the fake stuff, so they have the real stuff. That would be, I guess, possible theoretically, but the stuff they're giving us just not even close.
Yeah, that was a halfway I held after I started coming back from the whole MoonCon thing. I was like, I still think they went there, but they could well have faked the footage, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did fake the footage. I don't think the footage that we've got is fake, but it wouldn't surprise me if they somewhere went and faked it just to be like, we need to beat the Russians.
I'm of the polar opposite position. That shit is so fake.
But I mean,
oh my god!
What?
Sorry, go ahead. No. It's only exciting to me. You guys are not going to care. So I keep going. Sorry.
Just like it's super hard to do something. It's very easy to critique it, to call it fake, to say they didn't do it right, to say it wasn't compelling or interesting. Like just watch any movie, and people critique movies like they're an Oscar winner. I do it too. I'm not saying this is all of you and not me. I fucking do it too. But you like critique a movie like you're capable of making really great movies, because it's easy. It doesn't take anything to go, oh, that doesn't add up. It's like all you need to do is not get it, or not know the full picture, or not fully understand something, or like maybe it doesn't add up, but there is a complex or interesting reason why it doesn't add up.
Dude, even a friend of mine who is like very hardcore globe NASA guy, all the way, like he defends it all, he denies flat Earth, all that stuff. Even he said to me one day, because he even thinks they went to the moon and all that, and he's like, the only thing that kind of makes me think, dude, this is what he said. He's like, how did they fit that rover in the lunar module?
They did not fucking fit it exactly, bro. That's just one of the things.
It's a good question, actually.
Yeah.
That's just one of the things, but I fuck yeah.
But what was it inside the lunar module?
My understanding it was like a folding out kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's like a Jeep. It's like a full Jeep frame.
Insane.
Yeah, but didn't they have like an underneath part, like a storage underneath it?
This guy thinks they had like a storage part.
Yeah, look,
Well, I know whenever they're pulling stuff. Yeah.
They had a whole garage, coach. They just drove it up.
No, when they got the flag and they're getting all these things, they went up to the lunar lander and they would go like underneath it and pull stuff out the bottom.
Okay, here's my thing. If everyone knows that there's a bunch of flat earthers, why doesn't NASA take like one of their billions, put it away, and pay some people to come talk to us on Discord for the rest of time and prove us wrong?
Because there's not a bunch of flat earthers.
There's not a bunch yet. It's just it's an irrelevance to like people roll their eyes when I say I'm talking to flat earthers. Here's a video of it actually being unfolded from the thing, but it's like it's an irrelevance. Like if flat earthers started to constitute, let's say like 10-15% of the US population, but more importantly, like 10-15% of the tax dollars paid, and they were voting in a block, then I could see that kind of thing happening. But like a bunch of people who number in their like maybe thousands, who hang out mostly on Discord, and many of whom, at least that I've spoken to, flat refuse to vote or engage in any way politically, like.
Well, Riding, let me say this. The population of people that are, the population of, if we're going to use the term flat earthers, the population of flat earthers on Discord is a very, very, very small percentage of the overall population across the entire world. I mean, there's estimated hundreds of thousands, if not millions. It's hard to know in terms of like, well, there's also a lot of entire countries and places where they were never even
Brazil's meant to be very flat earth, isn't it? Yeah, like I've heard Brazil is meant to be like, what do they say? 10 million Brazilians are flat earthers. So yeah, if NASA was in Brazil, I could see that. I could see them being like, right, we need to do a science outreach because, you know, for the variety of reasons that you might want to do it. But like,
well, I'm just saying it's an important thing to keep in mind that whoever's on these Discords, you know, like you said, probably thousands, you know, but I'm just saying maybe it's 2% of the overall, or maybe even less, and the overall people. So I'm just saying it's actually a way bigger thing than just a couple people, you know, here and there. Like, meaning, yeah, we see, you know, 20, 30, 40 people in these Discords. That's not like I mean, there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions, across the world.
Dude, a lot of like Jamaicans think the Earth is flat too. Like hella Jamaicans for some strange reason.
But what of NASA's budget? What proportion do you think is paid by people who think the Earth is flat?
What's the question? I mean, I think they pay some people, but it's probably not as many. I think it's not as many as some people might think. Like, I don't think everyone's a paid agent or anything, but there's a couple.
No, the question was like, of the CIA. Let's say they get 10 billion a year, or however much money they get per year. How many of those dollars do you reckon comes from flat earthers?
Oh,
it's talking as like a tax base, I think.
Right. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, is it 2%? I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be guessing like less than 1%.
I think it could be a couple percent, but I mean, you're just saying. Well, that's just sort of like you're just saying how many taxpayers are flat earthers, basically.
Yeah. Basically, how much? Because it's like the dollar bill, right? Like,
exactly.
How much are they going to lose?
Yeah, it's a cost-benefit analysis. That if they're like, wow, we're going to lose a lot of money if these people either exert political influence or financial influence that starts cutting our budgets, then I could see them doing outreach. But if it's a non-thing, I mean, the other side of it, I think, is if you started saying, hey, this is a flat Earth outreach program, I think that the very next day people would start questioning the shape of the Earth.
Well,
Neil deGrasse Tyson has talked about it.
Right, but he's not NASA, right? His job is to get clicks and views and stuff. He barely even does science anymore, doesn't he?
Well, what is this based on? This is based on the idea of Noah saying that why don't they set aside $1 billion and pay a bunch of people to come online and
not even $1 billion. I'm just saying, like, they have a lot of money. They could easily pay they could easily have enough money to pay someone to come and fucking like give us like from the source information forever, easily, without any like hiccup or anything. Their budget is fucking massive.
Right, but I mean, you've got your budget is massive if we set a small enough amount of it. Can you just give me $5 for something you deem not worthy? Could you just send me $5 for no reason? It's not much to you, right?
Huh?
I think you go, even if it's $5, I'm still not giving it away for no reason.
Well, I don't think they can stop it at the end of the day. They really just can't stop it, this information. Because, so all they can do is try to slow it down, try to throw, try to confuse it or, obfuscation and muddying the waters and, the censorship. That's really all they can do.
Yeah, censorship is fucking unreal. Come on, guys. One of the main reasons I'm here. Anything they censor, I already know. It's like, okay, this is somewhere I need to look.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Streisand effect, isn't it? Like, you're not always going to have a one-to-one effect.
Well, it's kind of like
something going to make it more obvious.
I mean, there's people in this community, even like, I guess I won't name names, but I think we all know who they are. Where like, it's funny. Simultaneously, they'll be like, "Oh, this is nothing. It's dying. Flat Earth is dying. It's terrible. It's just no big deal." However, they're here every day, like fervently needing to change our minds. So it's sort of like, on the one hand, they're like, "No, it doesn't matter." On the other hand, they're like so threatened at the feeling that this might come into people's minds or destroy science or whatever it is.
It's a mischaracterization of what I've said.
I'm not talking about you.
That point, you've had to change that point.
No, I think he's just making a side point. I don't think he's
right. But whether it means something to people who turn up and enjoy having the conversations is different to whether a large organisation with a finance department is going to invest time and money into something. Seems like a simple point to me.
Well, they've made a lot of videos with astronauts trying to say the Earth isn't flat, specific videos talking about it and trying to debunk it and stuff. So they've definitely put some production.
NASA.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Michelle Fowler, there's a couple of ones. Oh, yeah. Where I mean, there's astronauts that talk about it. It's definitely like in their list of things to try to suppress.
Well, let's just assume for the moment that the Earth is flat. Like, if it is, then that's NASA's whole job is to kind of like convince everyone that it is round,
Exactly.
Yes.
That's their whole purpose.
Absolutely. If the Earth was flat, NASA's job is to, they're the sort of outreach department or one of the main marketing things to try to convince us it's not.
I don't know if I've seen this one. I just typed in flat Earth on YouTube, and I'm getting this one that says real NASA astronomer reviews flat Earth simulator.
Simulator?
Yeah.
What the fuck? No, we don't want a simulation. We want the actual shit. Like, we're not here for a simulator.
I think simulations work pretty well.
That was on the front page. With a ridiculous huge sun on a disc floating in space. So it's in their budget for sure. It's in their
mind.
Yeah.
You should tell them to come onto Discord. Like put
but is that in NASA's budget or is that in BuzzFeed's budget to pay a NASA person to do it?
That's a good point.
Well, I don't know, but she's getting paid, so I mean, it's going back to NASA somehow.
NASA. What you reckon? She got paid X and she gave some of that X to NASA.
Who knows? She might be contracted by the. I mean, I haven't watched this particular.
Freemason, they're coming after us, and we know you're a shill, eggshells. We know you're a paid
I'm so
agent.
flattered by that. Do you reckon I'm earning my money?
Yes, we know you're an agent.
But do you reckon I'm earning it? Do you reckon I'm worth the money they pay me?
Yeah.
How much do they pay me?
Yeah, you should get a raise. Whoever the shadow boss is, you should go ask him for a fucking raise. Be like, I've been doing way more than that astronaut on YouTube. You should give me a raise.
I have seen this one before, I think, actually.
Cutting edge science. Is the Earth round or flat?
Eggshells, do you feel like a camaraderie with some of the other like folks in this community that are like wanting to portray the globe position? Like, do you feel like just like, you know, like a
with some of them? I feel a camaraderie with many of the people in here. It's often got to do with like how they talk or what I learn from them. Like I certainly feel it a bit with Biodual, who's not here anymore. Like, I don't know, I like the way he explains things, except for sometimes when he gets frustrated, he doesn't sort of go into insults and stuff. I mean, I've been spending a fair bit of time here for the last however, so I feel camaraderie with different people at the same point. Like Jerry and I also have some really good chats. I feel a camaraderie with Jerry. I've talked to Harp. Yeah, I mean, not with Harp. I don't feel any camaraderie with him. Or like, yeah, there's a bunch of people I don't feel it for. Kind of the sport of the place, right?
I don't understand why that guy gets so worked up like every time over anything, honestly. It's like a hothead type of deal.
Yeah.
Fuck, Bev servers was the worst though. That place was so fucking toxic. Holy shit.
Was it? I've never even talked to anybody in there.
Don't even. It's not even. Well, actually, you're a Glober, so it might be fine. But like, I went in there and I was like, "Does anyone have the proof it's round or something?" And it was just like 50 people started messaging me like, "Who the fuck is this retard?" and shit like that. I was like, "Okay, I'm not wanted here."
Bevs or Gems?
Oh, Gems. Sorry.
Yeah, Gems can be a toxic.
I tried to talk to fucking Bev before, but it's just a semantic game with that guy. I can't even.
Yeah, he only just talks in word games. He doesn't actually sort of engage in discussions, Bev. But yeah, Gems can be a dumpster fire. I like deliberately stop spending time there. Even though there's many people there I love chatting with, just because I found myself becoming like more aggressive and combative.
Yeah, this one is pretty good. I think the QE one's
Geo's
pretty
done a good job. Oh, except when QE's there.
Yeah.
But except for him.
But I think, what is that? Some guy named Zanuck. Every time I go onto QE's server, every time in the chat, it's always just like, "Can someone unmute me?" And it's like, why is this guy muted? Like, why doesn't he come to this one?
He mutes himself. No, he comes in here too, but he just comes in so hot and aggressive that it's like.
Is he like a Glober Harp, basically?
Yeah, but he like interrupts and talks over a lot, and then gets upset when he gets interrupted or talked over, and like goes with an aggressive line of speaking. So it's also more likely that people interrupt or talk over. It's difficult. He comes in hot. I'm not speaking out of line, am I? Is that?
No. That's not. I mean, everyone's experience is valid, right? So.
Just didn't want to be bitching.
Except if it's wrong. I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, everyone's got their. No, I just kind of meant when I asked before. I just meant like because it's like you're kind of on a mission to like debunk the flat earthers or whatever that is. Like try to like tell us we're wrong kind of thing. Because we're just like we're hanging out, just like here, and then you guys are kind of like coming and being like, no, it's not this, you know? So I was just wondering, like, do you feel like a natural camaraderie that you're here with your other compadres that are in this same perspective or kind of have that same agenda or goal or whatever?
Yeah, so it's to a certain extent, yeah. I mean, don't you feel it with the flat earthers?
Oh yeah, I feel all kinds of layers and levels of friendships, camaraderies, for truth and for what this. I mean, it's like epic, really. I mean, everybody is like, no matter what. To me, everyone in this is epic. Like we're here, we're like, so yeah,
on the cutting edge of science.
Yeah, and of this truth and everything going on. But yeah, writing. I mean, for sure, people that. I mean, like when I went to some of these like flat Earth meetups, like gatherings, it was fucking awesome. Just meeting all these people, like. it's just the most like high vibrational. Like we could just talk about anything. You know, there was like no judgment, and then like everybody has just a wealth of knowledge. You know, there's so many things that we may like when like in person, like hanging out with, and it was just like, we would like go around the circle, like sharing something, you know, like something new. Oh, you know about that? What do you know about that? It's just awesome. Like there's just so much information to exchange.
What's up, Gio? What's up, guys?
G'day, Don.
Yo, what's up, Don?
Who's Dead Air? He's talking. He's talking to me in the chat.
Don. Oh no, sorry. The Crusader is Don. Don't know who
Yeah,
Dead Air is actually.
That's Emma.
Emma. Oh, don't know.
I think she's in the chat right now. But I gotta go grab a beer real quick. I'll be back.
Did y'all know Biden is approaching the lowest approval numbers that Trump had, and Kamala Harris has the record for lowest VP approval rating ever at 28%, I believe. What y'all Americans think about that?
Really?
Oh, really?
Does it matter?
A little bit, man. To me, dude, like, you know, there's always going to be, I think, currency, but like this, you know how like kind of the dollar is kind of like the world standard, maybe, or at least we think this in America. Like, dude, Bitcoin is going to be it, dude. Like, we're going to get off this shit, dude. It's crazy. There's no fucking way. It's like they're trying to force it, you know? Like, they're printing so much money. It's like they're trying to make people mad about it, you know?
You talking about inflation?
Talk about printing money. I mean, it's not about inflation. It's about giving money to people who aren't working for it. Why do we support it?
You know what could get crazy with it though? Like if they transfer it over, you know, the fiat dollar, transfer it over to a digital, you know, some kind of blockchain based, and I'm not saying the good form of blockchain. I'm talking about like the government, you know, centralized form. And if they make some kind of transfer, you know, from the fiat dollar, and then what if they make that to where you're going to have to get, you know what, you're going to have to get the medical treatment.
Oh shit!
Yep.
Yeah, that's a pretty like. A lot of people think that's what it's going to be.
And then exactly, and then they're going to give you some like extra, you know, whatever stimulus shit too, you know. So it's sort of like, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think the whole thing is to have like an integrated platform, right? Your ID, your social credit score, your health status, how much money you have, all in one platform, all on your iPhone, right? I think is like
that. See that if there wasn't tyranny and oppression and you know there was true freedom, that wouldn't be a problem. People would be like, yeah, let me validate all my shit. Everyone's going to help me keep my registered shit safe, but you don't have to worry about these things that we are shy in privacy about, drugs or lifestyle. You know what I mean? Like these approved, or what do you call it? The politically correct shit or whatever. Like people want privacy because we're scared, you know what I'm saying, of our dirt. Right. And if we had more of a society where we were just accepting of everything and how people were, people would be all cool to register for safety. You know what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? But it's because it's a fucking dirty ass middle ground right now. That motherfucking, we got two sides. You know, we all need to come together.
I heard they're giving out a lot of this printed money to like they're sponsoring a lot of shit. Basically, anything that's like quote unquote woke, they'll give money to it, even if it's
there. You go.
Getting money. No, I'm straight up. Like I've seen. Like,
no, I believe you're right.
For these that you can register for, and it's like you're answering like if you're LGBTQ on like the grant thing, and it's like what the like god damn it.
Bro, have you ever thought about some industries and you're like, how does this industry stay afloat? How is it making a profit? Right? And you look into it and you realize it's not. It's fucking propped up by this fucking old world killer fucking bullshit money.
Tesla. Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Fuck it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I wish I knew more people with like farms and shit, but I just don't, unfortunately. I'm a city boy.
Yeah.
You know?
Also, it's like people are always complaining, like, "Oh, it's so evil, capitalism." It's like, dude, there is an international capitalism, but when it comes to each individual country, you can't have capitalism with a fucking central bank. That's just socialism. Like, if you have a central bank, it's socialism. Like, there is capitalism, but it's international. We don't have access to it. So, like, I don't know what people always like. You know, it is what it is. But I don't know, all these debates. Oh, socialist versus capitalist. It's like, dude, it's over. Like, capitalism took over the world and then made us all socialist. Like, what do you mean? There's no debate. It's all the same fucking. It's all in the same fucking.
Right. The winners of the capitalist game have beat it down so bad that the other 99% of us have to be social. That's funny. We got to suck off the winners.
Yeah, they
won
fucking,
so good.
Yeah, they beat us so bad that they beat us like when they had the fucking British East India Company, and we're still not even caught up 200 years later.
Yeah. You know, but props to the leaders, man. I give props to the leaders and for organizing and the infrastructure. But you need to recognize the dirty players and dirty plays that are happening within the game. When they ask, "Oh, why would they lie about space or satellites?" It's like, duh. Money and control. It's like obvious. Like, come on, man. Like what other shit could you waste fucking money on and then nobody could prove if you're wasting the money or not? I mean, come on, man. The government doesn't need to charge $500 for a hammer and nails anymore. They could just write you a space ticket.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, in more American news, guys, if you ought to notice, Michael Strahan will be the first, I think, athlete, but definitely NFL player to go up into space. He's going to hop on the Blue Origin thing and do the little thing. He's a soda. Yeah, he's one of my favorites, but he's a fucking sellout.
Wait, what? Is this a football player?
Yeah, he hosts. He's a New York Giant defensive end who is on the old. He has Regis Philburn's old position with Kathy Lee or whatever show that is. In the morning, he does that. He went from football to fucking Regis.
Yeah, well, you already know if they're a celebrity, they're a sellout. In my book, I just look at it. I'm a very like Masonic type, conspiratorial type, right? So I just think like if you're on mainstream television, you're already in the Freemason club, like whatever, like the past 33 degree club, you know? Not your uncle, but like you're not your fucking uncle who's like a second degree Freemason. I'm talking about like top notch fuckers.
Right. It would be naive of me to I think I need to be smart and recognize that a majority of that mainstream stuff, like you said, is all linked to nepotism and stuff like that. Like, why wouldn't it be? You know what I mean? You don't need certain level of XYZ talent. Like, you know what I mean? How do you quantify it? Like, you recognize a good actor, like, don't get me wrong. But like, there's thousands, tens of thousands in that bunch. You know what I'm saying? So to get on the top of the tree, it's definitely some nepotism and all this bullshit going on, and sellout or affiliation or whatever.
It's networking, yeah. And the easiest way to network is someone who's already in your network. So, I mean, I see that. There's talent. There's people who get found by chance, like Matthew McConaughey, and then there's people like who's that guy? Fucking what's that shit called? Anyways, there's other dudes who are like related to people.
Steve Buscemi.
No, I wasn't gonna say Steve Buscemi, but who's he related to? I was gonna say What's his fucking name? What's that move? What's the fucking Marvel character with the guy with the motorcycle and the skull? No, I can't think of
Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, Nicolas
Ghost
Cage.
Rider.
There you go. Nicolas Cage. There you go. Nicolas Cage. Yeah, because he's related to Capullo, whatever his name is, the dude who did Godfather
Yeah.
movies.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dudes like that. But I mean, you have an in already, so so it's obvious you're gonna see that. You're gonna see nepotism involved.
Okay, right. But see, here's where it gets weird. When it's like my man was talking about the Masonic tie and shit like that, it's like, okay, you got your standard organic nepotism, but then you got like your possible like gangery with initiation, and then that becomes the nepotism substitute or whatever. Like,
Nowhere is that more clear than in the military, man. That's like an obvious thing in the military, like especially in certain subgroups, like the black people or especially Filipino people. If you're a Filipino and you, it's usually like you should go into the Freemasons, and if you go into the Freemasons as a Filipino, you're gonna get ranked up faster than anybody else. That's just given, and because they definitely it's a known thing that it's like exactly you said, like a little gang. It's exactly like that. That's like a known thing.
oh shit. So you know what? That's funny, dude. Like on that, that's funny, dude. On that TV show that only lasted 2 seasons called the Lodge. When they went on a little adventure to like, I think it was Mexico, but it's funny that there's some Latin connection to the. I've never heard that before, Kosho.
Yeah, but there's different. I'm saying there's different there's like subgroups because like I said, like there's a black Freemasons kind of group in the military, and then there's a Filipino group. There's probably a white one. There's probably other ones as well, but those two are kind of obvious ones because you can. I know lots of people in both of them. And like I said, the Filipino one especially, where it's like guaranteed. You're guaranteed to rank up way quicker than anybody else. That's a known thing. And they even back in I don't know how long ago, maybe like 15, 20 years ago, they completely controlled the ship. What ship was it? It was the God damn it. Fuck, I forget what ship it was, but an aircraft carrier.
A Mason ship?
All the Filipinos. No, a Navy ship. Like they basically gained control of the whole ship and were
they Filipino Masons?
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of the name of the trying to think of this ship, dude. What's the fucking hell, dude? I can't think of shit right now, but it's whatever city the Kitty Hawk. That's what it was. It was the Kitty Hawk, and this is like 15, 20 years ago.
Kitty Hawk, baby. The birthplace of flight. The Wright brothers. Let's get excited. Fourth grade. Thank you.
Back then, I was in with the Filipinos. That's how I got them to. That's how I got to Bahrain. Because it's actually hard to get there. Shore duty for orders, but the Filipino dudes also run the billets, like the order billets. So all you gotta do is get and go with Filipinos dudes. You can get anything done. It's crazy.
I think of it as like, say you're an actor or whatever, like you're in the grand scheme of things, you're of little importance. All you're there to do is basically influence people's minds, and anyone can really do your job. And there's already a structure that's basically monopolized every industry on Earth and controls all the resources. So in my mind, it's kind of like to get into the, how do I say, positions, like a position where you're in the public light, you kind of have to be in some sort of in thing. Because why would they let you in? They're the ones who have the whole platform. Why would they let you in? You have to have some sort of in with them.
I wouldn't say you have to, but it makes it easier if you do that. That's all. Because there's plenty of people who are not in any fraternity or any group like that, and they get into that. But that's the reason why people join fraternities in college, is because it's more likely for them to have stems after college because it's basically a networking tool. It's like a big booster, but it's not like it's necessary though. I mean, it's not a necessity. Like you don't have to. It's not a requirement. You can be successful or be on the big stage without being in any of those type of groups. It's just definitely a better chance that you'll have a position of power if you start out,
certain level you have
with
to
some kind of help.
Groucho
well,
Marx.
you have to like give up something or some sort of group.
Groucho Marx was one of the most famous comedians ever, and he's one of his very famous sayings is, "I would never join a club that would have me as a member."
I probably yeah.
To be
Whatever
honest,
he just.
What you getting into tonight, Coach Show? Oh, he's gone. I'm gonna go holler at it. All right, G, I'm gonna holler at you.
Are you out and about tonight, Kojo? On the prowl?
Yeah, my girlfriend's being weird, and did I tell you about the I got this cruise for Christmas for her, right? And I was gonna do it for Hanukkah so I get some points. And I'm starting a business with my brother, so I had good news for her when I showed up at her house. But for some reason, I think she drank too much today or something like that. She was already like in a weird mood, and she's a really crazy person, and so it's hard when she gets drunk and she's acting crazy. It's hard to. Anyways, yeah. So she ended up doing her thing where she gets weird, and we break up and whatever else. And she didn't believe me because I told her, I was like, well, we're breaking up. I was like, fine. I was like, well, I told her, I was like, I just spent $1,500 on this thing for Christmas, and she didn't believe me. So I ended up telling her the whole thing about the cruise and everything. And yeah, and it didn't even. So it's like my whole plan backfired. The only reason I spent that money was so I could get it be in her good graces, and I'm already starting out in her bad graces. And I already showed it to her. So anyways, I'm in a bad mood, and I'm not with her, and that's why I'm out and about. That's right.
Oh man, wow. Well, it was nice of you to try to do that, and yeah, wow. Well,
yeah. Well, I feel like an idiot. So, well,
no, I don't think it sounds like you were trying to do something nice, but maybe just the timing wasn't quite right.
well, to be honest with you, I was trying to do something that was going to advantage myself. Okay, I was trying to do something. I was trying to get her to finally get off my case. By getting her this gift, and that way she would kind of feel like appreciative and that kind of thing. But so it was kind of a selfish act, to be honest with you. But regardless, I'll have to spin it some way to get back on her good side. But you didn't you didn't care about all that stuff. This is the problem of being attracted to crazy women. I'm exclusively attracted to crazy women, and although that's my type and I like them, there's always a downside. For every crazy girl, there's a million crazy things she does.
Well, do you feel like she's playing you? It kind of sounds like that. Maybe, I don't know. Like you're saying, she's kind of like trying to break up with you, but then getting back together and all that.
Yeah, no, she's not breaking up with me by any stretch. She is playing me. You're right, but it's also she's sick in the head. Okay, I'm telling you that legitimately. She admittedly is sick in the head. She uses being sick in the head to her advantage, so she doesn't have to work and they pay her and stuff. So she knows she's sick in the head, and that's part of the problem. Sometimes she has these episodes which are out of and it doesn't help that she drinks. So it's completely out of my hands when she does this kind of shit. What she's doing right now makes no sense, has no rhyme, no reason. It's really just one of those things where I gotta wait for the morning for her to not apologize, but for her to just completely just act like it never happened, which is what she's gonna do. So it's the whole thing, man. Again, I apologize. I'm just venting at this point.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but I guess there's a combination. There's like, someone who's playing someone else, but then someone who's being played.
Yeah, exactly. I told you, I do it. I do it almost ritually. Like I only date, Oh shit, I'm picking up a girl right now. But I only date. I gotta go actually in a second. I only date crazy women, and this is the downside of dating crazy women. Like I said, is they always come with the biggest baggage, the biggest kind of baggage that you can have. But anyway, I don't know. I'm picking somebody up right now named Jessica, which is the name of my ex. So I'm gonna go.
All right.
I'll keep you guys updated.
All right.
Thanks, Gio. By the way.
Yeah.
It was nice to get that off my chest.
I'm always a little surprised how candid you are. about it all, but that's awesome that you're just.
Oh yeah. That's actually like middle name should be Candid. You know what I mean? Because it's part of being a Jew, to be honest with you. That's why Monica Lewinsky. That's why him getting his dick sucked by a Jewish intern was never gonna be kept secret, dude. Because we can't help but blabber, dude. We just blabber. It's unleashing it all, you know. But anyway, yeah, I'll be back.
All right.
Jeez, please. Hey, Gio, do you drive, right? I know you drive. I don't even know if you're here, but
I'm here. I drive a car. What do you mean? Wait,
yeah. You drive a car. Oh, yeah, because I just gave these fools a ride, this couple, and actually she was offering me a job, programming, whatever. But either way, they got to her apartment complex, and then I was behind this fucking like Escalade. Yeah, it was Escalade, I think. And I'm just following him through the apartments because I'm trying to drop them off at their apartment. And the car just stops in the middle of like this one-way fucking narrow passageway. I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing? He's sitting there for like, a minute, not moving. I'm like, was he serious? And I'm back here, so I honked the horn. And then he gets out of the car, and at that point, I was like, what the hell? Like, is he mad that I honked the horn? So I rolled my window down. I'm like, what's going on, man? And he's like, you gotta know this is a one-way road, so you might want to back up a little bit. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, this is one way, so you're not gonna be able to get out if you follow me. You might want to get back like 100 feet. 100 feet. I'm like, what the hell is this guy talking about, dude? He's like sketching me out just because he's like, who stops the car and says needs that much space? And then I realized that I think he must just be embarrassed because he can't like parallel park because he got a parallel park. But he was like really embarrassed about like me being like close to. I guess he doesn't even want me to see him parallel park. So I had to get fucking 100 feet behind him so he can try to park his car. He's still back there trying to park, dude. I just saw him like 5 minutes later. He's still fucking trying to park that car. Just thought it was funny. He made this whole big deal about not being seen while he's trying to do that. I guess he just sucks. I just thought it was funny.
Oh, okay.
So you just put a blast to Discord?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, Gio said it, man. He says, I'm candid, dude. That's what being candid is, man. You fucking just tell people a random parallel park. Well, here's this too. I didn't interrupt the conversation earlier, although I wanted to, but I was so excited. But I finally figured out how to fucking change the clock in my car. By accident, I figured it out. So my clock in my car is up to date. I'm excited about that. Anyway, what's been going on in here since I've been gone?
It's been a little bit quiet. I think some people are text chatting. I was kind of doing some other stuff as well, but. So how's that related when you ask me if I drive? You're just saying, do I drive just a car in general? Like
I was going to ask. Yeah, I was going to see how you're parallel parking. Some people don't know how to parallel park.
I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah.
I can usually slide.
I thought it was weird that it's just weird that he's like that embarrassed about it that like he doesn't even want to be seen doing it. It's weird.
You're telling me if fucking shrimp fried that rice?
I most likely suck at parallel parking. I should get my sister to do it all the time. I'm not even kidding, by the way. Yeah, my sister was actually, she has been diagnosed with a case of autism. I don't remember the exact, like it's a sub field of autism, but she's been in the tests. It showed that she's like past 9, like she's in the upper 1%. So she's better than 99% of general populace in spatial awareness and like spatial IQ. So she has no bloody problem whatsoever parking.
Wow, that's really cool. I mean, autism is not necessarily a curse. You know what I mean? It's like I think with any psychological, anything that these people call psychological disorders, whether it's manic depressive or autism. If you notice, like the most successful people in the world, like inventors and entertainers, and really these are like people that most people consider to be incredible people. A lot of them have what other people would classify as psychological disorders. It's just that they utilize them to their advantage. Like they they focus. They use it. They use the gains, the advantage. They use it as an advantage basically, as opposed to using it as a crutch. So
Yep.
I think that applies to almost all forms of autism, as long as it's not too. As long as it doesn't interfere with too much.
It's called functioning.
Well, there are like severe cases of autism where the individual may be unable to even speak or something like that. But of course, we're not sort of talking about that. So in terms of if you're actually still functional in terms of you can like behave in normal life and stuff like that. Yeah, actually, it's sort of interesting because there was this study. They were just looking at the characteristics of business leaders in Fortune 500 companies, like in the top companies, and one of the distinguishing features was the people there had more cases of dyslexia than general populace. So there was something about having to struggle with dyslexia early on that gave you then capabilities of being a good business leader.
Yeah, well, I've seen something like that, but with psychopathy and like being a sociopath, like not in a negative way, but like even disorders like if you use them towards your advantage, yeah, there is a higher percentage of that in like business leaders and success and that kind of stuff. I mean, even being delusional. If you look at some of the most successful athletes, like Conor McGregor or Floyd Mayweather, or some of the best, fighters or something like that, it's like even if they weren't the best, they probably would still be telling themselves that they were the best, right? So like it's like you got to like give yourself those affirmations again and again and again. Like I think that's definitely like Donald Trump's another good example where I think like he's been giving himself affirmations his whole life. And he still does it. That's why he doesn't even hear it when people criticize him. He's like he has so little self-awareness because of that. How great he thinks he is and all this kind of stuff. Him constantly telling himself how great he is. And I think that doing that though, for some people like him especially, and those fighters I was saying, it obviously is an advantage because there's people who do that and they're not successful. But I think doing that for those people is part of the reason why they're successful, in my opinion. Being delusional, being psychopathic, being manic depressive, being autistic, none of these things need to hold you back. Look at Forrest Gump, man. How many presidents did Forrest Gump shake hands with, dude? At least 3.
Yeah, and just look at Donald Trump. What sort of psychological pathologies did he have?
That's what I'm saying. He's certainly delusional. In one way or another. Like, the high esteem he has of himself is all based on affirmations, some of which aren't true. So he's obviously delusional to some degree, but it's obviously to his advantage because like it's not hurting him to be delusional in that way. It's actually it's kind of an assist. I think if you already think you're the winner, you have a better chance of actually being the winner. I know it's kind of a tough subject, and especially in this room, but it's clear that some of us are, in my opinion, delusional. Whether it's me or, whether it's just Globers or whether it's flat earthers, whatever. One of us has to be somewhat delusional, but whichever side it is, everybody can be delusional at some point in their life. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times, people who are in love are experiencing a form of delusion, especially people who are, you know, lying to themselves about the person they're in love with. Like if you're in love with someone who doesn't even like you or whatever, you know, you're like in your head you think they love you. That's an obvious delusion. But if you're dating somebody and like your family and your friends see like there's a problem, but like you don't really see it, it's because like you're lying to yourself. You're delusional.
Are you
So
talking about
I think
yourself, Kosho?
no. Now in my case,
No.
I know exactly what's the state of my relationship. But I have been in relationships where I was my ex girlfriend. I was somewhat delusional about the whole thing. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like I said, everybody experiences delusions uh, now and again. You know, so I don't think it's just one side. I don't think it's just about the flat Earth or the globe. You know, Spurs Chemo said this one time. He said, "Nobody here is going to change their mind, whether it's the globers or the flat earthers. Like nobody's going to change it." And he said that he's right. Like other than Brummy and the occasional flat earther, like us talking about this with each other, or arguing or debating, no one's going to change their mind based on these conversations. And that's because purely at the end of the day, a lot of us, maybe on both sides, some of us are delusional to some extent, and we're not. It's not information that's going to change our minds. It's we've already made up our minds. You know what I mean?
I think it's individual to each person. Like, there's certain things that people hear in debates when they're talking to other people that stick in their heads. So while in that conversation, they're not going to change their mind. Maybe over the next month, that point or that question that the other person said is going to stick in their head and it's going to bug the shit out of them. And then
You're right about that. Yeah.
And then, you know, somebody's mind could change, or it could strengthen their position if they find a successful rebuttal. So it's all a big mess.
That's what makes me think it's
more.
hard to. I was going to say this makes it hard. This conversation makes it hard to get a reading on people for that very reason you were talking about, as far as like people are either set that they believe it or they don't believe it, right? And they're not going to change their mind. So it makes flat earthers question whether your side, how many people or which people on your side are just defending it for whatever reasons, you know, whether they're hired to do so, whether they're just committed, you know, they're in cognitive dissonance, like all these factors might go into the reason someone's defending it, especially when it seems really ridiculous and they're like stretching for a reason or an excuse, you know. But it seems like sometimes like they're piling on, like these things just keep piling on. And the way that I was saying earlier, with them showing us the wires and kind of gaslighting us, or you know, very blatantly gaslighting us in some people's opinion. And that's like the girlfriend that doesn't love you, but you love the girlfriend. You know, NASA's kind of like that. They're not giving you any love. They're not making it easy on you guys.
That's one example. But yeah, you know, it's funny though. There's so many times when like we're in the middle of a debate or argument or something, and we're on either side of it, and the people who believe what I believe are arguing, and I know that what they're arguing, that they're not making it up, but they're just assuming it because they already have the answer made up in their mind, and so it's like they'll just come up with with something as an explanation, even though it's not even the correct explanation. You know what I mean? It's just kind of, but they say it as if it is absolutely true. And that's, like I said, that even though they're right, ultimately, in my opinion, it still is, because, like I said, sometimes people get caught up in that, and they're arguing from the from the fact that they already have the answer. They already agreed on the answers they're going to give. Like either the Earth's flat
You're
or it's a
saying
globe.
they're right.
And
They're
then
right in your opinion in an overall sense, but they may be making up things to support that idea.
yeah, or they just like people who know the Earth's a globe because they've heard it in school, but then you argue with them, like you see people argue on the street, and you ask them about gravity, and they think gravity is attractive force because the Earth spins or something.
Yeah,
And
because
they really
don't want
know.
to be embarrassed that they don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, but they think they know.
Yeah, maybe sometimes it's just disinformation or misunderstanding of how it's supposed to actually work. Yeah.
Have you guys ever thought that that when we're having these discussions, like the idea of even morphogenetic fields, which is like Rupert Sheldrake's work, but that's kind of a little bit of a side part of what I'm trying to say. But just in terms of the idea that that when we have these discussions, it's not necessarily just a group of a couple people chatting, but it actually is that we are exchanging this information in a sense for the collective, like that we are the kind of nodal points that are here discussing it while many others are not, and that there's like actual energy being carried and transferred as these exchanges are unfolding on like larger scales, more than just whether someone changes their own perspective, but that there's actually a larger interconnectedness.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. That's actually, this is the debate the discussion that we're in, or the group that we're in. I know a lot of times you say it as it's a flat Earth group and we're the outsiders or whatever, but it's actually a group that we're all a part of. And anyways, this whole group though, and the interactions we have, I think this is such a novel thing, and I think in the future we'll probably all look back on this experience and the kind of like how we were, like, because we're all online talking to each other, but we're also like on a stage where people, especially like this live stream, many people are watching it, after we're having this conversation, or during, but they're not here, or maybe on Nathan Oakley's show or shit like that. It's like such a and like you were in that movie, right? So it's like it's just like it's a new thing. It's like a new thing that I don't think it's ever really happened before, and maybe this sort of thing won't even exist in the future. But it's definitely interesting that there's certainly people who are taking what we're saying and it's influencing them in some way, hopefully in a positive way, but obviously sometimes not, because people end up listening to some of this stuff and then get the wrong ideas about the Earth. But
It's the wrong ideas from, like, what do you mean, like the wrong ideas that it's flat, or just the wrong ideas about the conversation not mattering, or what?
No, I mean, because regardless, that's why I was being ambiguous about it, is because from either of our perspectives, if they come out of it with the opposite idea, like in my perspective, if the flat Earth, and your perspective, if they come out with the globe idea, then from one of our perspectives, they're coming out of it with the wrong information. But
yeah, like you said before, yeah, like one of us is delusional, right? Okay, I get you. Yeah, like you don't know which one's right necessarily, but if they end up agreeing with the flat Earth and it's all a psyop and it's actually a globe, then that would be the wrong idea, and it's the opposite
from my
if it's
perspective,
flat, right?
Yeah.
I get you.
But actually, I think that that's why I was making a class built around the flat Earth to teach, like, for like a camp for like kids, like a 2-week camp or something like that. Teaching about science and stuff, because ultimately, if you do come out of it being more discerning, then that's actually a positive thing. So if people are listening to this and then they come out, being less dogmatic and more discerning, I think that's definitely a positive result. So hopefully that's happening more often than not.
Yeah, it makes me think in response to what you were saying, Gio, like like the whole opinion about the discussion being had. There's so many subjects to touch on to begin with, like people that have been in this long enough and been paying attention long enough get the idea that there's some kind of rollout here, usually like they're not totally they don't have their hands completely off of this, but also to a certain degree, I wonder if they might have just let it like organically go on its own and don't really necessarily have a set plan on what they tend to do with where the conversation leads. You know, I mean, there could be controlled opposition involved, but I don't. It seems like there's obviously organic. I think this is organic here, in my opinion, but I think that it's almost like that maybe they have a plan A and plan B depending on how much people are interested in it or how the discussion ends up going and how obvious it is one way or the other at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe it does matter what we say and how these discussions go and what gets said or what gets either proven or not proven between a certain group that influences another group, and then eventually like a critical mass is reached where that makes the shit. However they're going to use it, I think whether the flat Earth quote unquote wins or globe Earth wins, I think they're going to absorb it somehow and make it and use it to their advantage. Unfortunately, because that's what they do, right? But at the same time, I feel like we're helping them. But at the same time, why would you not want to just be honest about what you think, right?
Well, I think you guys are winning that war. That part, like, I think you're right. What you said about there's something about the arguments and the evidences, but there's something to be said about the strength of the optics of the argument. And a lot of times, the optics of the argument is much more powerful in the eyes of the audience. Like people who watch Nathan Oakley's show on the Globe side, we see how ridiculous he is and how fucking I don't want to insult him all day, but it's silly to us. But from people from the other side, a lot of people come to the flat Earth and get strengthened, in their beliefs by watching his show, and they see him as like a crusader almost, like him as what he's doing being very successful work, and I'm defeating all these globers, optically, like that's what it looks like on the surface to people watching it. And so, even though substantively, I would say he's not. The argument on his shows are not have very little value. Optically, that does influence a lot of people. And
What do you mean optically, by the way? Just real quick. What do you mean by optically?
What I mean when I say that? I mean optically, like like artificial, like just on the like appearance.
Okay, not about the Earth.
Like
you mean
appearances?
just
You
apparently?
know what I mean?
Okay, just impression.
Not actual substance. Like that. There's no substance of the debate.
I got you.
But him screaming at these people, or him screaming at Rumpus, for example, regardless of what he's screaming at him about, it makes Rumpus look wrong, and it makes Nathan look like he's beating Rumpus in an argument or debate. Same thing when he does it to me, when he does it to Zanuck, and people see that, and it's actually a powerful influencer. To people who are already on that side, and for people who are maybe on the fence, even just listening. So yeah, I think
that's what makes it so
powerful.
interesting about this conversation, and even the people that are involved in it, and how much of what the people that are quote unquote flat Earth leaders, or the people that are like have the counts, like Nathan Oakley or whoever, and you could see it both ways. You could see it as that they're that Nathan's controlled opposition to a certain degree because of his rants, and that makes it like less tolerable and less appealing to people. So therefore it works against flat Earth in a certain way. Or you could see it as it works for flat Earth because it's so embarrassing for the other side. Or you could see Rumpus as the same thing, controlled opposition to the way he acts, making it seem ridiculous to on the Globe side, and people are put off by that. And then other people might think that because he talks the way he does and repeats what he does and says it's obvious that they're convinced by that. So it's kind of like, if there is a game being played, then some of these characters, just with their names, like Rumpus, why did he choose that name? It's crazy. It seems like a setup, like almost like he was cast as Rumpus. You know what I'm saying? Not that I think that.
Are you complaining about people having like ridiculous names online? Like it's super standard.
I didn't complain. I didn't complain. I'm just saying it's interesting that he chose the name Rumpus, and that's exactly what he does. You know what I'm saying? Like he planned that out when he chose his name.
It's very fitting. But you're right about the characters. There's so many characters, unique characters in this community. People like Pete Shea, people like Rumpus, and I think that's it. Kind of goes back to what we were saying about personality, like what some people classify as personality disorders. I think those what some people, even though I don't like that term, people use those same what people call disorders to their advantage and shit like that. And also those make different people unique. Like we were talking about this in Gems yesterday about Rumpus actually specifically, that he probably has to have autism to some degree, because but that day when Stacy was asking him question after question and he was answering every question, I don't know. I was like, I don't know how you can not be aware that those questions are irrelevant and you don't have to answer them. But he was answering every single question that she was asking, even though they were completely irrelevant. And there's a few people who do that. But I think it's just because they have a compulsion like that. Whenever that's happening, that you can tell that that's why they're here. You know what I mean? They're not shills. They're not being paid to be here. There's something inside of them that compels them to have to behave that way, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying that it's obviously a part of his personality, basically. I don't know if you guys remember that the other night, but Stacy was asking. She was we were talking about communism for a little bit, but then right after that, she was asking him questions about gravity and Saturn. And
I thought her questions about communism were very basic.
She was asking about the ice and Saturn's rings and shit, all of this stuff. And Rumpus was just like, "Oh, I don't know." It was just like he didn't quite know how to respond to it, but he felt like he had to, and he felt like there must be some explanation for ice and Saturn's rings that makes sense. But
Was
he didn't
she trolling him?
know what it was and stuff. No, I think no. She's been talking about some of that, like ice and space and stuff. Yeah, no, I think she was.
I heard somebody else mention that they were asking him ridiculous questions on purpose just to see if he would keep answering like that.
Well, we were doing that yesterday.
That is actually kind of funny because he loves answering questions. So that would be like a kind of funny way to troll him if someone wanted to like ask him all these questions and then like I'm not saying. Well, I'm just saying it would be like I could see someone doing.
I think
that.
SE Montreal was saying that they were doing that to him.
Jake.
It wasn't Montreal. Somebody else.
Jake on a plane was doing that yesterday. It was so fucking funny though, because he was on purpose saying shit that he knew was going to trigger him. But he said, because Rumpus, that whole thing with the Island of Man and Anthony Riley thing, and Rumpus wasn't part of that debate. And he told he told Rumpus, he's like, yeah, you're just as wrong, just like that one time when you thought you claimed that island that they were looking at was Island of Man, and it was actually Ireland. And obviously it was the Isle of Man that they were looking at, and not Ireland. But Rumpus, he goes off on anything that you think would trigger him to respond. He will respond with, so, which is cool. He's a very smart guy, but it's just kind of like funny that it's easy to.
Well, Kosho, I wanted to say this because what we were talking about before, like the way I see this is that we are processing this information, literally for the rest of humanity. And I'm not just saying just you and me. I'm just saying everybody who is in this discussion on multiple levels are part and parcel to processing this, whatever it is. Now, from my perspective, it would be that the Earth is a stationary plane and we're processing the kind of death of the globe. And we're doing it, every word that's been spoken around it is part of that, because the rest of the masses, let's say that's the case, if and when there's a day where this is widely known, that tipping point of people coming to this is going to happen quicker because of all the work we've done, because of all the discussions that we've done in that sense. Now, I know from the other perspective, it's a globe and it's not a planar, stationary, flat Earth. Okay, I guess you could say the other way that I guess maybe you guys are helping us process something that's false or something like that. So I guess that would be the other direction. But nonetheless, I definitely think there is a processing. Of course, I think it's the latter, my perspective on it. Because, yeah, like I said, if and when there's a tipping point, when it clicks in people's mind, the minute it clicks in their mind, it's clicking because of everything that's come before it that they're not even aware of, and it's going to click in the way that it's meant to click at that time, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. That's what I think Jerry was saying about this conversation, and even in the current debate, like, you know, when we discuss this with each other, it's like not like anyone's gonna change their mind in that conversation, but there might be something that was said that sits in the back of their mind, and then later on, you know, maybe things add up, or maybe, you know, when they're by themselves, they have some experience where that thing, you know, becomes relevant, and they think about it again. And so, yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, either way, right? Like, you're saying it for, you know, from your side's perspective, and it's just as true, you know, from my side's perspective, right? Like, if my side's true, then the same thing is true, right? Like, you guys are.
Well, okay, yeah, but sorry to interrupt. I mean, if we extrapolate those, like, let's say the Earth is indeed, in this discussion, a stationary plane, then this is actually major processing we're doing on both sides for flat and globe. Right. And in fact, the globe are even that much more valued because, in a way, you guys are kind of, you know, the current model, and then we're sort of breaking through, and, you know, in that sense. However, if it is just a globe, and I'm not saying if, because I'm not personally on the fence, I'm just using the word if just for the discussion. Let's say if it's a globe, I'm not trying to be offensive to you guys, but kind of like, what have you done? You know what I mean? I guess you just kind of stopped people from thinking the wrong thing, but it was kind of a somewhat small group of people. So it's a little bit more of a, I don't know if there's as much success of feeling I've processed something other than maybe deflecting something that's false, I guess.
You're 100% right, man. Which is why when Rumpus the other night was, I think you were asking him about him being effective and what's the purpose, whatever. And he
I think
answered
it's entertaining for him.
Well, he answered in the way that he thought was true, and for him, he said he's fighting this thing which is like bad for people or something like that. And I mean, obviously, I think of red tape. Also, like, I mean, red tape. I don't think it's bad for anybody, and I definitely don't. I'm not fighting it in that way at all. I mean, I like the discussion. I actually would be, I would be upset if this went away, because you exactly for the reason you said that. For you guys, it'd be a realization for the world, you know, to wake up to this, and it'd be a new, you know, something new for everybody to go through. Whereas from my perspective, there's nothing that's going to be gained when you guys all realize that it's actually a globe. You know what I mean? It's just status quo. So,
you think that there could be enough people that realize it, that it wouldn't matter what they keep telling us, that it would be over for them anyway? Do you think that's possible? That, or do you think that it? I mean, like, even if I would say that even if it was like 40-60, right? Like 60 for the globe and 40% realize it, and you know, maybe there would be more, but it's just because people aren't interested enough. But even if it was 40-60, they could just continue to show space stuff and take the money, and it's not like they would ever be forced to change, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, actually, at that point, they would be forced to change, man. If there's 60% of the people.
40, only 40.
They think there's any credibility in those people. They thought they were
what
all.
If it was only 40? If it was 40.
Oh, still, 40%. If 40% of the people thought that the government was illegitimate, that's enough people to cause problems. You don't even need that big of an
What kind of problems could they cause? Is the question,
revolution, for one.
Yeah, but most people realize that that's like a lost cause, that they have too many guns and we don't have enough, or we don't have enough organization. Even if we did have enough guns, we wouldn't have enough organization.
40% of the people, by the way, is a very large number and would easily be any majority. Even though it's not the majority of the people in total, it's a majority of any single ideology. And, you know, the military only takes up 1% of the country, for example. So, I mean, if 40% of the people believe this, they build their own military, and probably they would be a successful revolution if you had 40% of the people who thought that the government was illegitimate.
But this subject is different, though, because it's like you can't. Even if you were like, you know, what could we force them to do? Tell us the truth? Like, even after that, we wouldn't know if they're telling us the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, how would we ever know? Right?
Well, revolutions don't usually end where.
And what would the revolution be? Tell us the truth, or would it be like, we're going to find out what's in Antarctica? You know what I'm saying?
That's not how revolutions go. Usually,
Yeah,
people go for like Neil deGrasse Tyson would have his head chopped off at the end of it. Is usually how revolutions go. You'd have all these people being killed, and you guys would be the new leaders. And
No, but if
we
he's
go
an
from there.
actor, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know who the real people in charge are is the problem.
We'll find out. I'll help you find out.
No, we can't. Well, even if they told us or if you thought you knew, I wouldn't trust that you would know. Because I think that's
You
how many
will,
layers
because
they
I'll
have
have
to
them.
stack. You know
I'll
what
have
I'm
them
saying?
strapped in a chair, and I'll say, "Come round," and you can speak to them yourself, and then you'll find
But,
out
you know,
that they are
but
guilty.
my opinion, I don't think that's even necessarily the best thing to do. I don't think that overthrowing the government is the answer. You know, I'm not trying to say that. I'm
What's
just
the
saying,
answer?
Of course, it's not.
yeah,
I don't think it's the answer either.
you're
But I'm
just going
saying
to have
that's
another
the
government,
outcome.
right? So
It's the only answer. Or else we'd be slaves forever.
It's not. It's not the
then
only answer.
then
It's
you
the
have a
answer.
new government. Could be the same thing.
Yeah,
Right?
but if you guys think the government's illegitimate, and you guys think that they're lying about all this stuff, like space, stuff like this, and if 40% of the people were actually on the same page as that idea, even if you didn't think a revolution was a good idea, a revolution would it would happen because that's just how mob mentality works. Is they definitely would push themselves into power and definitely push out the other, or at least attempt to push out the current people in power.
It's a slow process, but we're working on it.
Well, I think we're all being played. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think, like I was saying earlier about the ISS with the gaslighting and the showing us the wires on purpose. Like, if they really wanted, if they were worried about what we found out, they would be very strict about anything that's shown to the public. In fact, they wouldn't
I
have,
think
they
if
wouldn't
like
have to show us anything. You know?
like supposedly if this organization literally controls the entire government, all the governments of the world, pretty much every corporation, like wouldn't they just I don't know, silence you if they really thought you were a threat?
Right. Yeah, that's the reason. The only reason I felt comfortable about talking about this openly is I realized it was some type of rollout. Like, obviously, this was on the table. There was a green light on Flat Earth as a topic to discuss. They're not looking to take out, just think about it. One day's budget from NASA, they could have paid off the top people early on to shut up, or gotten rid of them or whatever. They could
Yeah,
with their
easily,
budget,
exactly.
they could do all kinds of things to get rid of Flat Earth. They could have changed the algorithms to begin with. They wouldn't have come this far unless they either were allowing it or wanted it to happen for whatever reason.
Think about it. You're making the right logical deductions, but the conclusions you're coming to are not. They don't make sense based on the argument you just made. The argument you just made was that it doesn't make sense. Like if the Earth were flat and they were trying to hide it, it would be a very easy thing for them to do, and we wouldn't be talking about it right now.
Yeah,
So the question is, why are we talking about it right now?
if the Earth was flat and they were trying to hide it, right, they wouldn't actually express the fact that it's flat until they want to. You know what I mean? Basically, they'll control the release of truth, and they'll probably make financial gains like a motherfucker while they do it. But it's not like you're going to be in control of that either. It's not. I don't think that even if the Earth was flat, having groups of people that are flat earthers wouldn't change when the truth comes out. If it was flat.
What do you mean by coming out? I mean, for us, the truth has already come out.
I mean, the way I'm seeing it is this, yeah? Say if you was a bunch of elite motherfuckers, right? And you was hiding the shape of the Earth from everyone. Having these fringe groups on the side, believing it and telling people about it, it wouldn't change your plans on when the truth would actually come out. You're probably gonna, short a whole bunch of stock. You're gonna, make sure that once the truth comes out, you're gonna be financially on top anyway. Again,
They'll use it, yeah.
right?
Yeah, but wouldn't you?
My question was, would it ever come out? Would they ever admit to it? Like, they don't have to ever admit to it, in my opinion. They could just keep
the reality of the fact is that there is no big ass hoax like this. But I'm just saying, if there was, then that's how it will play out. It's not.
Well, there's also a possibility that just in general, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but there's a possibility that they actually have plans for this, for for people to. What I'm trying to say is that on one level, it would be a backup plan. Like, okay, if everyone figures out the Earth is stationary and it's not a globe, it would be a backup plan. But it also would be maybe even play into their plan, and it would have to be like if you were doing this, you would have to have a backup plan. And so one thought would be that they actually have it a way to integrate a planar, stationary, flat Earth type cosmology into whatever new NWO thing that they're doing. Maybe they'll throw NASA under the bus and try to like isolate that, and then maybe like people's anger from that, they might try to redirect that into whatever they want to go into, and then whatever that would look like. But I'm just saying there is that idea that they're actually planning even as a backup plan to kind of integrate this into whatever's coming.
Yeah, and they love the separation, regardless of what they plan to do, whether they have a backup plan or plan A, plan B, and what it might lead to. It seems like that the Hegelian dialectic plays into most things they do, whether you think there's a big conspiracy or not. It seems pretty obvious to people that look into these kind of things that seems to be the case.
I mean, one thing that's kind of bugged me for a bit, is like, if you look at just how politics in America works, right? Like, we've got this whole 4-year president, and then possibly may go 8 years, right? And you got these enormous secrets that could potentially have life-changing effects on the entire fucking globe, right? As a nation, right? Does it make sense that the person with the most power is only in power for 4 years at a time? And the people that know these secrets, basically tell him everything, and then he decides what the fuck else to do for 4 years, and then he tells someone else? Or do you think that it makes more sense to say there is a group of people outside of the government that potentially holds on to shit like this that the government doesn't need to fucking fuck with?
Yeah, and then the president's just an actor, is what you're saying, right? That would make more sense.
I wouldn't say he's an actor. I would say that there's shit that requires more than 4 years of term to be, if you want, privy of. You can't just be some motherfucker that's in it for 4 years to be privy of this information. It's a life.
That's what. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just agreeing with what he said.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say Eisenhower. This is what Eisenhower and JFK were speaking against.
JFK and Eisenhower would have to be in on it.
Right. Well, that's that.
No. Hold on a second, because that's my point. Is that Eisenhower was warning against this, and JFK also was warning against it. He even fired the head of the CIA, and I think that's because after the war, it was becoming there was becoming a different balance of power, instead of it's just coming from somewhere other than the White House. It was coming from what they call the shadow government. They were so there was this other entity that was basically having more of an influence than even just the president. But if you notice, President George Bush Sr., he would be one of the presidents that because of the community he was in the CIA, he was in all the administrations that leading up to him, he probably would have been privy to those type of secrets, whereas people like Donald Trump, who was completely
that's where I disagree, man. I actually think that the people that she set as president, they can't be privy to any of it, right? Because it essentially defeats the whole purpose of shit if they are.
No, but you say that, but he's unique though in that regard. Where a lot of the presidents probably you're right, but George Bush, he was the head of the CIA.
Yeah,
he was.
Right.
What I mean? So he's unique in that way.
Right. I mean, there must have been one president at least, right? Who said, you know what? Fuck this 4-year shit is cool and shit, but we got some real secrets to fucking take care of, yeah. And it may have been his dad who did it. And
presidents,
he wouldn't know. But
I mean, my understanding of it is that presidents are actually pretty low on the actual list of like clearances and the knowledge they know. I mean, it would be such a liability to tell those guys much of anything, really, because of all the situations they're in and the stress. They want those guys as just puppets, reading scripts, going along with the thing. So they're not going to release a lot of information to those guys.
It was a gradual thing, though, right? It's a gradual thing. Like the first president of America, he was the man. You know what I mean? He was on top, and then I think slowly,
Yeah, I agree, Brian.
and then
Slowly
slowly,
become
yeah, it's
more
kind of
What
like
do you mean? He was a Mason, so of course he
it's
was
kind
on
of
top.
like the British. It's kind of like the British, the Queen.
Have you heard that there,
Yeah,
like,
well,
the idea that there was like 14 presidents before George Washington? Have you heard about
No,
that?
that's
yeah.
bullshit. I looked into it.
No, that there was. Yeah, they
Well,
weren't
they weren't
presidents.
they weren't
They
like
weren't
leaders of the United States. Like this is before the Constitution was ratified. This wasn't like the
Yeah, exactly.
state.
Who was the
It was
first?
still our government, though.
Who was the first president?
I don't think there was an
forget.
executive.
No, there was a president of the Continental Congress, and it was basically I mean it was the same entity the entity that became the federal government. So it's just that technically when the Constitution was finished, that George Washington became the first president of what is known as the entity of the country we have now. But by that same logic, like when we went to war for the Revolution and stuff in 1776, technically that wasn't America then at that point. You know what I mean?
So you know
it's
what,
like
Kosho. Here's the thing, right? The first president, right? Probably knew a lot of shit, and then do you think maybe he said, "There's so much fucking crap I need to fucking take care of that I need someone else to deal with the day-to-day shit. Let me appoint someone to do this shit for 4 years, and I'll appoint someone else, and I'll keep the fucking real shit going on." Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, dude. When Eisenhower, actually before Eisenhower, it was Truman, I think, and before him, the president was president for like 12 years. But with Eisenhower, one of the last things that he was warning against was about the this shadow government or the deep state. And
It wasn't that. It was the
influence.
It was the like basically these corporations that got shit tons of money for fulfilling defense contracts.
Yeah.
Like like a couple of corporations tried, like a bunch of corporate like fucks tried to like hold a coup against FDR, right?
Yeah, of course.
You heard about that?
Yeah. But I mean, he did all those socialist programs.
No, he wasn't a socialist. Like FDR was like.
I said what he did was he started a lot of the biggest socialist programs that still exist today.
No, he started no socialist programs. He started like
social security.
That's not socialist. That's welfare.
Yeah, I mean, sure it is.
No.
Like everybody pays.
It's not socialist. It's just like welfare. Like to call FDR socialist is ridiculous. He's at best.
I'm not calling him a socialist. I'm saying his programs. He had a lot of socialist programs.
No, those are not socialist. I mean, yeah, I'm really seizing up on the term here, but those aren't socialist programs. Like socialism isn't when the government does stuff.
We're becoming more and more socialists.
No, we're not.
We definitely are.
No, the United States. No.
Every time we increase minimum wage, becoming more socialist.
That's not socialist. No, it's not. That's a ridiculous assertion.
I want to add something before we go digress off that other topic. I'm a little bit high, so I had to write this down as well quickly before I forget. But you guys are talking about the presidents and that, being in control and doing the ball earth, preaching the ball earth, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe they're the ones in control. I think they are like puppets of other people that are actually in control. And we just thinking these people are in control, but we don't actually see or hear of these other people. That's something I wanted to add there, and there's truth behind that. I'm busy working on that, but yeah, that's going to be released quite a while from now. And then they just what they believe is knowledge is what we have in textbooks and things like that. So that's what we know. There's stuff that we don't know, and we are discovering things. However, because we're living by the book, the little textbook, who wrote that textbook? I'm telling you, that comes from another place, another rabbit hole. But imagine a world with no textbooks, but we had all the instruments around us, and we knew how to use those instruments. For instance, telescopes, sextants, etc., etc. Would they discover the Earth as a ball? I'm sorry, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they would.
all the instruments
Definitely would.
show
I'm much more
that.
interested in like.
Absolutely would, bro. What are you talking about? It's right in
No.
your face.
Was someone earlier saying that the minimum wage is socialist?
No,
I wanted to respond to what Beerman, what you were saying. Yeah, I agree with that. That my question. Yeah, I agree in terms of the power thing you were saying. That there's like, groups that are like the people we think are in power, president, Congress, whatever, is really just layers down on the system. So my next question to you is, let's say there's a group of families, which a lot of people think it is. Whatever number of families. And if they're completely in the background, like we don't even know their names, we don't know who they are, anything like that. Even the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds are not even them. Those are just. So how do those, in your mindset, that controlling faction, the real controllers, how do they link in or intercept, or how do they link into the rest of the system to do the control?
Okay, so this is going to sound very far-fetched, but as far-fetched as Flat Earth sounded in the beginning, this might not be far-fetched for some. However, I believe that the ancient gods of this world existed, and they do still exist. And the Book of Enoch will write about the Nephilim, etc., etc. So I believe that, what we call gods and what we call God are two different things, and it's clearly in the scriptures and legends. However, there's still bloodlines here, and this is, like I said, it's going to sound so far-fetched, but there is such stuff as magic and spells and things like that. And I think they manage it that way, and it's something we can't comprehend because we are so damn asleep. There's truth in movies. It's basically put into our face that this is how they're doing stuff, and we look past it and we see it as fantasy. And a lot of shit has turned out true. So, yeah, that's how I believe that they're getting it right. I hope that makes sense, but I am a little bit high as well. But this is something that I am looking into.
Interesting.
Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, yeah, like that there's something deep. Yeah, there's like deep layers like that are involved.
Yeah.
What I wonder is if that whole thing's shifting now. Like, if that was the case, why would they have? First of all, I don't think they predicted companies like Google, Amazon, AT&T, Verizon getting as powerful as they are today. And if you really look at where power lies in America, at least, it's within the corporations. The four I just
for sure. Oh yeah, no, that's the the
corporation.
Yeah.
Together, they could overturn the government. They could, even without Walmart, right? They could overturn the government easily.
Well, yeah, because the corporations are actually at the core of the Federal Reserve, but the control of money, and the governments are all dependent on the money in the economy and can be manipulated in different ways to, either be in the way of the corporations or out of the way of the corporations. So yeah, I mean that is ultimately.
If there was an elite that was all inclusively controlling everyone and figuring this shit out, why would they have let this happen?
Who let what happen?
What happened?
Why would they have let these companies become so powerful? Because essentially it's taking power away from them. The elites.
I don't think.
Why would they?
I think that they have.
They are the corporation. It's like that movie, like We Are the Police. Like they are the corporations and the police and the military. At this point, it wasn't like that before World War II. At least not as much as it is now.
What do you mean? It was definitely. What do you mean?
World War I and World War II and the Great Depression.
Do you not know what the Gilded
and the
Age
sinking
was?
of the Titanic? There's a red tape. For some reason, it seems like every time you speak, it's an interruption. Did you want to say something? I was saying.
What was the Gilded Age, man?
It just seems like you always come in when someone else is talking instead of. Let me just finish my thought, and then you can go. I was just saying that World War I, World War II, the sinking of the Titanic, the Great Depression, like the forming of NASA, United Nations, like all of those were kind of instrumental to getting to what the actual position they have now, which is the post World War II position.
Very true.
Yeah, you're talking about global hierarchy, right? Or a global elite class.
Yeah, it seems like it has to work that way. Like if Elon Musk thought the Earth was flat, he can't just go on TV and say the Earth is flat if that's what he thinks, or maybe he could, but I'm sure there's like a certain set of things that there's contract. I mean, it's all contract law, right? It's all like non-disclosure agreements, and they know that if the U.S. government pretty much controls what's said in the mainstream media, then it would be financial suicide to go against the protocols, right? If you were an independent corporation of any sort.
What I find weird though, if it was a global entity that was controlling everyone, then if that was the case, they would have been established prior to even the First World War.
Yep.
And then we got to consider why would they have allowed the wars to happen? And then what we're seeing today is
orchestrated them.
They profit on both sides.
What I was talking about earlier was the shift of power in America, but if we look at the shift of power globally, is undoubtedly right. China is the most superest power on this planet today.
No, they're not there yet. They're close, but they're not there yet.
They have taken over America. There's no doubt about it.
No, that's ridiculous.
Americans are in denial.
No, I would say that's a ridiculous notion.
I would agree. There is some sort of a
America are using China.
Yeah, I mean, I think the people really in power are not necessarily isolated in any one country, but it does seem like they're utilizing China as some kind of a
ridiculous,
a shifting crux of some sort. They're using it as like a pivot point.
Oh, they even wrote it out. I mean, there's the plans. That's what's crazy about the power that we're talking about here. I mean, they've pretty much told us exactly what they're going to do with the lockstep, the lockstep PDF that you could download, or Agenda 2030, Agenda 2021. I mean, it's all written out exactly their evil plans or whatever you want to consider it to be. But it's justified in their minds as with the whole globalist, environmental edge. So, it could be interpreted just right. You know what? Actually, I was going to bring this up earlier. We were talking about the ISS. A good example of how they do these and how brilliant they are. Like, how when you fold a $20 bill, it looks like 9/11. Some people do that. And then when you fold the 5 and the 10, it looks like it's being built. And then you can see the 50 has a big plume of smoke as if that's the aftermath. And then on the 100, you can see a drizzle of smoke, and it goes perfectly across, the middle of the and it looks like smoke curling up. And then there's actually 2 versions of the 50, and then there's one version where it's there's no smoke. So you could put those in order. But it's perfectly done that you could show that to a normal person and they would think you're crazy, right? But somebody that realizes that 9/11 wasn't what they told us would be like, oh, that's obvious. Oh my God, I can't believe they do it. Why would they do that if people are going to know? But they're so smart about the way they do things. Well, just like with the ISS, you could interpret it as, oh, that the hairspray that's just the way that it is. Why would you think that looks on? It's like they're playing it so perfectly that they know 2 interpretations could be argued about, and it couldn't be proven one way or the other. And even if it could, it wouldn't necessarily mean they're going to lose power.
I personally don't think the whole the way that you fold the monies and see those little pictures, I don't think that was anything. That's just coincidence.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, have you seen it though? It's pretty striking. Have you seen what we're talking about?
I know, but it is very striking. I know what you're saying, but I also just think it's coincidence. I don't think that somebody fucking again. Now you got to say that if somebody knew that they must have traveled in time or some shit to know that shit was gonna happen the way it actually played out.
A lot of people think that actually when the World Trade Center towers were built, that they actually had this entire plan at the time of building. Because wasn't it like 33 years as well?
Definitely.
Between
building
and them coming down.
And those bills came out in 2000. Wait, no, the bills came out in 1990. Was it the new bills? 10 years before.
I think that there's a lot of shit that happens which is coincidence, and it kind of
like the Big Bang.
Honestly, things like this.
Would you call it a striking
away
coincidence?
From true reasons of saying why there was a conspiracy, you know, because like you can come up with a billion reasons why 9/11 is possibly faked, and if you rely on the $2 bill, you fold it this way. Look, that's kind of a weird thing to fucking
billion. Didn't
well, you said it was
trillion.
but you also said it was striking, right? You said it was striking.
Weren't they covering $7 trillion?
If I take this bill, yeah, and I fold it this very specific thing.
Brad, what if that was someone's number one proof that 9/11 was an inside job? It's like, yo,
Right.
take this dollar bill, you fold it up. I'm just
Right.
kidding.
Yeah, that's all they had. That'd be funny.
You know what I mean? It actually, shit like that actually makes 9/11 seem less of a conspiracy. Is when people.
The thing about all this, it's actually what kind of makes it fascinating. Like from the level of like the creation on some higher level of like the way this is all playing out. It seems like these people, they seem to like to put their little codes, their little clues into things. For whatever reason, they're doing that. We could hypothesize as to why they do it, but like they seem to, like the whole thing of like replacing Paul McCartney and the Beatles. Like there's like hundreds of clues and all the Beatles music. It's like literally like Alice in Wonderland, like rabbit hole of all these clues and stuff. And they seem to do it everywhere. They do it in movies and TV, the pre-programming, all the 9/11 stuff, like all this shit. It's like, it's all part of, probably for them, it's part of the psyop, but for us unwinding it, it's like a trail of hints along the way.
So for me, right, the whole 9/11 shit, why I think something fishy happened is, first of all, that motherfucking president booked a fucking videotape shit with kids reading a fucking story, right? And not just that, but you know,
have you seen the kids chanting yet? Did you see that yet? The kids saying plane hit steel, talking about planes hitting steel. In that, when Bush was sitting right in front of him, you seen that part yet? But we weren't shown that until kind of relatively recently, which is why I think they roll these things out and give us all the information on purpose.
But when we see people, we're pretty empathetic fucking beings, right? And we know when someone's acting or reacting and how they're feeling. And the way he reacted to the fucking bombings, which was caught on tape, that wasn't genuine. You know what I mean? I understand that he's the president and he needs to put a face on, regardless of whatever he heard. But if you just look at that and feel what he's feeling inside, it wasn't right. It wasn't like holy shit. Something
right. It wasn't authentic. It wasn't authentic at all. Yeah, just even his like all of his body language and facial expressions when that's all happening, it's intense. It's almost like, oh yeah.
It was more like all right, it's done. That type of feeling, as opposed to what do I do? Right, which is what a president.
Yeah, it was more like, oh
Yeah.
shit, they actually fucking did it.
They
This
did it.
plan they told me about, they're now doing it. Oh no, and they've got me sitting in front of kids. Oh no.
Do you know for sure what was said to him?
America's under attack. What he was told.
Okay.
I don't. Would they have said that? I wonder
Yeah, they leant in and said, America is under attack. Mr. President, America is under attack.
We don't even know that that's what they said. That's what we were told they said.
No, I don't think
Could have
that's
all been an act. He was put in front of us
Very
on
true.
purpose. He was told
Because
something, so it made
I think they said
the whole movie,
Killer One has
Michael
been
Moore's
hit.
movie, was being pre-recorded.
Here's the thing. Yeah, if that's the only thing that was said is, "Hey, Mr. President, America is under attack," he would have responded to a question, like, "What? When?" It had to have been something a little bit more descriptive than that.
Yes.
Why would he continue to sit there? Why wouldn't he rush out? Like,
Exactly.
excuse me, kids, I gotta go. Busy president here.
There was enough information portrayed to him that he had to digest it before responding.
No, it's scripted to sit there. as he's told the information. It's supposed to convince us that he's worried. It's
Well,
not
it's supposed to do
convincing
both.
us.
It's kind of like the bills being folded. You could interpret it both ways. You know, it causes the argument, which is what they do so well. They make it so you could have two interpretations.
You know what though? Part of it could have been that he knew something was gonna happen. He just didn't know what was gonna happen.
Yeah, maybe. I'll give him that much credit. He didn't know the full thing, and he just told him
Right, and then
it started or something
and
like
like his reaction could be explained by, "Fuck, something did happen."
Well, there was all these things that were given to us, like, you know, I mean, like as time went on, I mean, I didn't find out about any of it or even suspect any of it was a hoax until like 10 years after, you know, for me at least. And a lot of people, I think, were around that time. I think some Loose Change came out or whatever. But I would even say Loose Change was put out on purpose, and that was part of the psyop. And that you know that all the finger pointing was done on purpose. Bush's dad meeting with Bin Laden's dad in New York City, like 3 blocks away from the place. Like that's information we didn't need to find out. That was given to us,
I agree.
whether it's true or not.
I think it is presented as a psyop and a puzzle. And I think we are supposed to, they want us to think, did our government do this? That needs to be part of the feeling that we have.
Right.
Go along with the fact that it's terrorists, but inside we think, hang on, did they do that to us?
Dude, you know the funny shit, right? After 9/11, that was the day that brown people became the new black.
Yeah. I was going to say, in his ears, as he's told it's happening or whatever, he's in front of them kids, he knows that the war is now starting. And they're going to go and attack Iraq.
It hasn't gone away yet, though. You know that. It's stuck. Brown people are still the new black. We've stayed.
Yeah, it's a weird statement, Brian. I kind of see what you mean.
Yeah, and then
I felt
the
like
weird
George
part about
Bush,
it.
like, I was going to say when that happened, he looked really guilty as well.
Yeah,
it was like he looked like a guilty dog that was like, ew, like you could just tell.
Because he signed an oath to do this, and now he knows it's actually happening.
But you see, the other thing about it, he may not really have known. Like, it's interesting to think about, like, what did they really tell him? You know, like, to what extent it was going to be. Like, did they tell him exactly what it was going to be, or did they just say there's going to be an attack and then trying to let it be a little bit organic? So, you know, when it happened, like in terms of the guilt, it's like he didn't know if people were dying or what was happening. I could just tell, like in his, he like knew that someone above him was doing something, and he just had to go with it.
You would think that he would look at them like, what am I supposed to do? It was
I
like
like to think he
he
knew
was
it was
supposed
the
to sit there.
towers. I like to think he was down with the plan that the pillars are going to be exploded one by one.
I really do want to fucking know exactly what was said to him.
You know what was the weirdest part? Remember how there was they had a no-fly order and planes were grounded? And then they told us that the Bin Laden family was escorted on private jets out of the country or whatever, just for their safety.
Though, dude. That kind of makes sense.
I know it makes sense, but it's just interesting that they gave us that information. They didn't need to tell us that.
I mean, these are rich, powerful motherfuckers, right? And if they say, hey, we're about to get attacked, I want the fuck out, they're going to get the fuck out.
I just think that everything we're told is told to us for a reason. It's never an admittance. It's always a reason, even if it seems like it's against what they want.
Let's assume that our government. Let's assume our government said, no, Bin Laden family, you can't. What would have happened then? If our government said, Bin Laden family, we're going to hold you captive, that would have been a whole different type of shitstorm, wouldn't it?
Well, they're all part of the CIA. Bin Laden was connected to the CIA. Whether his terrorists did it or whether the government did it, I obviously think the government did it in agreement with terrorists. But whether whoever did it, like, I don't even know what my point was. Sorry.
I'm with a new perspective on this. They're telling us exactly what they're doing and what they've done. We just have lost that method of communication. Back in the day,
whoever did it is a dark secret magician.
Hey, Don, you cut him off.
Sorry, I thought you were done. Sorry. I got excited.
So yeah, I just want to say the ancient languages, like look at Egypt, the hieroglyphs. They used to talk in or communicate with write in picture format. So the pictures would tell a whole story, and so they don't literally write it on a piece of paper. This would happen. They do it on little drawings. So that's exactly what they're doing now. They're showing us with pictures, and which is now
I
what we
got
know.
about. It's symbols, so they have to tell us. They've got a karmic responsibility. Whoever did it, to tell us through symbols. And if we don't quite understand the language, that's our problem. They still feel like they've karmically told us. It's our fault for not understanding symbology.
You know, the other thing I didn't like, right, was how when they killed Bin Laden, we didn't actually get to see shit.
There's people that swear he was dead before 9/11 even happened.
Like, if he killed the world's most fucking wanted fucker, would you just say, you know what, no pictures, let's just burn him right away?
Another thing. What if the Israel is that powerful that they planned this and they made America go along with it? And they said, we've got a plan that Iran and Iraq are going to attack you with terrorism, and then you're going to go and try and stop it in the war, and then you can do lots of politics and change stuff in the country, and we'll become stronger through it. And because we're religiously more powerful than you, and we know the Kabbalah more than you,
No, I don't think
you
Israel
have to
even
do
has
it.
a right to exist.
What if, right?
The van with the picture.
Like, if you consider some people and how much mind control they can have on somebody else to make them do shit. What if there's a higher race of people above humans who are just
Here we go.
mind controlling cunts like motherfuckers?
Now you're on the right track there, buddy.
The old religious people, the magicians, they are a different species to humans, and they're making us
Yeah.
do stuff.
And you know what? It's like, we don't remember seeing them. Even if you do remember seeing them, you ain't gonna talk about it because they've already brainwashed you.
Yeah, even if they're not an actual race, they think they're above us. Whoever the group is, they think they're of a different. You know, they keep us like dogs or children or whatever.
If they can blow up Twin Towers and we're confused by it, maybe they are above us. That's what I'm thinking.
What if they're so advanced as beings that they don't even have bodies?
Well, it answers.
go ahead.
It kind of links together the whole concept. Like a lot of people, when they think about this, like the idea of a worldwide conspiracy and all these things, a lot of people think, no, that's not possible. That humans are that evil. There's no way humans would be that evil. Right. But that's the thing. If they're not humans, then that takes that out of the equation. It's like they could be anything, and just like we, kill animals or whatever, they could think of us as that. And if they're a different species, then it's just a totally different thing.
I actually think they're half human, but in their brains, they're a different species. That's kind of what I think.
But
they can think of themselves as a higher grade of humans.
I think it's the opposite of that, dude. I think that we are so fucking evil innately.
This is your brain on Christianity.
It's not about Christianity, dude. I just think we as people are fucking we're evil as fuck.
I disagree.
I also disagree.
Man, we've done some
not as a norm.
I think that's inherently an
If the people that did 9/11 and war are humans, then Branch is correct. On average, we are.
No, I'm not talking about 9/11. Fuck
on average.
9/11 was
bullying and war, everything evil.
Motherfuckers, right?
I'm talking about on humanity. We are evil.
I'm talking about fucking the shit that was done in in Germany. The shit that
sure.
There's a lot. There's the shit that was done in Africa by Idi Amin or whatever, right?
Well,
what about the average person? The average person's not evil.
Pretty evil.
I think we all kind of understand that the average person doesn't want to harm anybody else.
The average person is not, but the average person wants to be led, right? They want to be.
That doesn't make them evil.
It doesn't make them evil, but it allows evil people to do shit like what happened in Germany.
Right. True.
The most evil person I can think of would probably be fucking Who was the Belgian king who did the Congo Free State?
Bill Gates.
No,
No, I'm just saying the most evil person, Bill Gates.
no. Like you guys know
Bill
about
Gates.
the Belgian. Oh fuck! What was it called? The Free State Congo.
Was it Congo? I mean, I talk about. Was it? I was thinking Idi Amin. He kicked all the fucking Indians out.
You know, like okay, so you know how the King of Belgium owned the entire Congo, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
The Congo Free. No, hold on. I'll
Wait, the Congo is in Africa, right?
Yeah, this was during like the Congo Free State. This is when like the European powers did that big conference and basically like divvied up Africa for colonial projects.
Yeah, I don't really know too. You know what? We don't get taught about African history, do we, in school?
Yeah, it's well, I blame Europeans for that, but
I went.
You would do shit like it was basically run.
I did history in England and fucking America, and I tell you what, I didn't get taught it in either one.
England is fucking evil, dude.
But missed out a few. Not just that.
The Congo Free State was the personal property of the King of Belgium. It wasn't run by the Belgian government. It was his personal property. It was basically ran like a mega corporation. They would do shit like they would have like bounties that like the locals would have to fulfill. Otherwise, they would literally chop off their hands. And this is like one of the big things that started the anti-colonial history in Europe, where they would, protest like making new colonies and shit like that. But I think there was a very famous book written about it, the Heart of Darkness. Like literally, the his like corporate stooges would literally cut off the hands. Even if like they already cut the hand off one person, they would just like chop off the other if they still didn't fulfill like their rubber quotas. He killed like tens of millions of people.
How much evil can you do with no hands?
True.
Hellboy, I gotta just touch on something you said earlier on. You said the average human wants to be led. What would make you say that, or why do you think that? Just a question. It's just
I agree with that.
yeah.
We're extremely submissive motherfuckers.
We don't know what right and wrong is. We need a master.
Look.
Yeah,
Okay.
experiments have
I hate to
proven
keep
that.
bringing up. I hate to keep bringing up Germany, right? But look at how Hitler got into power. Right? It was he stirred some motherfuckers up. He talked really well, and he basically got a whole fucking nation of people to commit genocide.
It wasn't the whole nation.
Almost. I know.
No, only like 30% of the Germans.
I know.
are just members of the
I
Nazi
may
Party.
have overtalked there, but it's not even just that. Like if you just look at fucking history in itself, yeah.
Well, Hellboy, I would be careful about talking about Germany here because I know quite a few people here doubt the Holocaust even happened.
Yeah. Have you guys ever been to Germany? I think that's like I like German people. They're nice people.
No, they're robotic.
No, they're nice.
They're robotic.
Like French people are a little bit assholeish. They're nice, but they're just
No, the French people are fine. It's Parisians who are like the asshole-ish people.
I think a better
the people
example-
basically from Paris are the asshole French.
What's Parisian? I don't.
People from Paris, the Paris metropolitan area.
I think I was only in Calais or wherever the fuck that is.
So yeah, Hellboy. The reason why I asked that is why would you think that everyone wants to, or the average human wants to be led? Like, in what sense do they want to be led? Because there's different ways to get.
So
to have
so look, right?
Experiments.
We've
Proven it.
okay. If you want a very technical explanation, we've evolved from animals, and I do believe in evolution, that used to be part of a clan, and our clans always had a fucking alpha, right? And essentially, we've evolved into beings that work well as beta motherfuckers, right?
Is that Yemi?
Yes.
Awesome.
Right. Because everyone can
No.
work. If everybody evolves
No.
to be good
Mate, you
babies,
do it all before 8 o'clock, up to 8 o'clock, then get ready for bed.
Are you gonna let me?
Well, turn on push to talk.
All right. I was just trying to say, look, we evolved as beta motherfuckers because clans work really well when they follow orders.
Branch is right. It's true, but it's true. There is different people. There's people that want to be the ruler of themselves. You know, like us. There's
Maybe
different
it's not
types,
so much.
But on average, most
Sorry, go
people
ahead.
need a government. They need a guru. They need a master. They need a priest. They need a dad. They need someone to tell them what to do and what not to do.
Right.
I think maybe they just want an easy life, and the plan was to make everything so complicated about what it would take to actually do what what's necessary to like educate yourself, since the schools aren't doing it properly, and all these other things that we'd have to do for ourselves. They've made it very hard for us to have an easy life unless we follow along with some kind of structure. But I wouldn't say that necessarily means that our nature is just to follow.
Dude, okay. So here's another example, right? Look at the workforce of America, right? I would say 90% of the workforce doesn't aspire to get into managerial or leadership roles. And when people do get into those roles, it's almost forced upon them. Like for me, I was totally cool just doing what the fuck I was doing, and they literally forced me to become a fucking manager and have my own product and that shit. Yeah, it was like, it wasn't like forced upon me, but it was like pretty much said this.
No one trusts a boss, dude.
But there was a lot of bullshit you had to deal with when you got that position.
Right? And I mean, I hated it to start with, but then you just fucking, it just becomes work,
Okay, no, I understand where you're coming from, but yeah, the leadership in nature would obviously fall with your evolution theory that you believe in. So that's different. But in the workforce, yeah. Sorry, that's my emails here. So in the workforce, I can understand that you need leadership because you don't know how to do something.
Right, but if you look at 90% of people, so I work in IT, right? And if you look at all these fucking programmers, right?
Yeah, they're twinks, dude.
None of them want to be a manager. Like when a managerial position opens up for programmers, like, nah, fuck it, I'm making enough money how it is, and they do make good fucking money.
The workload is just too much.
Yeah, they just oddly
No,
just don't want it.
fair enough. So then you guys obviously then believe that a leader is born, not really made, or
I've got loads of opinions on this stuff. It's for me, it's not because evolution, but for me, I think we were half animal bred with gods. So we're hybrids, and our animal half and our god half both look up to something above us.
No,
for an alpha master type archetype.
Like, the whole alpha thing's bullshit, dude.
We're only thinking, Beer Man, you're only thinking this is weird because you're one of the masters. That's why you find it weird.
No, not at all. So
fucking managers.
I'm sort of with you, Dawn, on the half human, half animal. However, I believe that we actually descendants from titans and gods and
That's the same thing.
Yeah, I just don't think we that come from nothing that exploded and turned into this and eventually became what we are now. We're definitely not on top of the food chain, and we're definitely not the most intelligent things fucking
No, we're not.
walking in this realm.
We're just one of these fucking planets out there. We're not even like a great planet. We're just a mediocre.
No, I don't know. That's pretty good, dude.
I don't believe that there's different planets that you can
live on. Okay, I'm actually like telling you what fucking my God said. Like Krishna literally said that. Earth is just mediocre. It's no big deal.
Wait, what kind of Christoid are you?
What type of what?
Christian.
I do believe
the Hindu kind.
Yeah, the Hindu kind.
The kind that worships.
the kind that Christians don't allow.
Although I thought you said you were a Christian, man.
No, I do believe in Christ, right? And my religion allows me to.
Krishna, but it's the Hindu version of Christ. It's another.
Krishna's not really like the same.
It kind of
his themes and
literally the same.
His themes and mythos are much different.
I'll be honest. Dude, you know what, man? Look.
In Hinduism, they allow for the idea that gods come down and embody humans and have magical abilities while they do it. So there's a Hindu school of belief that
that's not what we believe.
Yes,
Yeah,
there's
also
loads of cases of gods coming down and assuming human form in the Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah, but not as the son. Like, okay, Krishna came down. He was himself. He didn't come down. Yeah, okay, you're right. It wasn't Avatar. Yeah.
I don't know, like the Christian god monster is, of course, disgusting.
This is getting a little weird, dude. Let's stop talking about Hinduism, please. Africa.
What was I also think, that this needing a master, needing an authority is programmed into us. Instead of going to the library and learning ourselves, or having our actual parents teach us, or someone in the village who's supposed to be an elder teach us, we go to school and have a puppet read out predetermined facts to us.
Wouldn't that literally be the same thing?
No, there's a nuance. It's different.
Dawn, you know what, Dawn? There was I hate to go back to fucking Hinduism again, right? But when I read Bhagavad Gita, there was one shit that Krishna said, and it kind of made me want to stop reading it, right? And he basically said, you should fucking just do the job you're fucking given. Stop trying to fucking, get better jobs and shit like that. Know your place in society and just fucking roll with it and be happy, right?
Yeah.
And that
very much a book of like know your place, human.
I did not like that, right?
Yeah, that's the Romans did the same thing with Christianity too.
Mind you, what's his name from the south? One of the gods from the south, and this is still present today in a lot of the way the South Indians behave. Had this idea that you aren't as stuck in your place, and you should educate the like untouchables, Dalits, and all of that. I want to say Rama, but I know it's not Rama because Rama's Rama. It's like Ravana. That's it. Ravana.
He doesn't say. Well, Ram and Krishna are the same person, but
yeah, I mean Ravana.
Man, Hellboy, you wouldn't be able to talk about this stuff in 24/7 Earth Flat Earth Discord. I remember, like, they were a bunch of fucking Christian theocrats. They would have banned you.
Yeah, probably.
They're pretty toxic over there.
I got banned from the Flat Earth Discord for fucking mentioning the word Titan.
No, they're a bunch of evangelical types, like theocrats.
But I mean, you gotta take into account all of history, right? To fucking know where the fuck we're at. Like, I don't think that Hinduism and the story of Hinduism is, the only shit that could be right, because that literally says that there's one little fucking place on Earth was right and everybody else was wrong.
It could be that it's just nonsense. All of it's just nonsense.
It could be, but then if it is, right, the way we got to say it is, the way we got to see it is that's humanity. And if we forget those types of things that make us feel not just love for a higher being, but believing in a higher being allows us to love our neighbor better, right?
I don't think, I think that's not the case. Historically, that's not the case.
I personally think it is the case, dude, and I really think that religion.
I could point out examples from your own, the historical background of Hinduism, like how the Muslims treated your people.
All right, well, dude, you can if you want. I'm not super fucking protective over Hinduism.
Well, no,
Hindus get back as good as
they believe in a higher power, but they definitely didn't treat your people any better.
But same for Hindus, like the Gujarat train riots that the current PM oversaw and like many say was complicit in was a bunch of Hindus killing Muslims. Like they give and they get in India.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Or like one side that's the aggressor.
Yeah, isn't the current leading party of India a Hindu nationalist party?
Oh yeah, they've swung really far, like right wing Hindustan.
Everyone's fucking assholes, dude. It's not like you can't fucking say that Indian people are fucking right. You can't fucking. It's just
No, I don't mean Indian people
He
are.
was
I mean
saying
the
the leading.
current,
no. What I
government.
mean is
currently ruling party.
I know.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is like if you really want to understand what it means to be a human, you got to study every fucking type of human on this planet.
What? I'm not really sure what that has to do with like what he said, or like he was just talking about like the politics of the current ruling party of India.
All right. Well, what I'm trying to say is this, right? If you really want to know what it means to be human, right, then you need to look at all types of humans on the planet. No, you got to fucking understand these cunts and see how they fucking live
Yes.
to understand what the fuck it means to be this species. You can't just look at one group of people. You got to look at everyone.
Well, yeah, but like a lot of them have mythos that are like mutually non-compatible with each other.
Well, as long as your fucking mind is open, who gives a fuck what they're thinking, right? You're
Because
just
they might
studying
kill
it.
you.
No, because like
Your open mind will be
if
dead.
they're mutually like if they mutually like have combating mythos and like creation myths, wouldn't that necessarily mean that one is at least incorrect and thus false?
Oh, no,
I don't know,
no,
dude.
Can I
I
check
don't,
whether
I don't, I
Clover
don't
that I'm not
really
having
give
a
a fuck
psychotic
about that,
episode
dude.
here?
They're all stories that
I-
point to
Tell
one
me.
truth, obviously.
Honestly, the whole fucking God part of it doesn't interest me, right? What interests me is how these religions tell you to live your life.
Well, that is an interesting topic. Like Christianity is just like Hellenistic Judaism mixed with like Roman state like ideology.
I want to hear Ruhiv's mental disturbance.
Who?
Ruhiv said he needs to check he's not having a breakdown.
Like someone to tell me who's having a psychotic episode, whether it's me or Geo.
Okay.
Yeah, hasn't talked for a while.
Happily tell you.
Let's do that. Okay, so I posted in the chat. See where it says 169 miles away at eye level, 19,000 of missing Earth curvature, 19,000 feet of missing Earth curvature. All right, that's what Geo sent me. Yeah. The second image is me simply just plugging it into a curve calculator, and even without refraction, geometric hidden 1.14 kilometers. The mountain we're looking at is 1,400 kilometers, 1,400 meters. Sorry.
Was he
Can
claiming
someone
that was like
explain
an
to me?
island? Wait, was he claiming that was an island 169 miles away?
It is 169 miles away. Yes.
Can you
Should it
actually
be
see how
visible
far?
is the question. Say again.
Can you actually see how far? I wouldn't think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
So he's saying 162 miles away at sea level and 19,000 feet of missing Earth curve. And your calculation is there should be less than a mile of Earth curve.
My calculation with the curve calculator is that you should see this mountain. Yet Geo claims it as somehow flat Earth proof.
What, nothing missing at all?
Oh, there's clearly a lot missing.
How much are you saying should be missing?
Well, refracted hidden says meters.
How many feet?
Yeah, we're not talking about refracted anything because you
Yeah,
were
that's
trying to
fine.
say that's not because then your refraction is where you bring in the make a flat Earth be a globe with a refraction thing. So that's not really relevant.
No, but even without refraction, you should still see the mountain. How on earth is this any kind of flat Earth proof at all?
Well, I posted
Why
the
did you
image.
send
I
me
think
this?
you're assuming that I claimed it was a proof of something. I never used that word. You were
I posted
asking about
the-
long distance observations, and I pulled up a couple things and sent a couple.
Gee.
That's
Hang
one
on,
that
let's
has
go. Let's scroll back
that's
up.
one that has 19,000 feet of missing Earth curve.
But it looks
No,
like
it
it's out
doesn't
by
have
a
any
fair
missing.
whack.
What's your calculation?
Please explain
Ruhiv?
how there is
Zero.
19,000 feet
Zero
of missing
missing
Earth
feet.
curve.
Are you saying there's zero missing feet?
The geometric horizon it shows right there, 152 kilometers.
Do you think you should get
It's
19?
169 miles away.
Right. But are you saying you shouldn't see this mountain?
Ruhiv, can I ask a question, please? What
Yes.
latitude are we at? I'm running this through my calculations.
Sorry, what latitude is this observation taken at?
Yeah, I don't recognize the area of the world.
Okay, it's hang on, Mallorca. Hang on, where are we? Latitude. Where are we? Hang on. Latitude is 40 degrees north.
Thank you.
What's the discrepancy? If Geo's claimed 19,000 foot of missing Earth curve, how much do you think is missing of the Earth curve?
It's roughly in line with the expected amount. Like I've got to do some more analysis on it.
But you haven't got a number.
No.
You're trying to debunk a number on a meme, and you haven't got a number yourself.
No, I'm asking Geo why he thinks this is any sort of flat Earth proof when the mountain should be seen. I've worked out how much is seen.
Missing Earth curve. That's why he thinks it's proof, obviously.
Yeah, what about the photo that says missing Earth curve?
Well, I'm asking you, have you debunked the missing Earth curve? You're saying there's none, right? Nothing
I'm
missing.
asking Geo why this is flat Earth proof. Do you understand my question?
Yeah, and he's gone quiet.
Yeah.
I'm now asking you what your number is. If Geo's is 19,000
I
feet.
have a
missing,
number. I've answered for 5 minutes.
You don't have a number. Oh, so you haven't debunked anything. I can't even compare his to yours.
I'm
if you don't have
asking
anything.
Geo, listen very, very carefully, Dawn, before I just turn you down. Okay, Geo posted this to me
Don't
as
throw
some
me
sort
with
of
that. I'll
flat
turn
Earth
you
proof.
down, motherfucker.
Okay, you're going down. See you, Dawn.
Okay, you're going down, bitch.
Yeah.
Now, kids.
Oh, he's just fucking pointless to talk to.
I haven't even got it out yet, boys.
It's not
Both
pointless
going
at all.
down.
He's holding your feet to the fire, and then you're just turning them down because you don't want to hear it.
Oh,
He's
you're
not got a
here
number,
now. So
so
what
I
is it
can't
about this
compare
photo that says
Geo's
flat
evidence
Earth
to
proof?
his evidence. Nothing to compare.
So
No one's lighting up, so I assume Dawn's not talking.
no, I'm just trying to say, giving an effective radius of blah blah kilometers, refracted horizon is 164 kilometers, which is different to the 169 miles. Distance in
No, we're
kilometers,
just.
right. Where should
What
the
is it
horizon be?
about
I
the
see.
photo? All right, so we've got a photo of the tippy tops of a mountain, right? What is it about the photo that says flat Earth proof?
There's 10,000 foot of missing Earth curve.
Ruhef, why don't you just fucking tell us? What is it?
I'm asking Geo.
I mean, you posted 3 fucking memes, and then the only people that are responding to this shit are globe earthers. None of the flat earthers are even saying anything. How can you
I
expect?
said Bio. Bio just responded.
And again, he's a globe earther, right?
Yeah, but what did he say?
What I'm trying to
He
say
said,
is
ignoring refraction completely. Ignoring refraction completely, there's still 300 some odd meters visible. Almost like flat earthers can't verify what they claim. I'm sure
Yeah,
it took
well,
all of about 45 seconds to verify.
Here's the thing, Ruhef, yeah? You found 3 memes out of fucking nowhere, and then you just
No,
posted them.
Geo sent me
Geo
this.
presented them. You're not following, Brent.
Geo presented them.
I posted it in the chat.
I'm so interested by people who create things like that because the time it takes to check that stuff versus the time it takes to make the actual meme is so interesting.
He can't even explain me how
What's
he's
the
checked it,
angular
how it's wrong.
resolution?
He doesn't even know how it's wrong.
300 meters at
I want to plug this
169.
19,000 in backwards. So 8 inches per mile squared. So I need to go
the number. It's the amount of drop.
19,000 divided by 12. Sorry, divided by 12 to get feet to inches, right? Oh no, times by 12. Sorry, 19,000 feet times by 12.
It's
to
the 5 point.
Inches.
It's the 5.82 kilometers. See the geometric drop? That's the 19,000 feet.
That's what it is.
8 inches per mile
Yeah,
squared. So then it is.
the problem with that formula is it's it's meant to be used.
Parabola.
Start at the horizon. Like it starts where the horizon. It starts at the horizon, so you got to determine your distance to the horizon, and then from that distance, the 8 inch per mile squared.
Plus, it's silly, right? The function needs to turn back on itself eventually. It don't make sense.
It's accurate for a few hundred miles. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's a good approximation. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
You two should debate that.
Right, so I've got my inches now.
Yeah.
I now need to divide that by 8.
Only
Is it stupid or is it accurate?
Yeah, it's just the drop.
100 miles.
Harry, it's just the drop.
It's the
geometric drop.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get is where does the 19,000? How far away would you need to be to get 19,000 feet of drop? Is what I'm trying to get myself backwards.
100 and whatever it is, 169 miles.
Oh, so that bit is accurate.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Like I said,
the only inference I can make, the only inference I can make from geo posting that is to say we see this mountain, it should not be seen, therefore flat. Is there any other inference that we
there's
can make from that?
thousands upon thousands of long distance observations that should never be seen on a globe Earth. They're numerous.
Yeah,
thousands.
but you posted this one. But you posted this one, and
one
it's
of many.
debunked, like we said,
there's so
in
many.
a minute.
It's not debunked.
Right,
you haven't debunked anything. There's 19,000.
Okay, so what is it about
there's 19,000 feet of missing curvature.
Missing? You think 19,000 missing? Are you having a psychotic episode?
He doesn't
honestly?
even understand the meme, Joe. Still, he's come on to debunk it. Doesn't even understand.
Show me what about this photo should not be seen on a globe. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're just reading the bottom, going 19,000 feet of missing curvature, and go, oh, okay, there it is.
You just agreed 30 seconds ago that it is 19,000 feet of missing curvature, and it's right on your.
No, you didn't. No, I did not, Geo. No, I did not. No, I did not.
5.82 kilometers is the geometric drop.
So how tall is the top of the mountain?
Missing curvature. 1,436 meters, and you're viewing it from 1,813 meters.
Ah, right. No,
Come on, Geo, you've been in this debate for years, champ.
So now we get to it.
Is this the level of
your debunk? Is they're on a mountain? Yeah. After all of this, nothing to do with the mountain.
It's like I said, Don. That equation starts at where the horizon starts. So that 19,000, whatever the drop is only the drop from 169 miles from the horizon. So you got to calculate his horizon from that altitude, from that elevation, and then measure out that far, and then from that point, you would then say 169 miles away. That amount of drop would be what you would expect for all the way from his distance way back there, and that's probably a couple hundred miles.
You're saying it's distance and being on a mountain makes it wrong.
Drop is irrelevant. It's the hidden amount that matters.
You can't even come up with
Geo
it.
can't have been in this debate for that long and not know this. I'm pretty sure we've worked out who's having the psychotic episode.
All right, if you're just going to do personal attacks, I'm going to mute you or kick you from the server. That's not
honestly, we have to.
That's fine.
We were
All right,
actually
later.
we were having discussion. Did you kick him?
No, he muted him.
No, just muted him. I mean, it doesn't matter what he's saying if he's just going to do personal attacks.
It's not bad. Like
this gets boring.
This isn't part of the conversation, right? We were talking about the whole conversation was completely different to fucking measuring distances and crap. And you guys know me. This type of flat Earth shit just bores the fuck out of me. I don't give a fuck about this crap.
You always come into Flat Earth servers to complain that the discussion's about Flat Earth.
No, this is absolute bullshit talk. That's why.
Right, but you always say that. It's funny.
I know, but I just don't like it. It's just stupid. You can talk about this shit for days and
yeah, we do.
You're gonna get nowhere, right? But
I'm more curious why flat earthers think that the pseudo world government allows them to have these videos up and discussions up. Like, if they control everything, why don't they just like make sure that the YouTube algorithm made sure that their videos were never seen or something like that?
They hardly are seen, and they do
No, they
control it.
can't. They can't stop it. So
I mean, why not? They literally control everything.
Let me comment on that. I believe, Gio, that the 19,000 is wrong. I think
If they
Flat Earth-
have so much power that they
Flat Earth-
control
Flat
the
Earth memes
whole of human
exaggerate the
society,
numbers, but
well, why
Ruhif
don't
has
they just
no,
like make sure
no
that
good
your
argument
videos are never
against
seen?
it. Oh God, can you not hear me?
No, I can
Ruhif,
hear you.
Ruhif doesn't have a good argument against the wrong Flat Earth number. All he's saying is we shouldn't see that much missing. We should only see a bit missing, and the mountain's still there, and you're on a mountain. That's
But,
all
I
he's
mean,
really. That's all he's really got.
The point I think is what Kosho is making. If you're standing here at sea level, then the horizon should be dropping away from you. But if what you're looking at is a mountaintop, from a mountaintop, then you're doing the maths from the wrong place.
Yeah, sure, I agree with that.
So the
But
point
Ruhif
to
can't
me
even
does
explain
stand
that.
and is fairly robust.
Ruhif can't even explain that as a man. He tries to go in the back door with semantics, and it's ridiculous. And when you ask,
It sounded like he was asking a
turns you
question to
down.
make sure he wasn't proving the wrong point. I think it's okay to say, "What about this proves your
He could
case?"
have just DM'd Gio and said that's a mountain to a mountain. Obviously, you've got the math wrong. He could have just said that.
Hang on. Why would you in a where people have public discussions about this stuff suddenly have it as a not public discussion? Why would it need to be a DM? Why would that make it more relevant or valid?
Gio
I mean,
DM'd
considering
it.
because it seems like the claim switches
Gio
from
DM'd it to
DMs
him.
being creepy or wrong to
Dude,
DMs being.
that was purely for sexual reasons.
Gio DM'd it to him, I think.
He's trying to slide into the DMs.
no, it was not in a DM. I just posted it in the chat.
Oh, we were talking about Gio. I thought we were talking about, I don't know who we were talking
Ruhif DMs me all the time, but I never selectively choose to DM. I usually
we were
never.
DM'd me the other day. I swear to God, we were about to have a $100,000 bet about some shit. I'm actually still down to do that crap.
Kind of seems like the conversation has died down.
Yeah, I want to hear Ruth's numbers on it.
Anyone preparing for Thanksgiving?
Well, that's what Don was asking him for, and then he kind of started to spiral and just started personally attacking people, and it didn't really stick to any information. So I muted him.
He was
I
sticking to
can unmute
information.
him if he wants to try again, I guess.
But he did calculate it as
He
well.
was saying personal attacks, but he had information.
No, he just spiraled into just a bunch of random disparaging comments that didn't really link to anything.
And then how is that not a personal attack? Because he was.
No, I'm just stating what he did.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, and what are you doing right now, Gio?
These are not personal attacks. I'm stating
That is because he can't defend himself right now.
Hey, Ruhif, what happened to that $100,000 bet we were going to do?
Well, propose something.
You got to come up with a question, bro.
No, I've already proposed mine in a video.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
No,
I sent it to you.
oh
didn't
my
I?
God. Ruhif, we had the same discussion the other day. All right, I'm not going to do it again. Don't worry about it.
Any fellow Americans preparing for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I sent you my video.
I drank
Fresh.
way too much today, dude. Like, I'm going to be hungover. I'm
Yeah, I can tell.
not going to be sociable tomorrow. I'm going to be reserved. It's going to be fucked up.
And I'm dealing with like a racist uncle who's come to visit the family. Not fun.
Honestly, dude, like,
You should tease him
it's
about it.
it's actually always cool for me because, like, I love playing with kids and my niece and nephews. They just want to fuck around the whole time with me. So I don't have to talk to adults. I just fuck around with the kids.
Say that slowly.
You might want to reword.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with this.
More than we got it.
No, the way you worded it.
Nah, dude. I mean,
Way you said it.
I don't like talking about boring shit with people. I don't like making small talk.
Hey, speaking of boring shit, though, I really was curious, because I mean, I I consider those programs that FDR had as socialist programs.
No,
But you said they're not.
They're not. They're not. They're welfare programs, and welfare isn't socialism. It's just welfare.
But dude, what's wrong with socialism? I actually think
No, like Hellboy, like I don't think it's wrong. I'm a communist.
Right,
I would like to see that stuff, but I'm not going to call it socialist.
Communism.
Yeah, but you don't think?
Communism has its good and bad shit, right? But like,
Yeah, no.
let me tell you this: I guarantee in about 4,000 years, America will be a communistic state.
Yeah, probably. But hold
I
on a
don't
second.
think there would be in America in 4,000 years.
Before you make this other point, that no, but I mean, really though, like Social Security program, like where people are all paying into this thing, and they give money to everybody when they get older and all that stuff. You don't see that as a socialist program?
No, it's welfare.
No, socialism's the communal ownership of the means of production. So if you've got a farm, it's now everybody who works it, it's their farm. Like, I think it's a terrible idea, but welfare is not socialism.
Yeah.
You can have socialism and still have private property.
So like,
no, writing. You're thinking personal property, which within
personal property, whatever. You can still own. You can still use capital.
Like the Central Committee isn't going to walk up to you and say, "Comrade, I heard that you own your own toothbrush." The Central Committee is going to take your toothbrush. We're centrally planning all the toothbrushes now.
Hey, bro, why the fuck you holding toothbrushes?
Welfare can exist within a capitalist or I guess socialist society, but no, what FDR did was at best I would consider it vaguely sock dem reforms.
I mean, in order for
hold on, Branch.
Say it again.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. But there were also work programs too. There was
that's not socialism. Still, it's public programs are like the pharaohs used to do this shit, or monarchs or other republics used to do stuff like this. The Romans had a bread welfare for citizens.
The problem that's happening today, though, is that being a capitalistic society, the way it's working is that the divide keeps increasing exponentially.
Well, yeah, Marx wrote about this. It's capital becoming more and more centralized. The people who own the means of production are becoming a smaller and smaller number. It's more centralized.
Right. And so
capital will naturally coalesce into the hands of the people who already have it.
It has to implode, right? And the problem with being a capitalistic state is that even if it implodes, the only thing that can happen is rioting and shit, but the wealth still stays with the wealthy, and it's always gonna to break out of being a capitalistic state is gonna take a very fucking long time.
Hellboy, by the way, a lot of people here seem to think that capitalism has always existed. No, it hasn't. It's only a few hundred years old, as a mean of production.
I mean,
I just think capitalism is just a description we give to what naturally happens.
No. Within the Marxist idea, capitalism followed feudalism.
The first Mamacita, yeah, who
because capital, well, hold on, people have always traded, but that's not capitalism. Capitalism is a means of how things are produced. And Marx actually liked it a lot more compared to feudalism. He thought it was a lot better. But whatever. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Capitalism's good. Just have to get rid of monopolies or not allow monopolies.
No, monopolies are the natural end state because capital centralizes.
Yeah, but that's what you've got to stop. The capitalism.
Well, how do you stop that without a state, for example?
That's his point, though. I mean, I agree with that too. That I agree with capitalism, and I think that the government should only come in to do Theodore Roosevelt did, stop the monopolies and stop the antitrust and all that kind of stuff. But
stop the trust. He stopped it with
the antitrust.
As we grow, technologically wise, right?
That's the utopian idea of socialism, where technology makes more and more work irrelevant, right? and you don't need as many workers. But what are you going to do with that entire populace that is like basically irrelevant?
Yeah,
Right.
you
I
start a
just don't think. I
pandemic
just don't think
and you
that's
get rid
true.
of them.
I think you have more and more people doing jobs to support people's leisure time, just
No,
as we
I
have
mean,
nowadays. Like, how many of y'all do
right,
things
but
that are basically a
Well,
job for
I
people's
get
leisure is
that.
very important.
I get that, dude. And you're
but
totally
I mean, it
right.
doesn't mean that people are without a job. It just means the job's
Well, yeah,
huge.
but you still only need so many people to do that.
Right, but
No,
that's
I don't think so.
now you're talking about coming to more of a, if you want, a
Services.
socialistic way of life. Like basically somebody who would have potentially been making, 80, 90,000 a year, is now, helping him play tennis. And he's living a better life.
Yeah.
He's living a better life and he's facilitating better lives. So it's all good. But he doesn't need $80,000-$90,000 a year anymore, does he?
I
don't know. I'm not sure what I was trying to say.
Who was the one talking to me about FDR again?
That was me.
I was.
Okay, so Kosho. Yeah, I can talk to you more about like the distinction, but FDR without FDR, American capitalism would have like collapsed. Like he saved.
No offense, Red Tape, but I know you always want to talk these heavy politics stuff here. It's just not really the server for it.
Well, no, Kosho brought it up.
Well, I think that what Gio's trying to say is you don't always have to control the convo, bro.
No, it came up and I seized on it. I seized the means.
It's like.
Wait, why is he muted?
Okay.
Cowboy?
What would I like to say? I would like to say that communism and capitalism are both labels we give in the modern world to things we don't like, but also they are philosophies to rule the world. Capitalism isn't as dangerous recently. Communism is more dangerous recently.
Communism is more dangerous
Yeah, it's
recently?
being spread around the world to balance people's wealth and keep
By
certain,
who?
certain people like
I think you can kill people with good intent.
Dictating elite stay above everyone else, and everyone else becomes poorer.
That I would say that's for
Even
sure.
if they want to become rich, they can't because there's no way to get up the ladder anymore. That's what happens.
No, I would
For
say that's
me,
not
that
true.
isn't the bad part. For me, the bad part is the rights that get taken away in the process.
I don't know.
Yeah. It seems to me that it aims to do away with the rich and the poor, but it just creates a new rich and a poor in a different
Well,
way.
no, like
I've
writing-
not seen. You've got to let people finish, Red Tape. Like, you come in here and I get you want to turn the conversation towards politics, but then let people finish what they're saying.
No,
Right?
sorry, there's a delay on my end. Sorry.
So every communist state I've seen, it's just now the party officials who are mega rich, who are driving around in Mercedes and imported cars that cost the other people a 4x markup to buy the same car, but they got it shipped in by their mates.
Or
for me, it's not all about the money. It's more about kind of ideologies that come along with it.
because I have an answer for you right there.
Sure, yeah. Just
Well,
don't
like,
interrupt
for
in the middle of me
example,
speaking to say no. I mean,
I'll,
we can have an ordinary conversation where you just say your bit after I'm finished.
Well,
I'm not saying
no,
don't
I'm
speak.
super used to like political discords where like everyone
we'll get
talks
used
at
to this
once.
one.
There's a certain type of. Oh, I forgot my point. I was listening to you guys argue.
I've got an answer for Dawn, by the way, and
Like writing.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the Soviet Union outright improved the quality of life of the people of the Union. If you look at like caloric intake to like poverty levels to industry, everything vast improvement compared to like Tsarist Russia. Now, I would say that it improves generally the entire like. Just a second, hold on. Actually, give me like 5 minutes.
There's a certain type of destruction of the West comes with communism, modern communism. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, that is necessary. Like, if you're about breaking down power structures, some of what is historically or traditionally the West is about maintaining power structures. So yeah, you're accepting I'm getting rid of some of the old thing. I mean, it's also typically anti-religious, right? It's the opiate of the masses. That's Marx, isn't it? But the point I made
be,
wasn't about caloric intake. The point I made was it just creates a new rich and poor and the rich are just now the party officials.
Well,
and I don't feel you responded to that.
Okay, so the whole party official thing isn't really necessarily like communism, for example, or Marxist. Like,
no, but let's not play the game if that's not real communism.
No,
Otherwise
I'm not
we're gonna
even
have the
saying
whole
that.
no true
No,
Scotsman
that's
fallacy.
specifically like a
So that
Leninist
is what
idea.
typically happens. Would you agree that much? That's what typically happens.
Within like a Marxist Leninist, well, well, like within like those descended from like the idea of a vanguard party, right? Yeah, I would say sure. Like you.
Okay. Right.
I would still say it's better than capitalism. I don't think that should happen, but I would argue that it's still better.
I would
Can I
argue
just interject for 2 seconds? The amount of mountain visible.
Go on.
Sorry.
Go on.
The amount of mountain visible in that first meme is about 380 to 400 meters. If no one cares.
So the amount that's visible is 380 to
How
400
much?
meters, and how much is missing?
How much is missing of the geometric horizon?
About 1,000. Yeah.
1,000, not 1,900.
That's
visible from a high point.
1,000. Sorry.
Yeah, there's actually
1,000.
more. There's actually more missing than there should be on a globe, which suggests that it wasn't taken from the top of the mountain.
Refraction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Earth's flat.
Well, the Earth got
No,
smaller.
you're saying more missing. I don't know. It's just confusing.
Yeah, that's a smaller Earth, not a even more curved Earth, not a less curved Earth.
I agree with your hypothesis, Ruhif, that they're on a mountain. And that's why they've seen a mountain, and it's because of refraction on the globe. And there isn't 19,000 foot missing. 1,900. I can't. Is it 19,000 foot? But I just thought you were being elusive. Your numbers.
Meanwhile, still no curvature, boys. Fucking hell.
Yep.
I'd like to say as well, being worried and talking about communism doesn't make me the opposite to a communist, like a capitalist.
No.
I
Yeah,
hate
this is
money,
a
really.
game I think people play on either side where they go, "Oh, capitalism is bad and it's killed lots of people. Therefore, this opposite extreme ideology is therefore better." It's which is silly to me. It's like both have reasonably good ideas. There are some means of production that I do think is good to be held by the workers. I do think voluntary co-ops are lovely ideas. I don't like the idea of an involuntary co-op. It starves people again and again. It causes money to still coalesce into very few people's hands. Like happens in Russia, they just end up, they're just thugs. And because the one thing capitalism's good for is selecting that at least the people who end up with a lot of the capital quite often are really capable. So although it's unjust, it's handing money over to people who are at least good at something.
Yeah,
rather than
they're
handing
usually
money over to
psychopaths.
people who are good at sucking dick off whoever in the party is giving out promotions that day.
Well, writing, I would generally disagree again, but I think we might want to move that to like the politics Discord.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. Off you go, boys. Off you go.
Silence, Lib.
Look at that Christmas decoration.
Is that how they're calculating drop? Yeah, that is a weird way to. That's a great description of it because that's what I was wondering. That's kind of goes to what Kosha was saying about they start calculating drop from horizon.
Yeah, they get a massive, huge number.
Yeah, right. So you go, if I looked off into space, at perfectly horizontal from here.
That's when you get to eye level. You guys always look from eye level. So eye level is
I don't know
accurate
which
to
other
go
place
from
I
the
could
top
look
of the
from.
ball.
But you know, Charles, we tell them that it's a perfect sphere, so they don't understand that a mountain poking up changes the numbers a lot. You're looking at another mountain.
I mean, I think they get that.
If
They just
you
look at the
move,
strongest case.
if you
Still
move
part
the
of a perfect
observer's
sphere.
position back, he's not looking towards that distance at eye level. Eye level is at a different angle. So to actually get the true drop, you need to actually do it from as if you're at the top of the ball. And the way I would do that in his calculation would be to actually calculate the distance from zero observer height and then add the height that the observer is on at the end to find what you would see.
Yeah, drop's pretty useless in these photo analysis stuff. It's just irrelevant.
It seems a bit of a, I don't know, weird. Like, I mean, I get it. People go out.
You've done it again. Yeah, bio, crack him. Geo just said this is incongruent with the globe Earth theory. It's not.
Geo, I don't mean any shade when I ask this. It's a genuine question. Because I will admit I don't. Do you check these before you present them as incongruent with the globe Earth? Like if I made up one with the wrong numbers and said, you know, this is 24,000 foot of missing Earth curve, do you reckon you would spot it?
There's no incorrect numbers on that.
So that's not the question I was asking, though, right?
I've looked at thousands of long distance observations in my lifetime. So yes, I've checked thousands, and I've done them myself.
But I mean,
when
when you posted those, did you check the numbers?
Who that you posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, because saying that there's thousands just means to me that you haven't checked thousands, because you haven't checked the two that you posted.
Sure, I have.
You did check them.
Then how on earth is this
Oh, okay.
flat Earth proof? I don't understand. You know that drop is not the same as hidden, right?
I never use the words flat Earth proof, so I don't know why you keep saying that. I'm telling you that it's incongruent. The observation is incongruent on an Earth that should have curvature.
Incongruent with globe, whatever.
You cut out there. I didn't.
And I've literally shown that they're both pretty much in line with the globe.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
At least see that the second one, hey?
But why is it center of the picture? If you're
What do you mean?
if
Why
you're
is
the
it center of
center
the
point
picture?
and you're trying to look over the hump, you physically have to look down from your eye level.
What? But could you take a photo of your shoes if you wanted to? If you were wearing some nice shoes, could you take a photo of that?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all, eggshells. It's center,
What do
it's
you
at
mean?
eye level.
Right, but it's the center of the picture. The center of the picture depends on where you point the camera. You get that, right, mate?
Right, but it's
I can
but
point
it's
the
plumb.
camera and my
That's
toes
my
are up at
point.
the sky. But I mean, how often do you use a level to point your camera? I just point it until what I want in the frame is in the frame.
Oh, fair enough. Well, then there's no point even looking at the picture then.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the conclusion I reach.
Oh, well, that one is
I
full
did
of nuance.
a debunk on that Jay Tolan one as well, Geo.
Just some grey
Oh,
blurs.
again. Serious nonsense things are the best globe evidence you
I
can
can't
get.
even see that is a horizon or Earth on that Jay Tolan thing.
Oh, sorry, Dawn's.
There's no way of knowing what
That's
that
infrared. That's
picture's
1,200
Earth.
miles.
Could be, but I've no idea.
No, I've done a debunk of this as well. He's pointing at clouds. And in fact, I called him out as a liar in this one.
Is that Canagoo you always say when anybody ever says, what's your best proof you have?
No, Jay Tolan Media. Oh, Canagoo's great.
Well,
And
Canagoo
San Jacinto.
is just very, very striking. Partly because it is a Guinness Book of World Records, long distance. So it's like quite registered, and in terms of that, in terms of the documentation of it, that one's just not
Pictures
even
of
close.
Canagoo or from Canagoo?
The thing about these, they all range in terms of how much is how much, like what the level of incongruency is. Let's say out of 1 to 10, you know, the most dramatic ones are like 10 out of 10, not even close to even being remotely possible on a globe. And the lowest end, maybe 1 or 2, where it's like, if you brought in some kind of made up refraction that bends things around corners, maybe it would work. So yeah, they're all in a range depending on what they are and the distances and all that.
All right, so let's ignore refraction for a while on this world record. All right, can we do that?
The numbers are all on there, especially the second one I put.
That's it. I know. I love that they're on there. Let's look at them. So this is taken from Pic de Fenestrelay, and that's 2,820 meters high, right? That's our observer height, 2,820. So that the fairly large-looking mountain, the third from the left, is called Grand Ferrand. You probably can't see it on the photo, but it says 2,754 meters high. If the Earth is flat, are we looking up at that or down at that? Looking above eye level or below eye level? If there's no refraction. Light doesn't bend, goes straight lines. Pretty simple question. Anyone? If I'm at 2,820
second one I
meters,
posted, it has all of the numbers, and it's 3.1 miles is how far the Alps should be below the horizon, but they're completely visible and displayed as an extended plane right there, horizontal extended plane of an Earth.
yeah. So my question was, if the observer is at 2,820 meters, and we're looking at Grand Ferrand, which is 2,754 meters, on a flat plane with no refraction, am I looking up or down at that mountain?
Well, that's not even one of any of the mountains that are in this.
Yes, it is. It's the third from the left.
But that's not the one that they did the calculations for.
I'm asking you, if we're at 2820 meters and Grand Ferrand is at 2754, am I looking up or down at that mountain on a flat plane with no refraction?
I'll answer it. You're looking up.
Say again?
I said I'll answer it. You are looking up. I'm just listening to you guys. I'm just zoning out here. But yeah, you're looking up.
So sorry.
Yeah,
the
likewise.
observer's
I
at
think the
2820.
first one's higher than the second one, isn't it? The observer's higher?
The observer is at 2,820.
Oh,
the target is at 2,754.
Looking down, sorry.
Looking down. Very good. Does everyone agree we're looking down at that?
At the peak, yeah, or the whole mountain.
Yep, very good. So the next one to the right is called Pic Gaspard, 443 k's away, and it is 3,867 meters high. Am I looking up or down at that on a flat plane?
Are we talking about distance as well, or just literally at eye level if it was right in front of you? Are we including distance here?
At distance, at whatever distance you like. Is it going to be above or below eye level on a flat plane with no refraction?
It's obvious.
Above.
Come on.
Excellent. Thank you. So Grand Ferrand, we're looking down. Pic Gaspard, we're looking up. All right. Question is, why in the photo does Grand Ferrand appear higher than Pic Gaspard?
Because of perspective, and they're at different distances.
Yeah,
How are you looking up? How are you looking up at something that's below you and down at something that's above you?
Because they're at different distances across a planar surface.
I'll start at question 1 again. Are you looking up at Grand Ferrand or down?
I don't think you're looking up or down. You're looking at the horizon, which is horizontal. There is no up or down.
You're looking down.
If it was right in front of you, you're
Relative to
looking
horizontal,
down.
are you
Right out
looking
on
up
the
or down?
horizon, you wouldn't have to look down.
It is
Yeah, you're
below
not.
you,
You don't
and
have
you're
to
on a flat
look. You don't
plane
have to
with no
look in any
refraction.
direction. You just look out, and it's very far away, and you're going to see the entire field. You don't have to look. If you're talking about the elevation differences, yes, there's elevation differences, but those become irrelevant at the amount of distance that you have, and then the distance of those mountains that are all different. They all converge at the
Start
horizon.
again then. Let's start again. So we're at 2820, and this mountain is at 2758. And let's say it's 50 meters away. Am I looking up or down?
Down.
Down. If it's 100 meters away, up or down?
Down.
1,000 meters away, up or down?
Down.
5 kilometers away, up or
Down.
down?
Well, it's just
50
not always the
kilometers away,
case.
up
I
or
mean, the
down?
sun is
I've got
above
Down
the
syndrome.
earth. The sun is above the earth at the distance it is.
When does it become
And
up
when the
here?
sun is setting, you're just looking horizontal, and when the sun's above you, you're looking up. But the sun, even though when the sun is setting, it's still, however far it is above the earth, you're looking horizontal. So it's not perspective is like first person perspective is different than a third person outside perspective where you're looking at altitudes in terms of angles and viewing angles, the way that things converge at the horizon.
I don't follow that. What do you mean by that?
I'm looking up or down. I want to know at what distance something higher than you appears below.
Streetlights.
Yep. That's what
No,
I'm doing.
it'll only ever be below your eyesight if the perspective, like the angular height of things, gets below your actual height. Right? Then it will drop below your eye line. Because
Distance
your eyes
do you think
obviously
that
aren't on
happens?
the surface. Oh, I think that's very independent, and yes, everyone's a slightly different height, and fucking people have got different vision. You and I probably wouldn't see the same hallway converge at the same point if we were both standing next to each other, would you? But my point is,
Sitting
if
here
it's
shaking my
right in
head.
front of you, you're going to look down at that first one. But if it's right out on the horizon, then it's
Why you need a
you're just
tool.
going to be looking at the horizon.
Yeah,
And it's only a
exactly.
few
You're,
meters
you're just
away.
looking.
to agree.
Yeah, you're
At
just
what
looking.
point
You're looking
does it
horizontal.
become above your eye line?
Did you see that one I just posted? How it shows how the lines are visually parallel from a third person perspective. They're all parallel lines. So yes, you would have the different altitudes of the mountains and your observer height, like you're saying. However, due to perspective, everything converges. So those lines that are parallel from a third person, when you're first person, are now converging. So those mountains, even though they are at different heights out in the distance, they're all going to be converging right at that horizon line, which essentially will be at your eye level or at the horizontal.
I think that's accurate, Gio. I think
Let's
what you
try
posted
this
there is a
again.
good demonstration of it. But if I can, what you'd be talking about is like, let's say the third or fourth line down is that other mountain that Ruhiv's talking about. And when he says, are you looking down or up towards it? What he means is there ever a point where the third or fourth or even first line down below that black line that says eye level crosses to above the line of eye level? Because in that whole picture, they get closer and closer to a convergence point, but they never cross over.
Refraction is the only thing that can make things
Another
cross.
little exercise for you to do.
I mean, the funny thing about
Yes,
the kind of globe positions in this whole thing, the thing is that I mean, Ruhif earlier was trying to say something about how long have you been in this or whatever. The thing is that for all these years, globe earthers have been claiming refraction. Things are bending around corners, constantly as to why we see too far. So somehow you guys like Biodual, Ruhif, you guys are like, no, it's all perfect. Everything fits on the globe, but that's not the case. For years and years, the way that you guys have been describing this is this kind of refraction that bends things around corners and it makes things display up as if the Earth is a station, as a plane that extends outward. So that is your guys' main argument.
Whenever you say displays it as a plane, I'm just going to say no. It doesn't look flat unless there's like an extreme density gradient like the black swan. Normal refraction just lifts things a little bit. That's all. Still looks like curvature, just like a radius that's 7/6 bigger. That's all. Still looks like curvature.
Nothing ever looks like curvature.
Keep saying presents as a flat plane.
It's always a flat horizontal horizon that converges. There's never any observation of curvature. It's always viewed, the Earth is always viewed as an extended plane that goes outwards, as far as you're able to see. Now, if it's a really cloudy day or if you have atmospheric magnification, you're not going to be able to see as far. But as far as you're able to see, it extends out in a planar geometry.
So Does curvature look like 2,000 meters of a mountain missing?
If there was Earth curvature, there would be a consistent geometric horizon, and all of these incongruent observations would not be possible. And if that was the case, I would be either a globe earther and or much more going in that direction. Like if that was the case, but it isn't, and that's why we're all here.
My question was, does curvature look like 2,000 meters of a mountain missing?
Yeah, does to me.
Yeah, does to me as
Flat
well.
to me would be saying to
You
New
put it in
Zealand.
reverse as well.
Curvature
Yeah.
looks like there would be a
We
3.1
could say-
mile hump in between you and that mountain, and it would not be visible.
Which one?
Canigoo?
Canigoo. How far is Canigoo? Hold on. Canigoo.
If that was the case, I would not
60
think the Earth is a plane. That's the problem. You just have to make that not be the case, and then I guess you'd have your globe Earth, but then it would be a globe Earth.
Oh, they've
There's
taken
a
the
reason
hump out
that
of
this is
the
catching
curve
on.
calculator.
This is the reason this is catching on so dramatically, because so many people have. I mean, the thing about this one is like this is going out and observing the Earth. It doesn't depend on like pictures from a space agency or any of that stuff. This is just like literally like we're little humans on an Earth and we go out and observe it. So I know that you guys try to, the refraction, it's bending things around corners. I mean, I guess we could talk about that all day, but in reality, this is what the Earth is doing. This is what it presents itself.
But his
And like I
arguments
said, yeah,
now,
some
it
of them,
took it out of
some of them are
the
more
require-
incongruent. Some of them are more incongruent than others. So yeah, and if you want to start getting into refraction, you can probably try to write off a couple. Well, maybe if this bent, just a degree and this and that, like that one half fit. But then you get to the ones that are like even more incongruent, and it just isn't even close.
But he took in most of his cases.
What's more incongruent?
Extreme refraction.
What's the most incongruent observation?
Or the other question would be, what's the most consistent way to use logic, right? If you say there is a little bit to a lot of refraction that typically bends things up, are you consistent with that? Or are you like, no, this is reality, but then when we see the hump in front of the oil rigs and go, oh, that could be refraction, is that consistent? Is that congruent?
Well, I prefer to go with the direct observation of reality is, meaning that like to use a refraction effect that is bending things around corners that I've never seen to be validated or proven to make the Earth look flat, meaning to make a globe Earth look flat. I guess you could use that argument for anything. I could say, oh, the Earth is concave and there's this magical form of refraction that I haven't really ever been able to prove that's making it look flat, but it's really concave. It's like a lot of these arguments are the same. It's like the Earth isn't moving, but we'll tell you it is. The Earth doesn't have curvature, but we'll make up a refraction. I mean, that's how I see it. Obviously, you guys are free to see it your way. But
Yeah, because we have the measurable density gradient in the atmosphere. We know how much light bends.
And you can make predictions on it, right? You can go, how warm is it today? Because warmth is like heat. My understanding is the main thing that'll cause that density gradient. You can go, how warm is it today, and where should I see an object at a distance? And you can make a prediction that's pretty accurate, like from a flat.
I think if you're taking into account the temperature, you've just got to get away from the surface because that's where all the heat exchange happens. And once you've got extreme heat exchange in either direction, then you just can't predict anything. So as I've said for the last 3 years, get away from the surface.
The speeds that Earth is traveling, don't you think it sounds a little bit absurd and a bit fantasy, though?
Yeah, sure, it sounds absurd, but I mean, traveling in a straight line, like when I'm traveling down a road in a car, what I'm feeling is the quality of the road surface, and the better the quality of the road surface gets, the less I feel. So no, it doesn't seem that strange when you put it into that perspective.
It is two directions that's going at quite ridiculously high speeds. I don't know. I just find it a bit fantasy.
Vector's only ever one thing, but yeah, in one way of looking at it, we're moving in like 6 different directions, right? Because we're spinning and we're orbiting, and the sun's orbiting, and the galaxies.
I get you. I got you.
Sure, but I mean,
yeah. The question is, what should you feel?
Yeah, and
Not
if it
really
is
what I
like
feel.
the best example is that things weigh more at the poles than they do at the equator. But if you ask people, I don't think anybody goes, I can experience that 0.3 4 of a gram difference. That's the difference between eating a couple of extra fries. So what would it feel like to be rocketing on a planet through the inky blackness of space that's turning and twisting and turning? I don't feel like much.
No, you organize me one.
I had
I'll
a
come on.
discussion with Mike.
I'll compare it to this one, but I don't know. Just
Yeah,
that's
so-
one thing that sounds a bit like ridiculous to me. Like I don't know. It wouldn't explain how the stars and stuff work.
But why?
Doesn't make any sense.
Why is
I
it
can
ridiculous that we're moving at a high speed? Is it just a big number?
I can understand that. I
No,
mean,
no,
most
no,
things
no,
when it
no.
comes to speeds and stuff
It's like why? Okay, I'm not saying the Earth is flat. However, I lean towards it. I think of Earth in way different ways, and it's not probably appropriate for this Discord. However, where was? Oh fuck! I shouldn't have hit another bong. Where was I with this conversation? We're talking about the high speeds and stuff. Shit! No, guys, I've just fucking lost my train of thought.
Happens to me.
I'll ask Funk actually, because BioGeo and
We're
I
talking
had a
about speeds.
quick conversation today. So Funk just wrote all those rotations, like the orbits and stuff, are stationary in an inertial reference frame. So why would you feel anything? I think Funk agrees with me that you can't measure any acceleration from our orbit. I think Funk is still there.
Except the one
'Cause
thing
I don't
I've
think
wondered about that is, shouldn't you feel
You
at
can.
midnight, shouldn't you feel like, albeit ever so slightly, a little bit lighter? Because as well as being furthest from the sun, you're on like the sort of moon, the Earth's got an orbit, right? And you're spinning on the outside of that orbit in that moment. So shouldn't you be getting,
Yeah, but your
however infinitesimally small, shouldn't you be getting a little bit lighter there?
orbits, that's really related to the question I just asked Funk, is that orbits are free fall, so you don't feel anything.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Bio thinks you can measure, or you could theoretically measure the acceleration due to our orbit, and I am not sure that you do. I would
Well-
like a good discussion on that.
Yeah,
To
I would
see-
like to know the answer to that because it's one I tried to
if we,
Google before, but it was just
get
so
on that.
difficult to answer it. But like, I want to show you what I mean when I say this. Let me just quickly draw something.
Cool, you draw that. I remember a little bit of the train of thought I had is with the Earth moving at these high speeds, and you ask me if it's a big number. Yes, it's a big number, but cool, no problem. It can be a big number. Just those distances of those stars that would have to match that big number is also a big number. All these big numbers have also some physical things like the light or whatever it shines. You know, those particles that shines light. And we're moving at these high speeds, that light has to be even, they say, so far away. How are we seeing that light? It's just a lot of stuff. I got no I would say very good vocabulary or high education in science. It's just what I'm thinking logically and what I read and what I hear from both sides, and I come to my own conclusions, and I do my own observations and own things that I do. And it just, as a human, I feel, yeah, cool. That's how I understand it, and it makes more sense to me that way. Instead of from a textbook where someone has said that's what it needs to be. So yeah,
Sure,
that's.
but I mean, I think from our dead reckonings, like for me, I feel the same thing. But I think our dead reckonings, our intuition, is good for the way I put it. Is like they're good enough for thinking in terms of how far I can throw a spear or fire an arrow, and about the same speeds. Like I think we struggle to even comprehend speeds near 100 kilometers an hour. Certainly much higher above that, and it's like really hard to judge
You
what's
breaking
going
up,
to
Harry?
hit what.
I think you're breaking up, Harry.
I might be. Are you breaking up with me?
No, you're fine. Right.
We haven't been on a date yet.
Brewhaven, it must be your connection.
Yeah, so what I was trying to get is
possibly. I think it's fairly shit at the moment. So
a lot of the stuff that you guys present and what everyone presents is always what they say, or he said, or they said.
Yeah.
It's always like that. Come both sides, admit. Flat Earth and Globe Earth.
Yeah, I think even more globe Earth. If I was going to be fair to it, I think globe Earth has to rely on other people's information a lot more because they have to
Both
sort of
sides.
stick to a single model.
100% both sides, and I can vouch for that because I used to be the one that says, yes, it's 100% flat and this. I can no longer say, yes, I'm 100% sure that's what it is. However, I lean more towards that because what I've done has not shown me any curvature or has not shown me the concept of gravity. Things, I don't know, I'm going down another rabbit hole here, but it's just everything that's it's pointing more to a different realm than what we have been presented. I don't think we are living on what we've been presented to be living on. If that makes sense. So you can
I
show
ask
me your
what
star.
curvature would look like.
Yeah, I don't know because I've never seen it.
What
I
would
don't
curvature look like to you? Okay. I mean, if I showed you photos where there's like 6,000
be a close. It'll be a close line.
feet of a mountain behind that.
Oh, you're breaking up every now and then. So I'm going to answer what you
Sorry.
are. What I heard about what I think curvature looks like. I think it would be a flat line in front of me where I'll see either something or nothing beyond that's higher. However, on the left and right, I would expect to see a little bit of a dip, left and right. That's what I would expect curvature to
So
look
you
like.
want,
That's an honest answer
okay,
from
so,
no one trying to argue.
That's wrong. Sorry.
okay,
No,
so left to
100%.
right
I'm
curvature.
saying that's my thing. How I'd imagine it.
That's quite difficult. Yeah. I'll answer that. Left to right, very, very small, and it depends a lot on your field of view and your elevation. It's quite difficult to get left-right curvature. In terms of things missing from the bottom up, do you accept that's curvature? Like I said, there's 6,000 feet of a mountain missing. Canigoo, San Jacinto.
Ooh, I think I missed some of your convo. You're breaking up. So go. Sorry, you're gonna have to.
He's
give me
not
that.
breaking up at all.
It's breaking up for me. I don't know if it's my connection. You in Australia, it sounds like it. I'm in South Africa. I'm on the other side of the world.
Yes, I can tell.
So yeah, it's probably breaking up for me. Okay, sorry, man. Go again there.
So, for me, curvature looks like objects being obscured from the bottom up, and ships and buildings, or whatever. Like if I showed you a mountain that has 6,000 feet of the bottom of it missing, like how is that not curvature?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That 100% agree there. I've seen other videos where things squash into each other at the horizon. So, but I know what you're trying to say, and yeah, I agree 100% that you would see, for instance, the horizon, but you'd only see it 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers from where you're standing, whatever your height is, and then that's where the curvature should start missing from us from the bottom up. So I agree there. And if you're seeing something obstructed, then there's something obstructing it, which is in your argument, yeah, curvature, correct?
Yes. I usually tell people to get above the surface. It's like the one I'm talking about is, I think the observer height's 200 feet.
Yeah, no, so yeah, you're looking line to sight, but only till when the horizon actually hits. I understand that.
Yeah,
I'm
that's okay. I'm just
shameless.
given this evening's proceedings.
Yeah, I'm not shameless to admit it. Like, I understand both arguments.
Yeah. And I'm just, because of the memes that Geo posted, I'm just curious as to what people think curvature should look like.
Well, I would say from my perspective, if the Earth was a globe and it had the curvature, 3959 radius, the whole deal, I would say the first thing I would expect is when I go out and look at the Earth at long distances and laser tests and things like that, I would expect there to be a consistent geometric horizon, meaning the physical curvature of the Earth, just like when you look around a corner in your hallway, there is a physicality. Now, I would expect some refraction to occur, some warping, bending, mirages. I would still expect that, just like we see. But even with that being the case, I would still expect there to be the consistent geometric horizon, meaning a consistent point. If things are being cut off from the bottom up due to curvature or, et cetera, all of these things, I would expect for it to be consistent. I would not expect to ever see around corners or have refraction do that. I would expect there to be some warping and bending just like we see, but I would expect there to be a consistent geometric horizon. And if there was, I would be much more, I probably never would have thought the Earth is a plane, because I never came to the conclusion on this until I went out. Well, it was part of my journey of looking at the Earth itself. And when I went to look at the Earth itself and found that it wasn't consistent with that, there was a problem for the globe right there. But that's what I would expect. A consistency.
Yeah, that's what I agree. I agree. I see curvature as a hard horizon, but I actually think
you do accept that refraction
there is a consistent
is a
hard
thing.
horizon.
All right, Ruhif, I'm
What
gonna
I
have to
think
mute
you
you
probably
because
don't accept is that it bends light in a consistent direction.
Wow, there really is a delay. All right, Ruhif, you're over talking Don, so you're gonna have to turn him up. Otherwise, I'm gonna mute you because I don't want to have him over talk. Go ahead, Don.
I agree. That's my reason as well. The hard horizon and obstruction. I agree with Ruhif too. That's also my reason. But I actually think it is consistent enough. So all the inconsistencies you've found, I haven't really found. That was my point.
So what got me to the whole thing to understand that we don't live on a ball is that when I went and bought a P900 just to prove shit to myself, because I was reading a lot of stuff, and I went to Azefontein in Western Cape here by me. It's about 100 kilometers from our place. So I went to Azefontein and I zoomed in on the V&A waterfront, which was, oh man, I got a YouTube video about it. I think it was 72 kilometers. There was supposed to be 250 meters of curvature. The V&A waterfront is I was 15 meters above sea level, if I remember correctly, and I could see the platforms of the V&A waterfront. That would be impossible. So it's not your high elevation elevation fucking observe things here where you're saying what's 200 meters above and seeing something that's 200 meters. No, I'm literally there by where the jetty would be. There should be something curving there, and it didn't, and that's what got it for me. So that was a short-ish observation, but yeah, no one can explain that to me.
I'll happily have a crack. I just sent you a DM to send me a link to your video. I'll have a look in the morning. It's almost bedtime. Yeah.
Cool.
Did I? Fuck. All right. Anyway, so back to Geo actually. So Geo accepts some. Yeah, I've DM'd you.
Okay, cool.
So it looks like Geo accepts fraction.
You're roboting.
Don't
You're
think
roboting.
he accepts that there is a connection to it. Would that be accurate?
I don't know about you guys, but that was like full robot for me. I don't think I could make any of that out.
Yeah, that's how I get it a lot from him.
Maybe try again, Ruhif, when your connection comes back.
That's shit. I'm gonna go to bed.
Hey Geo, what's the smallest angular resolution that we can see, or angular size we can see with our eyes?
I
We
would say
can resolve.
As we have telescopes and cameras.
The smallest that is visible, or the of the human eye, it's like 0.02 degrees or 0.0003 radians.
0.02 degrees. Okay.
About one. It's like 1 arc minute.
And Ruhif, does that correlate to pixels at all in a picture with you? Like when
Not
you
with your
analyze
eyes, no.
a photo?
With your eyes,
Okay.
no. With a camera, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but obviously a camera has a much bigger aperture, so the pixel's much smaller.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. So that 300 meters or thereabouts of hill or mountain that was still poking out in that photo of Geo's from 169 kilometers away. That 300 meters is fucking fucking small.
And
Does
we
that
see way,
correlate with the
yeah,
photo?
0.078 degrees.
yeah, and we see way more of that. Yes, I would agree.
And yet the whole mountain at 272 kilometers is what was it, 1.45 kilometers?
Hang on a
Yeah,
sec.
yeah, and so
Mountain is
that
1436, 272 times 180 over 3.14159. The whole mountain is 0.3 degrees, and the amount that's visible was about 0.078. So about a quarter.
the whole mountain is 0.3. So what are we seeing in the photo? Does it correlate?
We're seeing about 380 to 400 meters in the mountain in the photo. Sorry.
Yeah, so does that correlate down to like does it look like we're perceiving something that's 0.06 in angular size
0.08,
in
yeah.
degrees?
That's
It does
how I
too.
worked out how much is visible. Yeah. I'm actually suspecting that this photo was taken lower down than the peak of that mountain, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
too
I don't
much
know
in.
exactly where that photo was taken, so I that for that one, I don't have like the data for that. So that's why I posted it, but I never claimed that it was 100%. Like that one is, I don't have all the information on that one.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed because it's 10 to 11 and my internet's shit. If White's word, if you want to chat numbers with me, I'm quite happy to. If you want to DM me.
No worries.
Love a good number. All right. Where are you actually? You in South Australia, aren't you?
Oh yeah, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'll go to bed. Good night. Love you all. Sleep
Cheers,
well.
man.
Hi, Roof. Yep. Love you too,
Sorry
bro.
for
Good
being
night.
mean. Oh, it's too late. I know he loves me anyway.
Does he love you too, Don?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah, man. Can I try and explain to you? If
Yeah,
you're,
dude.
if you're small,
I think you think I'm arguing you, and I think we're on the same page. But yeah,
if you're
think
tiny and you're on a big ball, I hate to say ball instead of sphere, but I am saying ball because sometimes it's easier to imagine an actual ball instead of a conceptual sphere. So imagine you're a tiny person on a big ball, like an ant-sized person on a 10-meter ball. You don't see curved horizon left to right. You look round and it's a hard horizon.
Correct. I agree.
Line. So that's why we don't see left to right horizon on the globe. Unless you go really high in some type of maniac balloon.
So what I was trying to explain to you is that you guys are saying imagine it. So what I was trying to explain is yes, my eyes show me. I can, if I look at my table, if I sit here, I can imagine it's actually curving. Why is it looking longer that side? So I'm saying I can imagine a ball.
So, but what type of imagination is this when you imagine a ball effect that isn't actually happening on a ball? Why are you imagining it wrong?
It's perspective. It's the way you're seeing it.
Why don't you imagine it how I just explained it? On a big Earth and being a small human, not seeing curve left to right.
Oh, because you're saying what I'm seeing is the horizon every time. Is that correct?
Why don't I think Riff was saying, how do you imagine the horizon would look if Earth was a globe, how we say it was, with the same numbers?
Exactly like I said. Imagine sitting on a basketball as or I would say a little bit bigger than let's say a little Lego man on top of a basketball. Your eyes would see that. Okay, yeah, I think we're on a different page.
Germ on a basketball.
It'll look technically flat, but your eyes will make it look curved, exactly like I'm saying.
Why would your eyes make it look curved?
Fuck knows, I don't know. If you take a photograph at a level time every time and you join the pictures, it's flat.
What you're doing is imagining how a globe Earth would look wrong, and that's never going to help you learn if it is a globe or not. If you're imagining it wrong.
Well, Don, do you think it's possible fundamentally to see around corners? Like I'm not talking about like I'm not talking about like a laser through sugar water or anything like that. I'm just talking about literally the human eyesight being able to see around a corner
with a certain type of lighting and atmospheric effect. Yeah.
Okay, so you do think that's possible?
Sometimes, yeah. Especially if the corner's on the ground, right?
Because I mean that's kind of ultimately at the crux of what. I mean, in terms of all these long distance observations, I mean,
I think
most globe earthers will
corner,
claim that
like
form
some
of
military shit, to go around a corner left to right. With me and you in a situation, look around a corner, I would have to do some special military trick and make some special lighting and special atmosphere conditions. But I do believe nature can bend the light round Earth. Yeah, I do believe that. Bend the image of what we see and the light and the wobbled image round Earth a bit. And sometimes quite a lot. So if you go out and you don't really care about what weather and you just do the science on that one day, you might get really nuanced photograph. I mean, nuanced as in you might pick up something weird, doesn't fit geometric Earth. And I would just say, look at nature. How cool is that?
So, how would you imagine a ball Earth? Just to understand your understanding, because like, why would we see too far then?
I imagine a ball Earth looks exactly like what we see every day, because I believe we're on a ball Earth.
Okay.
Dude, that's fucking way the fuck out there, bro.
Yeah. No.
Isn't
Just
it
I had to
shocking?
ask the question.
Shocking.
So yeah, at least he's honest as well.
So I don't believe we'd see left to right curvature unless we go up really high in a rocket or a maniac balloon. And we don't trust the people that do the rockets, and we hardly trust the people that do the maniac balloons. And we don't trust cameras or the people that choose the cameras. We have to imagine and we have to do thought experiments, and we have to acknowledge that we might never see curvature left to right other than a painting.
So how would you believe that there's a curvature then?
Because of obstruction in front of us and nighttime. That's what the stars do. What the stars do all over Earth.
Why do we sometimes see obstruction? Why do we don't? Is it because of
It's
refraction?
pretty piss poor.
I mean, you gotta remember that Dawn spends a lot, like he does fuck around a lot with drones and shit, right? So he takes them from ground level up to really high, really fast, and
yeah,
he sees shit when he does
I've
that.
seen horizons at different angles and distances quite a lot. Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
I mean, that's not as good as being on a mountain with a P900. That would be better. Get above the surface with the P900 and disappear behind the Earth.
Have you measured the sun yet, Dawn? Over 3 hours.
No, I don't even know what that's for.
So you believe in the Big Bang, right, Dawn? I'm just asking Dawn if he believes in the Big Bang or not believe.
No, he doesn't.
Slightly. If the universe could have started in a smaller place all at once, but I don't believe it's definitely the Big Bang how science explains. I just think that's one way of explaining the creation of the universe.
Cool, yeah. Interesting that you believe that. Okay, cool, thanks. No further questions, Your Honor.
So all I'm saying is don't expect the left to right thing to come easily, because it's a really big planet. It's a really big planet.
My big thing is not flat Earth. My thing is where we come from and our ancient past. But yeah, you guys are not on that topic, so I'm not going to bring in too much. So
I don't mind that.
Your ancient past.
Yeah, it's not going to ban you for talking about Titans for a few minutes.
Yeah, yeah, I'm big into my Titans and Dragons, but I won't get another beer. I'll be right back. Give me like 30 seconds. I'll be out, yeah.
Yeah, there's no curvature, Dawn. I'm sorry to disappoint you, mate, but you know, I know you've got a belief, and you know you're gonna fucking stick to it.
You can't assert stuff if you don't know what the sun is, or you don't know why nighttime happens. You don't know what the moon is. You can't assert things to me about nature, I'm afraid.
But neither can you. You've just been told stuff,
I
and
do.
yet you feel comfortable to assert.
I do assert things.
What's the moon? And how do you know other than you've read it in a book?
It's a beautiful spherical celestial object that happens to be
Nice.
in a special motion round Earth that helps Earth
Big ass
balance itself.
It's a big ass rock.
And it reflects the Son of God in the nighttime to help the night creatures move about.
You got some of that right.
Help the night creatures. I like it.
Hey, but you know what though? It's
represents
kind of
the yin.
fucked up, right? So if the moon wasn't around, yeah, then we would have had more luminescent creatures, and I think that the night would have been a lot more beautiful.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
You reckon?
But
Yeah,
Don, I
no.
mean, you somewhat. I mean, would you consider yourself somewhat on the fence for the Earth shape?
Yeah, tiny. I say 1%, but that means I'm fully open to any evidence.
That's good.
I'm not fully sorry. I'm not fully open to any flat Earth evidence. I'm open to anything new that's interesting that I find interesting.
What about definitive?
I think Dawn's on the right track. I think that's pretty awesome, and I think that's why we can all actually have a conversation with him. He's not a lost cause, guys. He's still got
Also,
that 1%.
I already believe they fake space travel. But I don't believe all space is fake. I believe in space and heaven and the heliocentric
Any
model.
baller in this server is not a lost cause.
I
At
think
least they know what it
fake
is,
space travel.
but they're quietly not sure.
Hey, Dawn, you should be happy, dude. You're not a lost cause.
Yeah.
You still got some what is it? Potential.
Yeah, it's not
I
really
think
about
there's a
that.
way to go with the music.
When you start waking up to shit, it gets very exciting, and it gets more and more obvious, and
It's
I think
exciting,
things just get easier. It is really, really exciting. Discovering new stuff. That's what we do as humans. It's really awesome, and we've lost that, and it's good that it's happening again.
I'd give you. I'm on the fence with heliocentricity and the Big Bang a little bit. I generally believe we do all go around the sun, but I'm not. I think I'm on the fence with the actual distances because the distances seem to be occulted math, symbology, and gematria.